Swept, Mr. Crack Spider. Nice web, 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 Mr. Crack Spider. Web. There was no time. Bug Spider, Mr. Crack Spider. Nice web, Mr. Crack Spider. What structure was it? Raised over 100 young, but the mate got a restraining order, and now the spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider built a web, found the mate, and raised over. The crack cocaine spider figured building this was more socket.
It's hard to do. It's hard to do that other way.
It is.
Like, especially if you don't have your hands together, like it's hard to do that. Like, I was never like a break dancer or anything, so I couldn't really ever do that stuff.
It's really easy. Don't struggle with it.
You do this thing.
Oh, nice. Nice.
Who did it?
That's as fancy as I get, man.
Movie.
Did they do it last summer?
Oh, shit. So how's your week been, gentlemen?
I know what you squid last summer. My week's been good. I didn't see who asked. Who asked?
That was me.
Gordon. Yeah.
I had a good week. Very busy.
My week's been kind of far out.
How far? Is it
Not like
weird?
woo-woo, not like woo-woo, but just like, it just seems like I'm just, I've got that feeling of being an observer of my life instead of an active participant, even though I'm absolutely actively participating. I'm not like depressed laying around in bed or anything, but, and Like these guys keep screwing up the remodel that's taking forever on our house, and they finally did make some progress on important things, but then some other kind of stuff kind of went sideways, and so it's just weird. It's just weird to be in a situation that was supposed to take, like what they said was 2 or 4 months, and we figured it'd be 4 to 6 months, and it was in February, and now it's like, are we gonna have our own kitchen to eat Thanksgiving dinner in, or what's going on?
Hmm.
It's sad because every time we do hit a milestone that should be like, oh, that's great. It's like, well, I'm glad it's finally there. We have marble counters and nice floors, and finally we got nice glazed cabinets. And instead of me being like, woohoo, this is pretty, this is great, it's like, you guys finally did something good. So fatigue, contractor fatigue. I think that's probably a big part, because that it pushes us all to living longer in a confined basement space than we wanted to, and just interrupts everything. I feel like I've probably procrastinated a lot of things I could have gotten done just because I'm waiting for this job to be done when it's not absolutely necessary, but when it's finished is going to be like a huge jumping off point to really put the house together finally. And that includes a lot of things that have to do with me and my own stuff. So it's just a trip, man.
Well, my wife and I are kind of going through that too. Like, we've got the house really torn up, and like just not knowing, like the last contractor guy like really screwed up my paint job in my house, and I kicked him out. I'm pretty sure he was high. So
yeah, that's one thing I keep saying to my lady is like, look, these guys aren't liars, they're not thieves, they're not high, they're not drunk, they're not showing up hungover, they're not acting a fool. Not that I would put up with that either. I would do the same thing you said, like, bro, if you're acting stupid, the most courteous thing I can, kick you out is the most courteous thing I could do, other than lock the doors and beat your ass up in here.
Yeah.
There
was that
being disrespectful.
Oh man.
But yeah, no, the
in
paint,
somebody
that's funny.
else's
The paint's all
house.
jacked up. Exactly. I mean, yeah, the paint's all jacked up. The guy, they've had more than one guy like either get reprimanded and or leave their company since we started with them. But just, I'm not gonna go into all the details. But yeah, you know how it is, man. If you're doing it too, it's just jacked up. It makes your energy all sideways. The feng shui is all like off. And, sometimes I feel like I'm the only one running around and trying to put a few things back, like, all right, let's make it not become completely feel like a crack house in here just because we're all trying to live in a small space.
Yeah, good for you. How about you guys? So you guys had a great discussion with Chance, right? Yesterday, how'd that go?
Awesome.
I have not heard it yet. Yeah.
Yeah, I caught quite a bit of it live, like maybe an hour, but I think I don't know how long you guys went, but it was going on and on.
We had a free hour on YouTube in the afternoon, started about 2 p.m. Central Time. So we were in the sunlight. It was nice.
Yeah.
Was it better at that time of day? Do you feel like the discussion different?
The discussion
did it make a difference?
I think that's for the viewer to decide. I don't know. I mean, Andy,
Huh.
are we really that different between the day and the night? I don't know. I'm kind of a night owl sometimes, so maybe seeing me in the day is a bit of a shock for some people. Like I'm not glowing or glittering or glistening like a vampire would.
Sparkly vampire.
We could get you some really high quality like rub-on gelatin glitter, so that anytime you are seen in the day, you could just put just enough on so that people can see
it's just this lip gloss addiction. I've been watching all these videos on YouTube and now TikTok and all these influencers and like free sample, man. I'm like, all the flavors.
What have you
man.
got to lose?
Yeah, all these
Do it
flavors.
all.
The only downside is your lips just sparkle and shine and glisten, and they look wet all the time. I don't know.
I never did it for that reason because I saw how many girls were addicted in high school and junior high to lip gloss, and I was just like, I'm never using that stuff. Obviously, putting it on your lips is what makes your lips dry. I'm not going to touch it.
What in the world they put in these beauty products?
Blood,
such addiction,
bug guts, chemicals.
Baby parts.
Baby parts, yeah.
Yep.
Well, they take and they'll refine everything down to the finest powder and then mix it together, and then they can't really tell you what it is. I mean, they don't really know anymore at that point.
Yeah, the thing about the daylight show is that there's maybe a little bit more sunlight, so the lighting in the room is a little bit less moody and spooky. That was nice. I wore an off-white eggshell kind of colored robe, so that was kind of a bright sort of a monk's hood robe. But that was getting really warm, and we were talking about the triplicity of the fire signs that we were in. We began with an I Ching reading, which was, I still don't know what happened or how that happened, but it happened. You'll have to see it for your own eyes. And then we got into the discussion. It started slow and it started boiling up. And by the time we got to about the 45-minute mark, we were ready to jump over to Rockfin and carry on the conversation for another 90 minutes.
Yeah, I was on
Very
Rockfin
cool.
listening to it, so I don't know where I caught it, but because I have Rockfin, I definitely try to tune in there exclusively when I know the content's there
Yeah.
to get my $10 worth, and just because.
Yeah,
I feel
what part of the discussion stood out to you when you heard it on Rockfin, Sean?
Man, I'm trying to remember specifics. I mean, I was like doing housework and stuff. Nothing's popping into my head. I mean, I was there with you guys just like jiving with it, but I mean, you and Gabriel were talking about something, and if it comes to me, I'll tell you. I just don't remember. But yeah, I mean, I plan on go watch the whole thing again anyway. I really just clicked the button because it said live. You know how it is, like, oh, it's happening right now.
Yep,
in the
yep. Just
world.
let it stream, let it be in the background. You'll catch the attention of it when it's available to you.
That is kind of a cool thing about this. I was just thinking about the technology blessings lately, you know, like trying to see technology as more of a blessing than a curse
Yeah.
in our lives, you know. And I was thinking about that, all these little opportunities that we're able to actually do something together, like at the same time, and like develop ideas, and like this is kind of a cool thing. I think that's very, very cool. And I feel like this is like putting something more organic into the universe, into the web, you know. The more we can integrate it to ourselves in a more natural feeling, like a more natural intent, I think the better off we're going to be in the long run,
Yep.
technology wise.
Yeah, I've been
I don't
trying
know.
to
I think about that a lot.
Yeah, the same thing you're talking about. I've been trying to take that and carry it into every aspect of my thinking. Like I'm a member of Amazon Prime, but some
Yeah.
part of me hates and detests Amazon, you know. And it's
Right.
like, oh, I'm just gonna let that go, especially if I'm a member and I'm reaping the benefit and very happy with every service they provide me, despite all of the atrocious evil they're also definitely complicit in. You know, the side that I'm paying for and using is one of the most useful things in my life. And so there's some middle ground where I can come to terms, and all of us deciding to get us and all of our friends and everyone we can rally to stop using Amazon is going to affect zero, literally nothing, you know. So it's like same as walking into Walmart, right? Like if I walk into Walmart, I go in there like with this spiritual armor and this attitude most of the time because I fucking hate it. Like I literally hate it. And it's just a known thing. Like if my girl has to go to Walmart with me with her, she'll either say it's okay if you sit here in the car, or she'll apologize to me. And it's like, well, it doesn't have to be like that. I can come to terms with Walmart and the fact that I might occasionally walk inside. And I definitely see technology as a huge, like it's like my total crack addiction, just looking at my smartphone all the time when there's things I could be doing. And then it's like this thorn on my side, like, oh God, can people stop talking about COVID? Can you stop talking about politics? But instead to think of it as a huge blessing because you have this opportunity like this right here. There's no way to quantify or describe it. It's such a wonderful, huge, enormous blessing to be able to do this, not just once, but all the time. Well, it used to take like 2 full production studios minimum and like money to get on the air. We're just doing it because Jim pushed a button, you know. Don't get me wrong, Jim. We appreciate the hard work.
We appreciate seriously. We all need to thank Jim for the stuff that he does.
I mean, there's a lot of work, but it's not the amount of work that we would put in an old school. I mean, some of us that went to school for this stuff a little bit know. I was never in the classes, but I was friends with all the audio video nerds, and There used to be big levers and
Let's
stuff.
press some
and
buttons tonight, guys.
huge CRT monitors and
Yeah. So that's what I do now I've kind of had to come to terms with my job, because I work in technology. I fix computers for a school district. So I'm in the IT department at this school district that, I mean, we all know how terrible the education system is, let alone with all this COVID bullshit, that they are not paying attention to the kid themselves, which is scaring the shit out of me. And I want to fight and get involved every single friggin' time. But this is my job. And we have to kind of like weigh all our options and shit, right? So, but one of the big things that saved me from this job is these two guys right here. That
Nice.
has saved my sanity for the last almost 3 years. When I got out of rehab in just about New Year's of 2019, it was kind of a make it or break it. It was bad news, when you get out of rehab. You went into rehab because you weren't in a good spot,
yeah.
So when you come out, you got to start all over with everything. And it was a do or die trying.
Yeah. I've been there, bro. So if people have never been in that situation, they really can't relate. And so I just want you to know I can relate. I've been there. It's such a weird reset, especially if you're somebody who's always had confidence, got some ego and some ability about you, to start back over at square one, and everyone's treating you like you're at square one. It's like, what?
Yeah.
No. Like, I'm SB Alger. What are you talking about? And everyone's like, nope, you're not in that. It's like, what? And then you realize it, like, oh yeah, I got to stay humble. That's right. Oh, shit. It's a trip.
Yeah, and everybody around you defines you differently after that.
Yep.
Like, it's whether good or bad, it takes a while to reestablish those, but it takes a while when you're finding yourself again, which is the greatest blessing of that time is really. So I'm going to start to share a few pictures.
Well, I want to know why the owls. So you pointed at the owls and said that they saved you. At your leisure, do fill in those details too when you get there, because I'm curious.
So when I got back, I started meditating. And how can I share? Here we go. Can you guys see me and share this on a different?
There you go.
Okay,
Yep.
so
All right.
you guys can see this?
Oh, trippy. Okay. Yeah. Trippy.
Okay.
Badass.
So this is a nook that is in the side of the building. So the building where I work used to be part of a mining facility. And they did all these mining out here in the desert. And there's a bunch of mining equipment and like spaces cut out on the side of this building. And it's in the back. And I just started kind of, when I got back from rehab, I was going to commit myself to a serious discipline of meditation. So what I would do is go under this tree. Let me see if I can find the tree and sit under it. Here we go. Right here. So this is the owl tree.
Nice. Wow.
This is where the parents live, right up in here. And this is my cinder block that I put all these rocks kind of talk to me when I was out there one time, and I just put them felt like it needed to be a 5 points around there.
Yep.
I just kind of went with it. It wasn't a conscious ceremonial choice or ritual kind of thing, but it turned into that later on. But at any rate, so I would meditate on the cinder block in the morning before work. And I do that for a couple of weeks. And I just got this feeling like I was being watched. And, you just get that feeling. And
Yeah.
I'm looking up in the tree and I see these little heads, these eyes pop out and they look at me. And they're like, they're pretty close. Like they can get pretty close.
Wow.
But they're just watching me, just super calm and super chill. But when you're in the eye shot of one of these things, because
Mhm.
they could take you out. They are super powerful, and those talons. I know of somebody who got scalped by one.
No kidding.
Whoa.
Yeah.
That's scary. That's scary if an owl decides to attack you because you're just the prey.
Yeah. I mean, there's really nothing you could do. But these guys they were observing me as I was meditating. So they would just, watch and observe me as I would try and, center my chi or get that flow of meditation to kind of, ground at first, just to ground myself under that tree. Because you can't get much more connected to the earth than the base of that tree. And they would just sit there and watch me at least 20, 30 minutes every morning until they would just sit there with me they would sit there for an hour, 2 hours, just watching, and then they'd crawl up and take a nap. And it was cool, but you knew it was something, I knew it was something different. I didn't know what kind of thing this was, but it felt like the most enormous sink in the universe. That
I'll bet, man.
these guys,
Can't fathom.
I chose that tree, but they chose to stay with me because they weren't there before I came back. And that year that I started meditating, that's when they showed up. So they got to know me really well. And so right around that tree, there's, like I said, that little nook. And this was the first set of babies they had right here. And I tried to give them a pretty wide berth, because I don't know how baby owls react to people, but the adults were clearly watching. You can see one on the right-hand corner. You guys see that?
Mhm.
You can see two. There's actually three in here.
Oh, there's one hidden in the corner. Yeah, I see it
Yeah.
now. It took me a second. Yeah.
And this is them.
That's a great picture, man.
They grow really fast, but they let me get really close with that one.
They look
And-
like they're posing.
Yeah,
Those
doesn't it?
eyes.
Uh-huh.
One in the back is like, "What's up? Don't forget me."
Yeah, the one at the bottom with his mouth open. It reminds me of Gonzo or something.
Yeah.
Waka waka waka. Like he's got that.
They have so much personality.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Their
and
eyes.
that's the thing too. Each one has a different personality. One of the things I learned is that not all the owl eggs hatch at the same time. They lay them separately from the same clutch, but they don't all lay at the same time like a lot of birds, where they, like ducks, they all lay a big clutch of eggs and they all kind of hatch roughly around the same time. Well, with owls, they lay them actually separately. And so each one has a different incubation time. Therefore, they hatch differently at different rates. And therefore, they don't overgrow the nest, so that
Interesting.
one will be fledging while the other one can grow up a little more. Kind of a cool little
No, it's
evolutionary
good.
thing.
We're getting some owl details on the science side too, and I like it.
Yeah, so
This is science I can believe. I trust the scientist who did the research.
just yeah, the guy who observed it, observed the actual science. Yeah, not like this bullshit that they think is. Okay, so this is I don't remember what I named him, because I wasn't really like, I was just amazed that this was happening, and then these guys were allowing me to just observe this, and they were around the whole time. But whenever anybody else would come walking through the area, because we parked in this area, so there were people walking above them but not around them, but
Mhm.
people would sometimes, and they would lose their shit. Like, there'd be they do this clacking, like that kind of like clacking of their beak, right?
Yeah.
As a warning. And then they'll do the puff up thing to make themselves look better. And they would do that at other people that would walk around, but they didn't do that to me. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, that's fascinating, man. This whole story is amazing.
Do you ever see their head turn around?
Yeah.
Have they ever done that in front
Yeah,
of you?
all the time. All the
Oh,
time.
really?
Maybe I have video of it. I'm not
Uh-huh.
sure. But this is right behind that little dugout. So I was taking a picture of the babies, and right behind my head is this. So she's on me. She knows,
Mhm.
she's not going to let me do anything, but she's observing hard, but she let me do it. She didn't
Nice.
clack or get spooked or anything. It was cool. So that's another pretty good close up I got. God, they were cute. This is, I think, and they grow really fast too. This is probably a week, 2 weeks after hatching. There
Wow.
we go. That's probably 4 weeks, 4 or 5.
So this is
That's
like
so-
part of your family.
They are. Well, okay. So here's another part of this story that is pretty freaking cool. So I'm listening to Lindsay on Rogueways, and she has this guest, Catherine O'Shea. And I think
Yeah.
you guys have some connections with her too. So
Yeah, I know
asked-
I think Jim had the goats on the show talking to him, and I hired Kathy to work with me and had phenomenal results. So yeah, I know her for sure.
Yeah. So I talked to her about it, and she was just saying how they are the guardians of that tree, and they are the guardians of the sacred space.
Have you
And
seen
that-
the movie, Gordy? The cartoon animated movie called The Guardians of Gahul?
I have
Yeah, okay.
many
watched
years
it.
ago. I
You
haven't
should watch
watched
it again, man. Me and my girl watch it over and over sometimes. Like if she can't sleep, she's got a handful of movies that she go to just as a background. But because it fits, man. I mean, if you haven't watched it for a long time, it's I could watch it 10 more times easy because it's just steeped in occult symbolism, like big time.
I think I saw that in 3D, real 3D in theater.
Oh, that sounds like fun.
Oh, cool. Oh, yeah, that is
Guardians
where
of
I saw it.
Gahul.
Yeah, I remember. I took my daughter to see it because it looked like a good 3D one.
Who is the name of the author of those books? I'm gonna have to go find that out right now.
Yeah, I don't remember her name. I did look her up, but I never read them. I just watched that movie over and over again. But sorry to interrupt, man. I just
No,
if you didn't know, I wanted you to know because it's like, man, they literally are the guardians of your chosen sacred space, and that's just too cool. That's just too cool.
Yeah, and you really feel that on a spiritual level when you kind of trust each other, and you have to kind of surrender yourself to that feeling, that thought of connecting with that being, but you really do. Like it's amazing. Anyhow, so I talked to Catherine, and she was saying this, and all this time she's talking about the ground being broken and water being found there, and the sprites and the fairies that are some sort of sprite or pixie, I think is the word that she used. And so right after that, I wasn't sure what that was pertaining to, but like 2 days after that, a water line broke near the tree. Oh, she said something about defending the tree or making sure the tree was safe because the ground was going to be cracked open and there would be water. So 2 days after she did that, there was a water line that broke near the back of the building, near the tree. And so I had to talk to those guys and make sure that they didn't go past a certain area because the babies were still there.
Yeah.
And so, and they didn't, thank God. They were able to get a backhoe over a different way instead of going another way around the tree. So
that's really important that they honored your wishes too. I'm glad to hear that because people sometimes will just be jerks, do whatever they want,
Yeah, exactly. Well, I told them, you're going to mess up this family of owls. I made them aware that this is a fragile time for them and they needed to respect it. And they did. Yeah. Thank God they listened.
A parliament. You got a parliament in your sacred space.
That's what I call them. The Parliament Most Funkadelic.
Nice. Nice.
Gwen is the matriarch of the Parliament Most Funkadelic. So, yeah.
You say McGuinn? His name is McGuinn?
Gwen. So
Gwen, okay.
The parents' names are, so these are just a bunch of cactus flower pictures that I took out there while that's around that area.
Beautiful.
There's a baby. So he fledged. I'm
wow.
sorry. The parents are Peter and Gwen. So I named them after Peter Quincy Talbot and Gwen DeMarco from Galaxy Quest. I don't know exactly why, but it kind of works on the Spider-Man thing too, like Peter and Gwen,
Yeah.
I didn't realize that at the time. Anyway, if I had thought about it, I might have picked different names. But when I talk about Gwen, she's the badass, and she's the bigger one. She's the big female of the ones I showed you. Oh, these are the last two babies that were out that year, hiding. But she's maybe, I don't know, she's at least 2.5, 3 feet tall, maybe from tip to tail.
Wow.
And Peter is a little bit, he's got a little more white on his chest and he's a little grayer in the face. Oh, here, this is video. There we are. Can you hear the clacking?
No,
No?
we don't have.
Oh, I have to share audio.
You'll need to share these videos in the Telegram group.
Oh yeah, I'll just do that. Yeah. Good idea. So yeah.
That's incredible.
That is cool.
So this was a snake, a rattler, that got a little too close for my liking.
I'll bet.
And
Yeah,
The
rattlesnake.
babies.
yeah, I just and I frustrated the hell out of it until it kind of, I was hoping it would go away, but they're very territorial. So you
Yeah.
almost have to like really get rid of them. But I was
So you didn't kill it?
So, okay, I was watching Peter and Gwen the whole time, making sure that they were, what they were going to do
Right.
about it. because they were still, I guess they were this big, however big this is. Oh yeah.
Whoa.
Thank you so much for sharing this with us, man. This is great.
So they were that big, right? So, and where this is, my the tree is just, I guess, east of, yeah, just east of where this little nook here is. So they're within maybe 30 feet or something like that
Hmm.
of the nook. And there's the first baby, maybe the second baby fledging. They get all the down and stuff. Oh, back to the snake. Yeah. So I kept watching Peter and Gwen to make sure that they weren't getting too concerned about, they were watching it, the snake, the whole time, but they never like freaked out, which they just were really chill about it. But that thing never got out of their sight. And as I was trying to like, kind of get it so it wouldn't even try to go near there, like they just knew that nothing was going to happen. And I kind of got the feeling like, they're like, just chill, dude, like relax. We got this. It's not a big deal. If we want to do something, we'll do something. Anyway, so that was,
Yeah, so you just went with your gut on
I just went with my gut, and he went away. He left, and it was cool. So this is one of the babies fledging on the fence. Yeah,
So it looks like their horns kind of come up and come down depending on their mood.
yeah, they do.
Yeah.
They certainly can. Like when they're sleeping real good, they're, and they're relaxed. I think I've got some pictures of that. So during this time, like really finding my chi, just really kind of finding a sense of calm. Like all these critters would come to me.
Nice.
A Roadrunner?
Yeah. So this Roadrunner is just looking right at me in my window right here, just eyeballing me. Hey, saying hi.
Are you the guy that's a member of the Owls family?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I hear you're a part of
hear
this
you.
family of owls. Is that true?
It does look like that. Like he's the desert reporter with a little notepad,
Yeah.
a little
It's
hat.
not. I want you to know it's not true that we're never chased by a coyote. That's just a cartoon, and it's really poor quality propaganda against us, to be honest.
Exactly.
We don't have any concern for coyotes whatsoever. They can't even see us, literally.
Yeah, that's really funny. Coyotes are really interesting, and I've gotten pretty close out there walking in that desert. So here's the other benefit of one of the things that the owls got me out into walking. And see, you don't just see Gila monsters very often. This is a pretty rare event, but I've seen two walking out here in this area.
The desert. We got the desert creature whisperer on here tonight.
Yeah. It has been.
Yeah, because that's far out, man. That's a big ass cool lizard.
So Gila monsters. Oh, cool, Rachel. Good to see you. So Gila monsters, if you're not aware, they're the desert's only poisonous reptile or poisonous lizard. And it's the bacteria in their mouth will end up killing you. But this guy, and he was pretty big. I would say he's probably like, I don't know, my forearm
Yeah.
long, but actually probably bigger than my forearm. That width is around his belly is probably a little bigger than my forearm here.
Yeah.
Did you
He's
just
got a
So he could have
stumpy-
messed me up
stumpy
pretty
tail
good.
too. A stumpy little tail.
Yeah, they're beautiful though.
Wow.
And I'll share all these videos in the Telegram group after we're done. But he just super chill.
You
Mitch,
reset the energy of the desert out there for them, so they're all just comfortable to walk in with you.
Yeah, Rich
Yeah.
may be here to corroborate some of this Arizona desert science.
As much as I can.
No, but you recognize that territory, right?
I do. It's beautiful. I didn't see that creature when I was there. I only saw birds.
Well, the only time I had ever seen them as a kid was at the Desert Museum. But
Oh, that's cool.
I've seen several the last couple years. So anyway, that's that. I'll share the same thing, the whole thing in the. So getting out and walking.
Yeah, buddy.
So when I started meditating, I knew I had to fix my brain because my brain just wasn't working.
Yeah.
And so I had found this doctor in Canada who was talking about repairing your brain by feeding it good natural fats. And I wish I knew the dude's name so I could point people to him, because he's got a bunch of great science on anyway, I'll come back to that. We'll talk about the house. Because I will find that. I want to find that guy. But yeah, this is Peter. You can tell because he's more gray, but their camouflage is like on point in this tree. Sometimes I don't think anybody walking by would ever notice them if you
Yes.
weren't looking for them.
And
But-
Gordy, you've probably noticed how silently they fly too.
Oh yeah, they'll disappear on you.
Yeah.
Instantly, and you won't know because you blinked. Like it looks,
Yeah.
you can't hear a thing. They don't make any noise. In fact, I've had one come up kind of behind me. It wasn't an attacking thing. It's just coming back,
Uh-huh.
but fairly close, and you couldn't hear it. Like if
Yes.
something came up, if they came up behind you, there's nothing you could do. And,
Yes.
and they have these big giant talons that are probably as big as my finger. Like each one is probably they don't call them raptors for nothing. You know, these things are, you can see it actually right on that. There's a big, it looks like a thorn on the tree right here in this picture on the bottom,
Oh yeah.
on top
Sharp,
of the tree, that
super sharp.
hook right there. That's one of his talons right there.
Oh man.
So when I have a telephoto lens, and some of these I took of her because I wanted to give her space when the babies were, because she was just about to lay eggs. That's what it was.
Oh, wow.
So this is the next year that I was meditating out there. So I'd been pretty good throughout the year, and as a discipline,
Yeah.
and it really helped me process a lot of psycho-emotional shit out there, like
Nice.
it was kind of my 40 days in the desert
Yeah, buddy.
kind of thing. But these guys got me hooked, man. I saw two, wasn't sure how many eggs we were going to get. This was the second year. There's Mom.
Ooh.
That's Gwen.
Wow.
She's a badass, man. Scary as hell, but super cool. Like she just has like a chill about her. When she's chill with you, like like you can feel it in the tree.
Can you
That
zoom
it's-
in on those eyes there?
Yeah. Look at that.
Intense.
My gosh.
So there's like a chill in that tree, but so going back to the Catherine O'Shea thing, she was talking about pixies in the tree, right? So one of the things I observed in that tree was hummingbirds would come and hide in the tree around the owls, and the owls would just kind of keep an eye on them like bouncers in
Right.
a club. Like they would keep away. There were peregrines and what are the other ones? The kestrels around, and apparently they're predators to hummingbirds. But those birds are scared shitless of owls for a really good reason,
Because I'll eat them.
because they will eat them. In fact, I heard one. I didn't see it. All I saw was like feathers and screaming, because it was me. Like, I heard this horrific noise. It sounded like a horror movie. Like, it sounded almost fake. It was so dramatic, of this kestrel being eaten alive
Oh my God.
with the screams and everything. And like, by the time I got over to where it was, they had taken the prey away to
Mhm.
like this other area that I couldn't see. But I saw the feathers the next day. It was like you know, when you see the shadow of an atomic bomb on a person, you know, in Hiroshima, like it's just the ashen outline of that person. That's what the feathers were of this kestrel, like on the ground the next morning. I wish I had pictures of that. I don't know. I may, but it'd be a while. But yeah, there's the pixies. They look like little pixies zipping in and out of that tree.
Oh,
And they
nice.
are super cool, man. And they'll come up. They're really hard to get, impossible to get pictures of, because under the canopy of that tree, it's pretty dark. Like, it stays cool all year long, like even in that like 110 heat, it's pretty decent under that tree. And
Did you say what kind of tree it is?
it's an acacia.
Acacia tree. Okay.
Yeah, big giant thorn of Christ. That's what they say that the crown of thorns was made of, is the
Yes.
acacia tree.
Yes. The Akashic Records.
That's right.
Yeah. brother.
Yeah,
You got
and
it.
I'm telling you, man, like under that tree feels like sacred ground. And I've seen, this is the same tree. This is
Nice.
the cardinals. Now, these guys are really loud, and they piss off the owls because they're loud, because they'll come back and nap in the morning, right? And these guys are really freaking loud during the spring. And they're just like, they'll look at you like, this guy. Somebody do something about this fucking guy. It's hilarious. But there she is again. There she is, looking like a puppy.
I'll be right back. I got to get something I want to share for
Yeah.
this.
Cool.
Right back.
So this you can kind of see. This is Peter. He's a little smaller. He's a more gray fawn, where Gwen is more fawn, and she's much bigger, and she's he could defend the tree, and he brings back a lot of little prey, but I think when the muscle has to happen, she's the one that takes care of it.
Nice.
So you can see the thorns in the tree.
Uh-huh.
Here. These are the acacia thorns. They're all over the place. And that thing is super dangerous. I have like stood up a little too fast off of that cinder block and caught myself
Oh yeah, I'll
in
bet, man.
some of those thorns. That's Peter again. See, he's got kind of more of a grayer
Yeah, he's more subtle.
tone. Yeah. He blends in with the bark perfectly. There he is. And he has bigger horns too. Like
That's a great picture there, dude.
yeah, his horns are a little bigger than hers. Hers are, I guess, are as big, but his are shaped different. Like they're more forward facing, I guess.
That's what I thought.
Oh my God. Siri's listening to hey, shut up.
That's what she thought.
Hey, be nice to Siri just because she interrupted. It's okay, Siri. Don't feel insecure.
That's right. That's right. Gotta put love into the technology. It's okay, Siri.
It's
Go
hard.
fuck yourself.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's I
Okay.
use whatever the one is for Android. I don't remember what his name is. He's got some stupid name. Like, I just can't even think of it. Bixby. Oh God, I use Bixby because it is really useful and helpful. And when it works, it's like it saves so much time, and you can get things done. Like I'll have it schedule me a reminder or set something on the calendar, like even a year later. You know, so it's really useful. But when it doesn't work, it's like, what are you?
Yeah.
Are you listening at all? You know, it's just so. I can only
Probably.
imagine if they get their wish and bring us into this weird pseudo half human, half technological age. It's just going to be a weird nightmare, man. Because it's not going to work. I mean, it's not going to work. Oh, look at there.
Oh, what is that?
Gabriel's got a $2 bill folded into an owl.
You nailed
cool.
it.
Oh wow.
I never seen that. I've seen a lot of these folded money things, but I've never seen that one. That's cool.
Will
Wow,
you speak up
that's-
so we can see it?
Yeah, that is cool.
What's that?
Wait, I can't see you. Oh, there you go.
Oh yeah, it's probably because Gordy's still screen sharing, so we.
Oh, do you want me to unscreen share? Here, I can.
Maybe just for a second, yeah.
Yeah.
And then Slick can.
Let me see. How do I? Stupid thing.
So yeah, I watch on
should
the
know this
Zoom more
stuff.
than I look on the because of the delay. I look right at the Zoom screen, so I wasn't thinking about the audience.
Nice. So, Sean, you mentioned that a group of owls is called a parliament, right?
Yeah,
Can
I
you
learned
show-
that from Elliott Smith from a song called "Strung Out Again."
So look what this picture comes from.
Yeah, it's from the Parliament. That's a trip, man.
Wow.
Yeah, that's deep. And most people know about the tiny owl hidden on the $1 bill, right?
You got
Right.
it. Yes.
I've seen that
Yeah.
one.
But that's
Oh,
a trip.
And
Yeah,
if you look really close, hold on, let me fold it one more time. On the bottom, there is, now you can see when you fold the owl, this little banner, it says, I see 2 wars or towers. Like,
Oh, interesting. Yeah, tower. Trippy.
Two towels.
yeah,
towels.
it says
Tea towel.
Don't forget to bring a towel.
yeah,
Gonna
Yeah.
need it for space.
TWOARS, which could be, it could be a lot of things. Like I'm kind of thinking about Albert Pike in his prophesizing the world wars.
Yeah.
You know,
Now, when you
That
said
come-
2 wars, that's what I immediately thought of.
yes.
With,
And I don't know the timeline of this to Albert Pike. I don't know what came first, the chicken or the owl, but that's
Yeah, I had two owl stories pop into my head, and Snake Jones in the chat will know one of them because I was talking on the phone with him walking my dog in the cemetery. I go to the cemetery a lot, and it was at night. And they had changed. I think I told you guys this one time. They had changed there's some reindeers in an enclosure at the cemetery, and they keep them over there inside of a double fence with all their food and room to run around and water. And it was 2 really old reindeer. And I think they take them around in the Christmas time and they'll put them in the trailer and like go use them for nativities or for whatever, you know. But there was 2 new ones and they were young. So they immediately started interacting with my dog. And I was talking with Snake Jones on a telephone call and I was tripping out because I was like, whoa, there's new reindeers, you know, and I'm trying to explain to him what the hell that means. And then, so I was walking around the enclosure real fast so my little pug could run back and forth with the reindeers and they were checking each other out. And then they chilled. And so I stood and relaxed and this huge owl swooped in and like
Wow.
landed up on top of the like the telephone pole, the power pole that's in that area. And I think what it is that it sees my dog and it looks like something moving to eat, you know. So the owl's like, hey, look at there's something over here. And so it just sat there on top of the pole and looked at us. And so that was a trip. But like in less than a week, we went to some friend's house. We were taking care of their plants and stuff while they were out of town, and they had 2 owls in the backyard in the tree. I stood there and took pictures of them for an hour and a half. I'll bet it was a trip. So I saw 3 owls in less than a week, and I'm like, all right, what's going on? You know, like
Wow.
I was heightened on alert, like, because owls are the messenger, man. You know, who knows what's gonna happen if 3 owls decide to turn up, you know.
That's
And
right.
so, but I mean, it was all chill. But yeah, as soon as you started, I'm really glad you told us this whole story, and thanks for sharing the pictures because it's cool. I drew a big picture. I'll send you a picture of it.
Oh, cool. Rad. So yeah, like I think we're all having these because Jim had owl things with his that barn thing too, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. They're in this old silo next to my shop, and they're terrifying. I could hear them squawking. The mom had some babies, and she was hunting and teaching them how to hunt. And I recorded them with my phone, and then I played it back. And it freaked them out. They were like silent for a minute, then they started squawking like crazy. And then the mom, she swooped me. It was scary. I was like walking to my truck, and then I felt this thing move. She's totally silent. I looked up, and she was huge white owl. Like, I swear, a 7 feet wingspan. Like, and it was right over my head. If it weren't for the power lines being between us, I think she would have took my head off. Yeah, it was pretty freaky. But now they're up there all the time, and they watch. I always wave at them.
Yeah, I think
They
yours is a
took
little
some-
bigger than mine.
Well, I don't know if they're 7 feet, but they seem like they were.
And when they're swooping overhead, they seem very large for sure, right?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, yeah. But from the pictures you shared of the silo, like that, they look pretty big.
It's huge. The silo's huge, probably like
Yeah.
I don't know, about 75 feet, maybe.
Yeah, it's tall, man. It's tall. Because I remember Jim, were you standing there with me when I filmed all those birds? Me and you used to watch the birds. They'd circle and circle and circle and circle and circle, and then they'd finally all, as a group, light on top of the silo. And so
Yeah,
one
and then
time, it's on my Instagram
slide
somewhere.
off.
If you scroll far enough, there's me just trying to follow them and wait for them to land. But yeah,
Not really anymore. They've been getting picked off by those owls that moved.
yeah,
in
I'm sure
there.
if owls have moved in, those birds will find someplace else to roost. They're not trying to kick it with those owls.
I saw the evidence too during the day. Like, I was out there, and I heard like a call sort of,
Yeah,
and just this puff, and it looked like it was snowing.
It was like a Blue's Clue.
Yeah.
Was it more of a white
Yeah.
color or
It was
death cry, right?
right?
Like I gotta
was
let out
snow
one
with
last
feathers,
breath
yeah.
because I'm about to be
Right.
head.
This is our whodunit tonight, and this is the first mention of a clue so far. So I want to elaborate further on this. So
Do you have your handy dandy notebook?
I do actually. It's right here, and I'm going to be collecting clues throughout
Oh,
the
that's well,
evening.
there's the rarest peppy of all. Look at that.
What is?
Nice.
Is he
Nice.
popping a zit? What is that?
I don't know, man. I drew it myself a long time ago.
It's beautiful.
He's in the thinker's pose.
It's
Looks like he's
thinker's
ejaculated all over himself. I'm thinking about it.
That's another clue.
That post-pop clarity, like, oh man. Then he looks back down at his phone and he's like, oh my God, close it, close it, close it.
Bringing out the ultraviolet lights tonight to find the evidence. I was going to ask
This week
Rachel.
on We've
I was going to ask
Inspired
Rachel.
CSI.
There was a name for a collection of gackles or crackles. What was
Oh
it?
yeah, grackles.
Yeah.
What was that?
Yeah,
Tell us about
I heard
the
them again
grackles.
today.
Did you really?
Oh my god, I love them. Yeah, I know exactly what they sound like. Yeah, it's a plague.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's right. A plague.
a plague.
They're
It's
Oh,
always,
there's
weird.
some
They
other kind
sound
of
like
bird?
metallic. Hmm.
they
Like
have
another
there's
bird? I'm sorry, we've never met. Hi, Rachel. I'm Sean. Nice to meet you.
Hey, Sean, it's nice to meet you.
I'm so sorry, Sean.
No, it's
I
okay.
guess we haven't
I've seen you on the
all
show.
spiders, right?
Yeah, you seem familiar to me too. But so this is a different kind of bird, a greckle.
Yeah, they're black.
Never heard of this.
Yeah, when you look at them in the sunlight, they're actually not black. They're really iridescent, and some of them tend to be more on the brown side. They're really beautiful. they have a really strange sound. If I could find it, I would. But
They're a little sleeker than a crow.
yeah,
They're
they're a
a
little
little
Yeah,
bit
I never
smaller
knew
than
their name till
crows.
just now. Thank you for
Right,
telling
yeah.
me. This is like bird education night.
Yeah.
A grackle, because I've seen these guys around. And you said they're called the plague?
Yeah, that's apparently. I tried to find more
Well, a
information
plague,
on
a
it, and that's what I
murder,
came up with.
a plague of grackle.
Murders of crows, Parliament
Parliament
of
of
owls.
owls.
What do you guys call a gathering of spiders?
Yeah, I was just thinking that exact same thing.
We'll put a pin in that and come back. Maybe someone in chat will have an answer to that question. What do you call a gathering of spiders?
A horde.
So I've got another owl dollar bill trick.
Is this the $1 bill?
Mm-hmm.
One?
It's not as obvious.
Where?
Now that's
Hold
an
on.
owl too.
If I move my hand, it works better. But you've got the nose, the two eyes, and it's even got little horns in the corner there.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
And it kind of reminds me of Sean's sketch, just a little bit.
Yeah, I just started randomly kind of
Uh-huh.
loose associating, and there's a lot
Yeah.
of details you can't see, but
Mm,
Yeah.
cool.
Wow.
just like
Yeah.
taking notes in class, you know. The teacher say, "What are you doing?" So, well, this is when you were talking about this part of the cell, and over here is when you were talking about history. You know, like
And this is when you were demeaning to us, so I turned you into a giant penis.
exactly. And maybe a gathering of spiders is called the grackle.
A grackle of spiders.
That might be taking it too far.
So here, okay. So back to the story. I mean,
But wait, there's more.
but wait, there's
Right.
more. So because this thing keeps unfolding. I mean, as we speak, this thing is like. Okay, let's see. Video settings.
My internet went down for a minute. Was it okay for you guys?
Well, I think
Yeah.
we're all good. I haven't seen any problems.
I think
So
we're
s-
good. I'm just trying to share my screen and not being able to. That's my fault.
Stella Moon says
Who's
that
the
a group
stream?
of spiders is known as a clutter or cluster.
I was gonna say sewing circle, but
That's actually that's
That's funny.
A
That's really
group of
good.
Spiders known as a cluster. What?
A cluster of spiders.
okay. Is it? Am I? What? Oh, here it is. I can't. Okay, now we got it. Are we seeing this now?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So about this time, I'm sharing these on Facebook. I wasn't quite on Instagram yet, but I'm sharing all these owl baby pictures and eggs and stuff on there. And so check it out. There's 4 of them this time. 4. There was only 3
Wow.
there was 3 the year before, and this time there was 4, which apparently is pretty rare. I did not expect these to make it because it was getting cold. And we had a little bit of a cold snap in the spring
Uh-huh.
that year. But it didn't make any difference whatsoever. There's Ma in the tree. So they would take turns, the male and the female ish, but it was mama. Like Peter wouldn't he doesn't sit on the eggs, but he will guard the nest for sure, so that she can leave maybe twice a day, like for an hour or 2, I think. But while they're babies, like she's on top of them. And when they hatch, after they hatch like this, they're just in and out, constantly feeding. Like go out, get them food, come back. Like there's no night shift or anything. It's just 24/7. They're feeding these babies and they're growing fast. So like, here we go. Oh, yeah, I forgot. I dropped my phone. trying to get a shot of him.
It looked like the one moved and came out. It looked like the owl came out.
Oop.
Because the way you drop your phone, you see movement first, and then you drop it. So
Uh-huh.
it looks like you're getting like that's too
Getting
close,
packed
man.
out. Yeah,
Yeah.
no.
Oh
They're
yeah.
mauled.
Yeah. So that's like maybe 12 feet from the base of the nook to the ground where my phone landed. And it's probably a good thing it landed right there because there's tons of bones and from the owl pellets all over the ground right here. And
Dang.
from there,
Nice.
there it is.
Nice.
Okay, so here, I'll show you what I actually got this time. There they are.
Oh,
Hello, fluffies.
Nice. Nice.
So here's like, this is probably about a week. They're,
yeah, face.
they're goofy. They're hilarious. So these I named because you could see that they definitely have characters.
Yeah, it looks like Gonzo to me.
Yeah, yeah, it does. Or a Gelfling, or what do they call them? Skeksis. Skeksis.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
Skeksis before they grow up and get all evil, huh?
Yeah, right. So these I named. There were two older ones. They were the bigger ones, and I'm pretty sure those were the females because the females are always bigger, and the other two didn't get ever as big as the other two. So I was assuming those were males. Not sure, but I think so. But so it was two females, two males, and I named them Laverne and Shirley and Lenny and Squeaky.
Nice. Oh, looks like you might have got frozen.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, Gordy's frozen on my screen. You guys seeing the same thing?
He's frozen, yeah.
Don't worry, Gordy, we got you.
Okay. Okay.
There you
Yeah,
go.
now you're there. You were frozen up for a second.
Oh, I see. Okay. Looks like it's all right now.
Cool.
Okay. So
Oh, these are great pictures, man.
this is Laverne. She was always the more outspoken one, little defender. And I think this is Shirley, and then Lenny, and Squiggy was always in the back. And oh, this is a great one. Here we go. So again, I'll drop this in the Telegram.
What do
There's
you want,
Squiggy.
Gordy?
Leave me.
Yeah. Why don't you get out of here?
I'm trying to
That's
poop.
great picture, man. That's great.
I'm trying to poop on a rock. Leave me alone.
Man, you know, it makes me think of the Sphinx because of the stripes. They're like bangled, almost like a tiger. You know?
Mm,
Yeah.
yeah. That's that camouflage that blends in perfectly with the leaves of the acacia tree. Also,
That is
they
so cool.
they just disappear. So going back to sharing this stuff on Facebook, I was sharing some of these in the Lindsay's Eyes Open group.
Uh-huh.
And so we were starting to have some pretty deep conversations about owls and stuff, and symbology and so some guy goes, hey, do you think, or they go, did you just go through like a traumatic experience or something? Like, did you have like something big in your life change or happen? I'm like, yeah, this is somebody that doesn't know me really. I mean, you're just in a wildlife chat, I think,
Yeah.
because I was in those too. They don't know me from Adam, and I never shared any of that stuff of being in rehab or anything on Facebook or any of that because my family's all in there. I don't want them up in my shit,
Yeah.
So I'm just sharing these with wildlife groups and in Eyes Open, and somebody goes, "Hey, do you think you might have been having a shamanic initiation?" I'm like, "What are you talking about?" Like out of the blue. I'm like, "Okay, woo woo. No, it's just an owl. It's just a real owl. They have feathers. I have feather. You know, it's just a real owl." And he's like, "Yeah, but you know, owls are spirit of rebirth and being able to see things that others can't see, and that the illusions is shedding all the illusions of your life."
Yeah.
And he said, "You know, this might be a shamanic initiation for you." And I'm like, "Oh, you know, it's one of those things you just got to stop talking and take in. Like, I can't interact with this person anymore because my mind is just swimming like crazy, right? Trying to backpedal and figure out what the hell just happened, because he's right. Like, whoever it was, because so here's the thing. After that, I tried to go back and see who that was because I thought it would have been Lindsay, but it wasn't. And it wasn't any of my other friends that think this way, you know, that
Yeah.
look beyond the material, that, you know, to try and embrace a spiritual perspective. You know, none of my friends or family are going to do that. You know, the people that know me, like really know me, they're the only ones that would even reach that with me in a public setting, you know? So it was weird.
Right.
And I went to go look back and it wasn't there.
Of course.
So I'm like, no, I'm super freaked.
How long ago was this now?
This was, it'll be 2 years ago now. This was during the first clutch of babies. And right around the same time that I talked to Catherine O'Shea about them. And so I was really, so also she had mentioned that they were part of my Amakua, which is like spirit family in Hawaiian. And she didn't know that I had some Polynesian past life memory kind of things. And she had mentioned that in it, that you know, this is your Amakua Poeo, the owl family, your spirit family.
Huh.
This is your totem.
Yeah.
And then when that guy said that about the
Yeah.
spirit totem, what the spiritual meaning of owls was,
Yes.
you know, I can't not take that seriously.
Yeah,
No, it's
man.
like the message is coming in super stereo, especially if it, like if it comes and it's from the unidentified person and then vanishes, plus 2 or 3 other things. I mean, you can't really discount it.
Yeah. So another thing with the Pixies, the only other time, so every time I observe something with them, I try to dig into Audubon or owl, you know, forums and wildlife forums and talk to people who know better. I have a niece who works at the Desert Wildlife Museum, the Sonoran Museum here, and they've got the owl thing. So I always try and like check in with them. Have you seen this? And they're like, yeah, that's cool. They're pretty cool with you. So, you know, as long as you don't betray that trust, you know, I think you're cool. So I would always check with them about behaviors and things. And they didn't know anything about, I asked somebody about the hummingbird behavior and they didn't know anything. But I found an Audubon article from NAU that up in Northern Arizona, that it was the only other time that the symbiotic relationship, it's not totally symbiotic because it's just a temporary agreement kind of thing where this time of year, the hummingbirds come and the owls will be bouncers for a while. It's like, that's another thing that like I couldn't ignore, that that's a pretty rare occurrence, and it's happening in my tree while I'm sitting there. And
Yeah.
so there's another one, you know, it just kept going on and on and on. And so when I go out there and meditate, I really try to listen to the earth, like just actually listen to nature.
Yeah.
And at the same time, I was losing just shit tons of weight because I was doing a high fat. So basically, I did no wheat, no sugar, no soy, strict, right? And then as organic as I possibly can, and make my own meals and add good fats into it, grass-fed butters and this kind of stuff. Cost a fortune, but it worked like a freaking charm and way cheaper than any medical bill. So all in all, I've lost 90 pounds and I'm off. I got off 22 different medications since that time.
Woohoo! Congratulations, brother. That's big news, man.
Yeah,
That's
thanks,
important.
buddy.
That is beautiful.
I stopped having seizures almost immediately after going on this thing because I was having seizures at night and I didn't even know it. And my sleep was so screwed up anyway that it was a bad situation. But like my brain function, there's still things that I'm not getting back, like names, you know, and things. But my God, I would have been dead. Like I would have been a zombie had I not done this 2 years ago with what happened, you know, in 2020. Like I'd have been a fucking basket case, I think. If I hadn't figured this shit out before all this happened and figured out that I was okay on my own, like I didn't need fucking doctors tell me anything. I knew the answers.
Yeah, buddy.
The eyes
Those
of the
fuckers are
owl
just trying
staring at us.
to poison me over and over again. So like,
Yeah, and they're doing it in a trance. They don't even realize it's not like they're just malicious people.
no, they don't.
They're trained like hardcore to follow this horrible regimen, and it's a nightmare.
Yeah. And that's taken me a while. That took me a while, you know, to kind of give that forgiveness that they don't know what they're doing.
So, Gordy, got a question for you. I'm looking at the timestamp on the photo that you're sharing your screen. It says April 30th, 2020, and this is happening around that March and April 2020 time?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well,
Do you remember the first day that you noticed this?
Noticed the babies?
Yeah. I noticed the owls in general in the area.
Oh, it was February of 2019. Because I had just gotten back from rehab right before New Year's. And I still had a little bit of time off. So I took it just to get my bearings straight and figure out some sort of place in the world again. And that's when I started meditating, was February 2019. And it was probably 2 weeks into doing that where they were like full on watching me the whole time.
Yeah, those owls are watching us now on your screen share. Those eyes are so piercing. Yellow, warning, slow, owl, OWLS, anagrams to SLOW, slow, yellow eyes.
And this was a big part of it, Alan, is slowing down to hear your own thoughts, to figure out, slowing down your brain to just be able to have a coherent thought is really hard sometimes. But when we do that and like surrender to it, really surrender to it, like genuinely let a connection happen, cool things can happen. Like you find a confidence that I don't think you can get anywhere else. And a sense of self. I think that's the biggest thing is kind of being able to sit quietly in your sovereignty and hearing that the plants are actually kind of talking to you. It's not talking to you, but you feel a communication between yourself and the earth. And allowing that opens you up to a really much bigger world that we've been taught our whole lives to ignore.
Yeah, buddy.
That we're separate from nature. We're not separate from nature. We are nature. We are this oneness that you can't understand in an artificial environment. I don't think you can. You have to go out there. You have to experience it and live with it. Maybe it can be achieved. I shouldn't say that. I think it can be achieved elsewise.
So this is spot on. Like I gotta substantiate this big time. Like what Gordy's telling us, what Alan just said about slow and yellow, you know, and owl being an anagram, owls being an anagram for slow. There was a fellow who went out into the wilderness. I actually don't know where he was regionally, but he put recording devices around in the woods, and and then he left, and he recorded the sounds of the forest without him there. And he came back and he played them in fast forward and kept track for patterns. And he found a rhythm.
Cool.
In the rhythm that he found, he did it when he was doing he did a presentation, and he did it like by beating on his chest, and he kind of like was almost like beatboxing, but he was tapping on himself, and I recognized it right away. And so this rhythm consists of just trees creaking and, you know, branches scraping and very subtle sounds, but it's repeating itself over and over. And he was able to extract that by playing this extremely slow pattern in a sped up machine. And I recognize this rhythm is the samba of Brazil.
Wow, really?
Yes. And I know my boy Davin is watching out there. He knows the samba. That's something that, you know, we do in Capoeira.
I love Brazilian music. I love samba.
Yeah, man. So they have tapped into what you're talking about getting out there and slowing yourself down to such a degree that you're picking up the message that is playing all around you all the time.
Yeah. Have you ever dug into the girl from Ipanema, the melody of Ipanema?
I love that song so much.
So, okay, hold on to that. Let's put a pin in that one, because we'll have to come back to that, because that's a cool thing.
Yeah.
Where was I going? Oh gosh, I'm sorry, guys.
Do you have more photos for us to see?
Yeah, let's just see. Okay, so this is Peter again. He's got the white on his chest. There we are. You see Squiggy in the back. That's Laverne, Shirley, Lenny, and Squiggy. But they're like, those eyebrows, man, they are scoldy. You know when you've been bad. Here we're finally fledging. We've got this is Peter on the bottom, and I think Laverne on top here. And she's got that there's this fuzzy down time where they're
Yeah.
just going through a ball phase and they have no like real features other than just fuzz all over, and you can't really see their beak or eyes very well because it's just fuzzy. And they hide a lot. But their horns are just starting to develop there. There they come. You can see that camouflage starting
Nice.
like that. There's a fuzz coming off the baby down coming off. So this is okay. This was a little bit scary. They started fledging and they got kind of stuck in this area between a chain link fence and that concrete. That concrete is where that wall that she's sitting on right there, that connects to where the nook is. So, and this chain link fence is between the tree and the nook. So that's where they're at right now. But right down from here is where I caught the rattler.
You caught it.
Yeah. So it was a little, it was a different rattler than the last one. But I was, I don't want to be stupid about them, especially when they're on the ground. But I don't want to interfere also, trying to be part of the process. I don't want to, I don't know, want it to be as natural as possible. Anyway,
No,
this
that's deep, man. That's a hell of a compromise to make to try to even make peace with the rattlesnakes, but you have to do something. So, I mean, if you don't want to just kill them, then, whatever compromise you're willing to make, because I mean, it is a rattlesnake, so that's.
Yeah. I had to think about that a lot, how much I wanted them to see me. Those pictures that I have close of the nook, these ones, I'm holding I don't want them to see me close, so they don't imprint, So what I'm doing is holding my phone over the ledge. So they see the phone, but they don't see me. So,
right.
But because of that, they have a severe hatred of my phone.
I'll bet.
So now whenever I pulled out the phone to them, just those four, they'd be like, "Ah."
Yeah, like we're doing this again.
Yeah, I was just trying to nap. Okay, so here, oh yeah, okay. So they made it to the tree, but God, that's a cute picture. So they have this weird phase where their head is like a ball. It looks like a snowman, snowman head. And then once they're only maybe even a couple of days later, the horns start popping up. It's kind of neat. But they all start popping up. You can see those giant thorns of that tree. They're just cute little puffballs for a little while. And I eyeball you while the fledgling. I'm trying to work here.
The young ones move along and go find their own spot somewhere, or?
Yeah, so that's what happens is they will stick around for like this. This will be a couple weeks. And this is a great shot. I love this shot.
Oh, nice.
But they'll stick around the tree for maybe a couple months even, like coming in and out. But as soon as they can really wing it, they're off to the next bunch of trees because they can. It's almost like they teach them to hunt. Only takes them a couple days, it seems like. I don't know. They don't seem like they stick around. Once they get them really going, they're around for maybe a few weeks to a month, and they're gone. They already can take care of themselves. So it's a pretty fast process once they start fledging. Oh, this might be.
You're going to end up with a reputation for hundreds of miles in every direction.
Yeah.
I'm serious. Well, the owls will know. They'll know you. They'll just be like, "Hey, there's Gordy."
I think they do. I've had some around this area. He didn't turn his head, but This is a hot day. He's panting.
Yeah, you can see it.
That's Peter.
Nice.
Yeah, but I think they do. You know, I think they've been around here, and I probably live. It's 15 minutes down the road, so it's not exactly the same spot territory, but you know, I could definitely see them around here. In fact, over the last couple of months, I've seen 2 roadkill owls on my trek to
Oh,
work,
Yeah, that's disappointing.
and it hurts. like I probably would have never thought about that before this experience, but I'm like, because I mean, it's Arizona. There's roadkill.
mhm.
It happens. There's always a peccary on the road, or a coyote,
Yeah.
and sometimes some crows, but not very many owls. And I saw 2 a couple of weeks ago. But at any rate, so that bunch of babies was the last. Let's see if this is a head turn. That last bunch of babies was the last one, and that was in the spring of 2020. And they didn't have any babies the next year. So the spring of 2021, we didn't have babies. And so in November, December of 2020, they did this, the 5G conversion to the tower just outside this territory. It's outside of where the owls live. And since that point, they didn't nest. They were in the tree very seldom. Like I saw them every once in a while, but and then around summer, they just stopped coming. Like June, I think, was the last time I got pictures of them.
Oh, what a trip.
And
That's
so
nuts.
they just weren't coming. And it was like, these are just kind of mine remnants that are out in the desert. These are steel balls that are kind of all over the area that they used to grind the ore with. They put them
Oh,
in
man.
these big cylinders, and they'd grind
Yeah, that's a
stuff
trip.
with these. And it's all
I'd be
over the
tempted.
place.
Yeah, I'd be tempted to collect all those steel balls because they're just so fascinating.
I've got a few.
I'll bet.
But yeah, I collect a whole bunch of stuff out there. So some gears and stuff that are just out there, just hanging. But
Yeah.
during this time, I'm still like walking the desert as much as I possibly can, because I'm really starting to feel like this. Not only is the desert a sacred space, but it's talking to me as I'm exploring it, right? Like I found this really interesting what do they call it? Not a grave, but a memorial marker out
Yeah.
in the middle of the desert. Somebody that probably died just right there, and they put a memorial up to him just out in the middle of nowhere. Don't know the story about it, but it's always interesting. That's a cool one. But so yeah, they didn't come back. See, this might be the cardinal one. Oops. Yeah, no, that's just her watching me in the morning someday, and she's just right above me, like as close as my 8-foot ceiling, or 8 foot, 10 foot, 10 feet. She's probably 10 feet above me, right there, just hanging. So anyway, yeah, This changed me on so many levels. It's hard to quantify because it opened me up to, oh, this was February.
Oh, whoa.
This
Yeah,
February.
that's a trip.
Them in the snow, yeah. And Rachel, you know how often it snows in Tucson.
Yeah, not much.
Yeah, once a year if you're lucky, and usually it's something weird. Like
Yeah,
I think
it snowed when I was there.
How long were you here? 4 years?
Only like 9 months.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah. It was cold though. It was cold in the winter.
Yeah, people don't realize how cold it gets in the desert.
Yeah.
But yeah, this was this February, the start of the deluge of water. Oh, that's a good one.
Is it still going on?
Yeah, it rained twice this week, dude.
Wow. Because I was watching the dude that's
Crazy.
talking about all that orgone. I listened to that a week ago with Chance. I don't remember the guy's name, but he's just going off with the orgone, like over the top.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up, dude, because this is what happened is they didn't come back. The owls didn't come back. And so this was spring. It was just a cactus. But the owls didn't come back. And the only thing that I think could have been different was the tower, right? So I get with Mitch, that guy you're talking about.
Yeah. That's his name, Mitch.
And I'm thinking, Lindsay thinks it works. And so I had ordered some orgone from her. And I had this crazy experience when I gave it to my daughter. And she had a really powerful reaction with it, with her orgone. So I'm like, okay, well, there's something to this. I'll get some from this Mitch guy and see what it takes, because he's in Arizona.
I ordered a piece from Lindsay too, and I'm gonna. I thought it was bigger. I don't know if you guys can see that or not, but
right on.
I just fell in love with this one when she posted up her most recent link, and I'm gonna gift it to my girl. So I'll let you guys know. I'll keep you on the update. But I'm gonna. It's got kind of rough edges. It's not finished. I don't think she meant it as a charm to wear or anything. So I'm gonna try to soften the edges and put some leather around it or something, because I told my girl it was for her, and as soon as she saw it, she's like, "Oh, I want to wear it." I was like, "Well, let me finish it then." So, but I'll keep you guys on the update.
Well, this is what the intention thing comes in. This intention of when they make the orgone, that it kind of holds whatever kind of. It's like a spell, if you're doing.
Absolutely.
And the intention that you put into this thing, whatever it is, I think, but whatever this is, this formula works. Because he sent me a big box of like 20 earth pipes. And so he calls it gifting the towers. And I put, so this thing, check this out. Warning, do not dig underground facility. As I am exploring all this area of desert. There it is. Yeah. So this is right near where that sign is. There's all sorts of, it's practically ghost town where I live out there.
Is that a facility there?
No, this
My
is
office. Welcome.
yeah, exactly. So that's what I was trying to look for any way to get underground after seeing that sign, and this was just an old bridge, an old ranch bridge. And this is all this stuff place used to be old ranching areas. So there's kind of like abandoned buildings and ranch barbed wire and stuff all over the place. But where open range used to go through. It hasn't for many, many, many years. But there's all sorts of ranching remnants, but also they've got this freaking AT&T underground facility on one side of my building right here. Now the other side is the giant 5G tower that they put over there. And now the owls didn't come back. So I'm thinking, okay, fuck it. I'm going to get Mitch's earth pipes and try this and see what happens. He sends them to me. I put two around, gifted two around that tower between the tree and the tower, and they came back.
Yeah, I saw your picture. Oh, cool. Oh no, I thought you were talking about the people, the workers. No, that's
Oh
great.
yeah, so yeah, that's another tower. That's an adjoining tower. So once I did that one and the owls came
Brilliant.
back, once I did that one, the owls came back. I'm like, okay, cool. I'm gonna go do this other one. So I did the other one, and I was walking back in the desert from one of my walks, and one of my coworkers and I were talking, and people are kind of noticing this around the office. This is what's really interesting, is that people around the office notice, because they know my obsession with these owls. And I went and did a thing, and I told a couple of the guys what I was doing. I'm like, don't you mind me, you go do your own thing, because you never listen to me about shit anyway. So just, forget what I'm doing.
Right.
And so I did it, and the owls came back, and the guys were like, hey, dude, what did you do out there? Like, yeah, fuckers, I took care of it.
Nice.
So they came back,
Yeah.
and
Gordon.
they had to work on the other tower. The next day, they had a big crane on that tower, and I'm like, oh, like, I bet there's a bunch of what the fuck's going on with those engineers trying to figure out what's going on with that thing, because there's no way you would be able to find those out in the middle of the desert.
Not unless they've got some kind of a detector.
Yeah.
That's just it.
Which is, I have no idea where exactly they would be anymore.
Yeah,
and that was only a couple weeks ago, which is cool.
Because that way, even if they want to try to say, hey, we're holding somebody to task, like, I don't know, I didn't mark it. You're right.
Yeah.
You think it messed with the tower?
Didn't Mitch explain that?
Yeah, Mitch, I think, explains it the way that it changes the wave.
Right.
It spreads the wave out is one of the theories, that because 5G is such a condensed wave, that the orgone with the vibration of the earth might spread that out, making it a more
making it useless.
I don't know if it's useless, but there's definitely
Like
a signal difference.
Softens it or something.
It softens it.
Yeah, but to answer the question that Sean was kind of asking, the idea that if there's some sort of interference to the signal on the tower, and engineers are sent out to do readings and measurements and investigate and try to improve it and optimize it, and then if they are told that they need to also extend their job into searching and digging for fool's gold in the ground, or whatever rocks or stones or minerals may exist in the ground, then you've overextended their job, and now they're asking questions as to why are we digging in the desert for woo-woo crystals, and does that legitimize the gifting? So if you now fight that battle, it becomes a legitimization of Mitch's gifting work.
Right, because they're having to notice, they're having to do extra work. And then, like, for some people, that's going to click. Like, seriously? Like, stupid hippies are screwing around out here, and we're having to put in time on the clock? What's going on, man? And
yeah, real engineers are going to start asking real questions about what's going on, legitimizing what's going on, and then in turn that legitimizes why the gifting is happening. So then that is like, well, we don't want to give credit or credence to this woo-woo and the fear of the ABCDEF 5G, the scales of the sound, the monochord, the waves, the rhythms, all of this. It's like the engineers know what they're doing. They're trained to put up the towers. But if they're said to have to keep those towers in tip-top shape by going around and digging in the desert, dowsing for water, and sort of divining where they're going to find crystals in the ground. That's just crazy talk. That's crazy talk. We can't legitimize that.
And those
Yeah, so they'd have to
technicians, they'll
in
be
a way
out
that
there.
makes it beautiful, Alan, because then that means they have to do it all under a cloak of darkness and secrecy. So now you've got like the ultimate, just what we want. Can we bait you guys into a spy versus spy game where we improve the character of the terrain so quickly and effectively that you can't possibly, you're squandering all your resources and failing to do your job effectively to try and just figure out what the hell it is we are doing. That's,
Right?
because when I listened to that first Mitch interview, I had an overwhelming sensation and a feeling to get involved. And this is the first piece of Orgone I've ever bought. And I just had that feeling. And I've had this feeling lots of times. And I usually do heed it, but I don't knee-jerk reaction to it anymore. So it's just like, okay, so the Orgone thing is happening. And it's going to move into my sphere. And I either have to accept it or reject it, or if anything, put it in limbo and, procrastinate it. But I mean, I didn't procrastinate. I've got a little piece of it, and I was going to look on Mitch's site and start to see what it takes to build some. And
Yeah,
like I
apparently
thought,
he's got-
I thought Chance said that his mom's business might have some kind of a resource of metal shavings as a part of the byproduct of whatever. I don't know what she's doing, but and it made me think of other places. Like there's a place in Walla Walla called Nelson Irrigation, and they make these huge farming sprinklers. And my buddy in high school, who was the drummer in the heavy metal band I played in, used to be his job to spin the chips. So they would have all this coolant fluid that they would put, because some of these sprinklers are stainless steel, most of them are aluminum, but they would have 50-gallon drums of chips coming from the manufacture process, and he would have to put them in this huge centrifuge and spin them to get all the coolant off so that they could send them off to be recycled. And I thought, man, I wonder what it takes to get metal on that level. If we could get somebody that's willing to just part with it for free or get it, a lot of time if stuff's heavy, especially if you just come take it away, people do not care. Like you're just going to take it away. Like you're going to preempt our recycling process and just take it away. I mean, obviously stainless steel, those guys are going to recycle the hell out of that, but it doesn't mean that opportunities aren't available where we could start making more of these pipes.
Yeah, I think so, man, because it looks like pretty simple. I haven't watched his how-to video yet. I think he just did it. So, because I've watched some guys do it and they make it really complicated. I don't think it needs to be that.
No, that's the other
complicated.
thing is I've watched quite a bit back in the day. Sorry to interrupt, but like it seemed like whatever he was talking about was on some, like he has a real grassroots vibe.
Mhm.
Like it's like not something I've seen around for a long time. Like he's doing the work, man. I was already like, whoa, this guy is.
He's seriously doing the work, man. Because
I've only been seeing it for less than 2 weeks. I've been following his stuff just in the feed, and he's got boxes. I mean, he must be dumping bank into this. I mean, but more than that, he's dumping his time. He said he was trying to debunk it when he went to figure it out. So I mean,
well, it's kind of what I was doing. I was just wanted to prove it to myself. I wasn't trying to debunk it, but prove it to myself. And it's amazing.
The owls are back, man.
The owls are back. I don't know how to make any clearer evidence.
We're doing by doing the woo woo, we're doing the bidding of the owls.
Yeah. Yes.
Woo, woo,
Yeah.
woo, woo.
That's funny. Oh, you just reminded me of something. When we were young, if all the kids were saying "who" too much, like "who did this, who did that, who got the candy, who got the toy," some of the adults in my family used to say, they'd say, "Who, your feet don't fit no limb. Your feet don't fit no limb. You're not no owl. Stop saying who." And I haven't thought about that for years. Your feet don't fit no limb.
Nice.
Gaia Sophia reminds us the owls are not what they seem in Twin
Yeah, man.
Yeah, Twin
Well,
Peaks.
that's true. I think I was telling Gordy, like I can hear them. There's some in our neighborhood, and I don't know exactly which trees they're sitting in. They're not ours, but they're really close. And I leave my window cracked, and I've been hearing them at like, it must be around 3. I keep wanting to say 4, but I feel like it's earlier. And I can hear them going back and forth. And there have been a couple times where I swear to God, I hear them laughing. Like they have like they almost sound human. Like I can hear their banter like that early in the morning, and you hear owl banter. It's
The chatter
sounds-
is different than you can tell that when they're comfortable and they're talking and when they're alert too. Like
Mhm.
it's a different who, like that. There's a lower
yeah, it's
when
like
there's something bad or something like, hey dude, check it, dude, check it.
like, should I be hearing this?
I know.
I'm eavesdropping.
I feel dirty right now. But yeah, there's like, that's really cool. It's everybody's
interesting.
having it. It's wild. And it's like I say, it's just something I couldn't ignore, and that's what opened me up to trying a lot of very different things that I don't think I would have ever tried before. Like, I've always known I've kind of had a healing bent, like a I don't know, yeah, a healing bent, I guess, like energy healing, like has worked for me before, and it's been hit or miss, and like I never knew how to kind of direct that, but it got me into being out there and meditating with them, got me into trying qigong out there with him, and so it really helped me focus. Like, so I'm going to try and teach some guys to see if I can teach somebody else how to do it, and then maybe hopefully do it more to be able to like kind of hone my own skill. You know what I mean? So
Yeah. I've always
like-
wanted to try qigong.
like, because you can pass that healing to somebody else, and it so far it's worked remotely really well, I think, every time I've tried it. So I'm going to try and focus on that, because it seems to be working. And when you can kind of like be out in nature and like kind of soak up that calm chi from the animals, from nature and the ground. When you put your hands in the dirt and you're open to hearing the earth and feeling the earth, like it will speak to you. It's not a language that you're going to recognize as a language, but there's a vibe. Like you can feel it go between your hands and the earth. It helps your depression. They have scientific data that people's hands in the dirt helps with your dopamines. So the less time we spend out ungrounded in an artificial environment is genuinely killing us, I think. This is what this rewilding, I think, is about. And Mitch has been on it. He started this orgone thing, I think, about 6 months ago. Maybe that was the first time I heard about it, but it hadn't stopped raining since July 4th weekend. It's almost Halloween.
Yeah.
It's been raining. And I was born in Tucson, and I've lived a bunch of different places, but I've always come back to Tucson. So I've known Tucson's environment and their seasons really well since I was a little kid. And this is not the same area that I lived in 10 years ago. It's you could see all those pictures of the blooms and stuff. Like the springs are ridiculous. Like even in the fall, like all these flowers and butterflies. Oh, by the way, everybody should follow me on Instagram. It's Gordy_TWO_shoes. And I share probably too many owl pictures.
No such thing. No such thing as too many owl pictures,
No.
especially not when you have that connection. I mean, I just love seeing owls anyway, but when you got this whole backstory, I was going to offer to help you make a book because I just did some client work for a guy, and it's just kind of weird, you know. Like I've done some artistic stuff for people, and so now they'll hit me up, and he just had me compile a really simple photo book. Just with one of these photo book services for somebody who was moving out of their house and they wanted the pictures to remember what it used to look like, you know. But it made me think, as easy as that was, if me and you really hunkered down with all of your pictures and maybe transcribe some of the testimony that you're giving about your experience and just compile it all into one of those nice shiny picture books with the whole story, I think it'd be brilliant, man. And it wouldn't be like we don't have to take the mindset of it being like, we're going to write a book, you know, and then put this pressure on ourselves, like, you know, like we're trying to perform. Like we could just document what you've been talking about into a photo book with a lot of text and pictures, and we could artistically render some of it if we wanted to. And I've been thinking about that this whole time. Like, I think if you're interested, it's something I would definitely pursue with you.
Man, that's project number 3. That's cool.
That would be cool.
Where is Mitch based out of?
He's in Sedona.
Okay.
Yeah. So he's in the Phoenix area a lot. And
Awesome.
I've not met him in person, but we live, I mean, I guess he's probably maybe 3 hours away. I should definitely get up to visit him at some point because he's doing good work, man. I've donated to him. I think everybody should, because it's changing things. Like, okay, so here's the other thing that's changing people, particularly when those guys who have ignored me about every single thing about COVID being, oh shit, the thing being bullshit. I don't want to get us banned because I'm totally terrified that I'm going to get you guys in trouble. And
It's all right, man. I mean, we
self-censorship sucks.
They
we're
took
all
down,
subject to say what
they took
comes
down one
naturally
of
to
our
women.
episodes.
Yeah,
Oh,
they
yeah?
took down one of our
They,
What
they,
episode?
they deleted one of our episodes when we were talking about words that I hate self-editing, self-censoring.
No, that's a great way to say it. Words. You
We
know?
are
We said words and they got
detectives.
mad, so we're not going to say those words.
Yeah, we are detectives, not health professionals tonight.
Yes, we are detectives. So the guys noticing what I'm doing with the owls and getting them back with the little things because they look like just some hippie shit to them. And I'm like, yeah, you guys didn't listen to me about, you thought I was all nutso about that shit, but there's documentation for all that shit. That's nothing. This is woo-woo. And
Yeah.
this is real life. So guess what? Your reality is really small. In fact, one of them came to me and asked me, he's like, one of your owls just tried to dive bomb me. That thing hates me. I'm like, yeah. Why do you think that is? He's like, I don't know. They just like you. I go, yeah, because you know why? Because you're full of McDonald's and bullshit.
Right.
Like your chi is like, ugh, sounds like, it must smell like toxic waste.
Because they're probably
them,
scared
you
to
know?
death of you, Gordy. Your
Oh,
owls, like you've
those
got,
guys, yeah.
you've got familiars that are literally threatening and attacking them.
Yeah. Yeah, and they defend me, and I try to defend them. I have talked to the superintendents also about this after that thing happened with the water pipe. We kind of made an agreement that, you know, you guys aren't going to build on that side of the building, right? Because we had a superintendent change, and so the old man retired, and we got this new feller, and so one of the first things I'm like, hey, you know, we got some actual real wildlife, not those loonies who were trying to keep people from chopping down trees because there was some rare owl out there. This is an actual real owl family that you're going to be fucking with if you build on that side of the building. And they're like, oh, wow. And I show them all the video, you know,
Nice.
here's the Gila monsters. Here's the roadrunners that come and knock on my window. Here's the, you know, like we got to be part of nature. We can't be taking over this shit and putting fucking underground facilities. We don't know what the fuck is under there or what it's doing to us because it's unmarked.
Mm.
And they don't have to. I've tried to go look for some sort of schematics or something. I don't even know where to go for something like that. I'm sure some, county registrar's office might have something about it, but I don't know what that facility, underground facility, is over there. Not
Have
a
you
clue.
gifted the facility yet?
I gifted between it and the building. I don't know where it actually is
Mm.
because those signs are there's 4 of them along kind of a 4 or 5 mile square.
Right. That's a big piece of real estate. That's a large parcel of land that you're talking about.
Yeah, it's a good chunk. Are you looking at the Google Maps of Vale School District?
No,
Right now?
sir. No,
Oh, that's a good idea. I should
not
do that.
investigating that. No
You
way.
can see my.
Nope, that's too hot. Nope, stay away. It's so
I mean,
funny.
a better
What did you
question
say?
is, do you want to know what Alan Marcus is investigating? Now, this is a smart question
You
to
know,
ask
I don't.
yourself.
Do I want to know? Yeah.
Do you want to know what
Do
Alan
I
Marcus
really
is
want to
investigating?
know?
And I mean, that's
Oh,
I'd say
I mean-
even the agents that might be investigating us, they have to be also answering that question. So the joke of what my FBI agent saw is great because sometimes I wonder, like, are these guys like, screw this, man, I'm ignoring him, I don't care, everything's running and recording, but I'm not looking at this. I wonder that.
Yeah, right. That
Like when the
whatever-
cameraman sets up the
he's
camera and he
looking at-
steps back, he's like, the red button turns it off, man. It's pointed right where you want it, but I'm not standing here and recording this.
Yeah,
Everything
it's
can be on,
that
I'm
movie,
leaving.
The Lives of Others, with the Stasi, right? And they're like paying attention to specific people, and all they do all day is just watch them and just pay attention and take notes. And like,
Yeah.
are you boring them, or are you really exciting them? Are you confusing them? Well, what are you doing? It's your life, your story.
Yeah, and that's it. Nikki
Do
Rapano
it.
taught me that. She said that she that's the lady who wrote the book about communitarianism, and she lives out in Alaska. She said that she requested her file, and they sent it to her, and she couldn't believe all the small talk and the gossip and all the nonsense that was in there. Like the finest detail of what they're building their compass and their prism map layers with is everything. They're gathering all data. And so she said at that point, she decided if that's what they're really doing, that she's going to make that file so overwhelmingly big that it has to represent her in some way. And so I took that's why I'm all over every social media outlet. If I'm going to be involved, I don't lurk. Usually I participate, and I try to participate within the rules without feeling like I'm censoring or limiting myself. And it's a
Yeah.
challenge. It's a big challenge, obviously, but to me, that's the smart way to do it if you're going to be on the internet. It's either go all in or just get off the internet, because the internet is not something we understand,
Yeah, when you were mentioning Bixby earlier, or Siri, or all these AIs and digital assistants, I mean, it's like they're not human. They don't know what's going on. And if you have the technology and the tools at your disposal, but you're like, I don't think I want to use this because I don't know how it's going to be used against me. So you only use the technology like 49% of the way, it just fails you 100% of the time. So
Yeah.
either use it or don't use it. Don't half use it and then expect to rely on it. And then when it fails you, blame
Wonder why, yeah.
yourself. Right. So
yeah, they're
it's
going to
like,
use it against you anyway. I mean, no matter what, they're going to use it, if they want to. I'm not saying they will, but the idea that
right.
the internet is forever, folks. I mean, it's forever. So if you're going to put your stuff up there, either do it or don't, because we don't get to get it back.
Did you all see the movie Third Eye Spies, the Psychic Spy Wars? Right. There are no secrets. So digital, analog, do you write it on paper in a notebook? Do you have that thought? I mean, if you're so concerned about keeping secrets, you're not living your life. So if you live your life online and everybody knows who you are, where you live and you're authentic,
Well, and
that's
if you're,
that's your alibi. You are true.
Yeah.
exactly.
Nothing to hide. There's nothing to
Excellent.
search for because it's all there.
Yeah, that's an excellent point,
Mhm.
Alan, because this is one of the things that I've been on for a little bit is putting love back into the machine because it's going to be there anyway. So we better be putting our best intention into it, I think.
Yeah. And it's a challenge.
It's very, very hard. Very hard.
Like I said, I've been doing the same thing. Like every single thing that pops up to me, especially if it's technological, like I was talking about Walmart and Amazon Prime and all that kind of stuff. If I'm gonna give it my consent and my energy, then I'm gonna own it. Like I love Amazon Prime. It's fucking amazing. It's great. It serves me well. Okay, it's hard for me to say that out loud because it's cringe as hell. Like, how could you say you like Amazon? Like, well, I do. I mean, the truth is I'm not willing to cut my cord to it, and I don't believe it would help if we all did anyway. I think it's too late. This thing's alive like a Leviathan.
Yeah.
It's not, you're not going to pull your energy back. They kept all that energy that they put into it. And if you know about how they designed it linear. They didn't make any profit off of it forever. They just made it get everybody onboarded, so that now they can make it move,
Yeah, and wasn't Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp down for a large part of a day this week?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
It's because of that whistleblower lady, Alan.
Well, yeah, but they had said it was the largest outage in 10 years. I'm like, they went 10 years without upgrades? Today was upgrade day.
People were jumping off of their 10th floor apartment buildings, probably.
I'm sure they were.
Without
I'm sure
Facebook.
some people committed suicide.
They did a complete restart of the system for the first time in 10 years. That's all I'm thinking about.
Yeah,
What
yeah.
upgrades?
Yeah. And we had a bunch of new recruits come over to Telegram.
Telegram.
Mm.
Yes.
Was it 70 million?
That's what I heard.
Wow. 70 million. That's just what I think I saw.
Telegram itself is now a direct competitor as a leading social network. It can take on Twitch and YouTube for live stream because we can live stream video. We have our own channels. We can make our own radio station. We can do all of that within the Telegram app. And all of those features came online within the last few months.
Yeah, we've been experimenting with it a little bit.
Yeah, and I think we should use it more. Like explore these video chat things and these get-togethers are
And
pretty.
you can make it broadcast like radio, you said, Alan?
Yeah, you can have a stream going.
So we could put on a 24-hour streaming channel of whatever we want to throw up there that is, as long as we own it, or
Yeah, that's an
Mhm.
option. Yeah.
Yeah, now you
Yeah,
got
we could just have a flow channel where anybody wants to pop in and blow some ideas past somebody. You know,
That's what we've been doing, and I've been
That's what we've
encouraging
been-
people to do that. Is start little break-off group chats and
yes,
invite whoever you want specifically. I mean, invite
Mm-hmm.
them, ask them, say this is what it's about. Let's collaborate on some information gathering here.
hmm
Even if it's a dumb topic like pogs. Like I just want to show off my pogs
dude.
to my friends in a private pog group. Milk caps, bottle
Bottle
caps,
caps.
any collections that you have.
making
Have
me
you
think of the Pog Whacker.
That's what we're talking about.
The
Pogs.
I know,
slammer.
but I was thinking
Yep.
of the slammer.
Yep.
I never was big into that, but I had some friends who were. But I still had a nice slammer because I would play sometimes, and it makes me really like, where is it? What happened to my slammer?
Si-
Is it in a box somewhere?
That's that one comic book that I don't know where it is.
Yeah, I can't let it drive me crazy.
Yeah, it drives me
Comic
crazy.
book mention. There's an owl character in Watchmen who
Uh-huh.
directed the Watchmen movie and
Snyder.
the Guardians of Gahul movie.
Oh, did he do Guardians Gahul too?
Yeah, Zack
No joke.
Snyder
I
did
did not.
two
know
owl
that.
movies back to back.
Now, who was the director?
Zack Snyder directed a movie called Watchmen and then went on to do an owl movie after directing Owlman in Watchmen, I think.
Night Owl.
Night Owl.
Yep.
There you
Oh.
go.
Snyder.
Rachel, have you seen Chris Ann Zobby's work?
No.
She made so it reminded me of your kind of thing with the runes on the bottle caps, because she used pogs to make kind of a not a tarot, but it's a divining system. But she did a series of pogs, and that
Be cool.
kind of reminded me of something like Gabriel, you might be interested in, because her art is super cool too. I'll have to link it in. I don't even know if she's on Telegram yet, but she used to be in, excuse me, one of our old Facebook groups, and she's a phenomenal artist, but she divined this system. It seems to be pretty cool. But it reminded me of your bottle caps.
Do you have any Ricola?
I'd love to see that. I think you told me about it and it sounds super cool. I think
Did
that's a really fun way to divine.
Yeah, that'd be neat, I think.
Yeah.
Like using
I'd love
new.
to see it like happen.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I want to see it work. Exactly. But it reminds me of tarot a little bit. You know,
If you want to see it work, watch the latest episode of Interverse with Gabriel Slick Dissonant and myself, in which we open with a live oracle consultation with the I Ching. 3 men, each with a coin, flipping to form the lines. You have to see
nice.
it to
You guys
believe it.
divided the coins up.
That
Yeah, I
was
didn't. I
cool.
tuned in late, so yeah, I would definitely want to go
Yep.
back and see that.
Yep. That was the important point, is no one person could influence it, because we're just 1/3 of a line.
Yeah.
I was thinking about that earlier. Like, the age of the guru is dead. Like, it's dying. There are so many healers, so many diviners that I talk to, and they're so much more focused on empowering other people to do these things for themselves.
we have
I
to.
love that.
Yeah, I think this is how we advance, how we get off of the systems that we are in. Healers are the ones that are going to bring us out of this horror show of a medical system that we have.
Well, and it goes to like what the age of Aquarius really is a bunch of Leos, because what the system is trying to do is relive the age of Leo. That's what they're trying to do, where it's all pointed towards one thing. It's a pyramid scheme, guys. That's what they're trying to do. So if we all become little Leos, it works in a totally different way, because good leaders make more leaders. And so that's why, you know, healers are going to lead, but they're only going to be successful if they're going to be teaching you. If they're going to be in it all for themselves, it's not going to work.
Well, that's what I've noticed about the real leaders in our community, like Catherine and Lindsay, and like a lot of it, like you know, you've taught me about runes. I don't know any of that stuff, or tarot. I don't know anything about that, but that was the big thing with those two, is like, we want to teach you this stuff so that you can do it yourself. Like, I wouldn't have even crossed my mind that I could talk to animals until talking to Catherine O'Shea. But she's like, yeah, you can do this too, and I can teach you how to do it. I haven't done it yet.
Awesome. Yeah, I didn't think of that.
I would love to do a class. I wonder if we could do a group.
That would be cool.
With her.
She'd probably be down. She seems really chill and down to earth.
We should contact her.
Yeah, that'd be really neat. I wonder if we could like do a day class and like do a group setting, because when we've done, she's been in each of the one day of brightnesses that we do on the equinoxes, and it's been phenomenal every single time. I just bawl like a freaking baby. It's amazing. But there's a lot of healing.
I've had a strong feeling to jump in there, but I haven't been able to yet. So I'm going to try to hit this next one. Whatever Lindsay's next offering is for.
Yeah, I would suggest it, dude. I suggest it because it's always something very different. But I've been exposed to some pretty cool things through it. I mean, Chance did it. Chance did his healing tuning forks
Yeah.
during it, and it's pretty effective, even remotely. Like it's pretty amazing. And those are the kind of things like I really want to bend his ear about, because he's into qigong too. But I think that had a big influence in how I like healed my brain, really, is learning, because that's what I was trying to do is I mean, I don't know if this is a surprise to anybody, but I have an implant in what I think is an implant in my brain, but whatever. There's definitely a brain tumor between my pituitary gland and my frontal lobe.
A magnetic tumor.
Yeah, that one's not, I don't know that one's magnetic. It shows up on an MRI. And it sends signal to the other one. According to the patents, it sends signal to the other one in my neck to a central area.
Now, anybody in the audience that's hearing all this, there's an episode that Gordy did with Lindsay from Rogue Ways that explains a lot of this detail. I know it sounds like we just went way off the map, but we're not. We're all on task because we know, most of us know this information, but if you're not sure, if you're curious to get more detail, you can always watch Gordy's excellent episode with Lindsay on Rogue Ways. It's fascinating. It's terrifying. I was literally praying for you all the way through it. As soon as you started to tell the story,
Thank you, buddy.
Like, oh God, be with this man. What a nightmare. I mean, but hey, you're the kind of example the world needs, though. Somebody who's willing to talk about it, who's not afraid, is investigating it with courage. Is amazing, man. You're an example in the world of someone being able to deal with this without getting sucked into feeling secluded, insecure, scared, keep it a secret, you know.
Oh, I did.
That's really hard to do. I'm sure you did, but I mean, you made it through to this side where now you talk to people, you tell people what's up, and that's a big deal, man. I commend you very much for it.
Well, I can't, that's a part of living authentically. I couldn't not have it be part of my story anymore.
Right.
That was freedom, was doing that show was a huge release, I think.
Absolutely.
It was 15 years.
Being a release specialist myself, like it's definitely, that's a huge form of release,
Like that in itself could be a book, which I'm trying, but I've got two other ones going, and like that would be really cool though. That might be one of the part of the trilogy is an owl book.
Yeah. I mean, well, the idea too, to me, would be like for me and you to just be able to set aside time once a week or once every 2 weeks where we got a couple hours and we just spitball and brainstorm and we get something out, so that it's drafted out into a draft. We'll get a page here and a page there and just see where we end up. Just try and tell the story of the owls to whatever degree you can be satisfied with it, because it's your story. I'd be willing to help you. I mean, obviously we can't just hunker down and do 10-hour days on it or something. We don't have that kind of time. We got to live our life, but we could definitely set aside 2 hours every 2 weeks or something.
That'd be pretty cool. I wrote I should talk about that another time. But yeah, that'd be really cool. We should talk more about this, Sean.
Yeah, we need to get on a phone call anyway. I've been planning on doing that.
Yeah,
with you, so
we should, because I enjoy those calls. But yeah, what's your thoughts, fellas? Lady
Gordy, have you I believe it's on an episode of Higher Side Chats where they discuss how abductions and modern day ufology has a very close relationship to ancient fairy lore.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not sure the specific episode. Yep, here we go. But they talk about in fairy lore, people will have, they call it a blast. and it's basically that's where the word a blister comes from. And so it's a mark or an indicator, and it's kind of that phenomenon where people say, "Oh, I thought that was a dream," and then they actually have the scar from the interaction that proves it was not just a dream.
Mm.
And so that corollary of, and then there's the witch's mark, so that kind of led into the mythology of a witch's mark and identifying people who have been in league with the spirits, or who have stepped off the line, and now they have physical evidence on their bodies, so now we got to act a fool. But I just wonder if you've seen that or ever thought about that, the parallel between abduction and ancient fairy interaction.
Yeah, that's funny. Somebody just brought that up this week in
Okay.
the Telegram group, because they had experiences with kind of owl imagery with related to alien things. And
Yes.
I thought about that a lot
Mhm.
in the last few years, because I mean, my experience is an abduction. I don't believe it's alien,
Mhm.
but I don't have proof either way.
Right.
But it doesn't matter. I got to a point where that doesn't matter as much to me anymore,
Yeah.
because I went down that road for at least a decade of trying to figure out what happened to me and trying to know all the UFO lore and trying to know, because I knew, like, kind of had an encyclopedic knowledge at one point. And okay, here's another sink. Weird shit. Because that's my life. It's fucking weird. My father-in-law, my wife took care of my father-in-law when he was passing away. So she was their hospice caretaker when they were both dying. And so he and I would have these really deep conversations about UFOs. And like, he's the one that got me into hermetics, and, it has self-hypnosis and like the Silva method of meditation, of memory retrieval.
Mhm.
It got me on that path. He got me on that path. But as he was dying, we were talking about UFOs, and he's like, "Oh yeah, that's like my neighbor over there, my friend over in Exeter. He was abducted by aliens." I was like, "Oh yeah." He's like, "Yeah, they were you remember," like, he's talking to my wife, right? He's like, "You remember Barney, my friend Barney?" She's like, Chrissy's like, "Yeah, what?" She goes, "My friend Barney, his wife Betty, the mixed race couple." And I'm like, I did that. I did what you just did. I'm like, "Wait, what? What did you just say? What did you just say?" He's like, "Barney and Betty Hill, they were my friends." I'm like, you waited this whole time. I'd been married to his daughter for at least 30 years. No. It's been 30 years now. So probably like 20 years at that point, 15, 20 years. And he never brought that up. They were friends. And so my wife was like, "Oh, you know what? I do remember them. They were that couple that used to come over for dinner. They were old people, right? And I think I remember him holding me." And I'm like, "What?" They knew Betty and Barney Hill. I'm like, so this is the lore, right? I want to find out from, what's her name? Kathleen Marden. But they lived in that same neighborhood in Exeter, New Hampshire, where
Wow.
the Hills were at that time. And so they knew each other. So that's another weird thing. I don't know
That's
what to do
crazy
with
thing.
that.
No, that's just nuts, man.
That is something else.
So anyway,
That's like you're connected to the seed of the whole thing, directly connected to the seed of the UFO phenomenon in the United States of America and in the world.
Yes.
yeah, and I think about that with my stepdad, or my, well, yeah, fuck, my stepdad too. My grandfather was a World War II hero, and he was one of the first Seabees. And so he had all these crazy stories of bombing, of swimming under enemy docks and laying welding mines on enemy ships, and
Wow.
then getting caught, or not being able to get back because a weld wouldn't take. So it took him too long. So he missed the rendezvous, right? So he had to tread water for 24 hours under a dock with Japanese soldiers walking like maybe 3 to 5 feet over his head.
Wow.
And he was just sat there with a snorkel for 24 hours until they came back. Well, 23 hours. And they came back, and he survived.
That's amazing.
And he had some crazy stories. But I remember when I got into this company, that was a big deal to them.
Well, that connects everything to your implant story too, man. Like it all ties together, you know?
Yeah. And another thing that they were very interested in was the healing story, healing of my daughter's hand when she burnt it when she was really little. I'm like, oh, tell me about that. Like the counselors really wanted to know that, because there was a period of like where you had to sit down with a therapist and like go through your whole history. It's like a psychological test. And I remember that.
I don't think I
being
know
a
the
thing.
story about the healing. I don't think I've ever heard that story.
So my daughter was maybe probably not even a year, maybe a year. Really little, still really baby. And I was making her mac and cheese, and I had a cup of boiling water that I put in the microwave. Well, I had her in one hand, and I pulled out the water, and it's still boiling, and she sticks her hand right into it.
Oh God.
And her hand, like I lifted out of it, and it was just, it wasn't even half a second. It was just like, but their baby skin is so fine and thin that, it got red and bubbling immediately. Right. And I didn't even think. I grabbed her hand and prayed and had nothing in me left, put everything into that. And my wife saw it. She watched it happen. And she witnessed the bubbling of the flesh and all that. And when I pulled my hand away, it was fine.
Hallelujah. Yeah.
Like it was freaky. It was one of those, I got to reevaluate my life kind of moments,
I've had those kind of moments. I know what you're talking about.
So I guess I've always known it was there, but since I know it's there, it's possible. I know it's possible that we can train each other to do this.
Yes, sir.
That's what some churches try to do.
Yeah.
That's the kind of home I grew up in, is trying to do these things and trying to manifest this kind of healing.
Were you in a Pentecostal family?
It was Pentecostal, kind of charismatic, I guess non-denominational, more specifically Word of Faith, if you look any of that stuff up. But yeah, I think I've been around some situations where like healing was about to happen, or it happened a little bit, but there is somewhat a condition of the heart, depending on who you're dealing with. There are some people who live their medical life, and if they're healed, their whole identity is shattered. So,
Yeah.
so some of these people will get healed, but then it'll come right back. And I've been in a room where, we were trying to, we've prayed over one of my cousins like multiple times because she is deaf. And she's heard, she's had pops in her ears. It'll start. But I also know the interior. I know her very well. So I know that, to me, I think that she's holding her own healing up in a way because of her own life. And I love her dearly. I don't mean that to sound.
No, it's really hard to get out of your own way. I know I'm struggling with that myself right now. It's like, I know I'm right on the precipice of busting through a whole bunch of stuff. And it's just so hard to truly believe, Because it's easy to intellectualize it. Intellectualizing it is easy. You can make a mind picture of what you want or what you think is possible, but letting it actually flow through you is more like jumping in the fire.
Well, and there's some dissonance there too, because I've talked to her. We'll have we'll try to have deep conversations on anything spiritual, and I will hit a wall because some people choose to only see things through a specific lens. And if you cannot look through that lens, it doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. You could know anything about healing. If you can't find the right scripture, if Jesus didn't say, if it does not follow the formula, doesn't matter. And that is the biggest tragedy, really, to sit with people who need healing and people who could learn about healing and how all those things work, because it drives me crazy. It's like, don't you think Jesus knew all of this? Don't you think he knew physiology because he's the Son of God? Don't you think he understands energetic bodies, how it attaches to ours?
Yeah, he knows it better than any other creature ever. That's why the Logos, the man, God. Of course, he knows.
Yeah, I was reading Soul Healing Miracles by Master Zhi Shah. I hope I say that right, but he brings that up. He's like, this is exactly how Jesus did this. I'm teaching you how to do this.
Well, and that's what Jesus said. He said, you're going to do all these things and greater than what I've done, and people.
And you have to be open.
They poo-poo that. Like, it's required. It says if you're not better than the Pharisees, then you're not going to make it. And that doesn't mean that you're not going to make it to some secret finish line in heaven. It means you're not going to open up and flower and become who you truly are here now in the moment.
Right. And it's amazing to me because I think that we all have our own different healing signature. Everybody has their own method. There are things that we all are attracted to. We can learn different things, but ultimately you're going to have your own healing method that works for you. And that's still valuable information for somebody else.
I heard the word poo-poo. Are we talking about Winnie the Pooh and the wise old owl in that story?
Oh, yeah.
This wise old owl is a little bit dyslexic as he spells his name, I think W-O-L or something. He doesn't get the letters right. They sort of subvert that character trope of a wise old owl, and in some ways turn him into like the Nutty Professor, or what's the word for that? The absent-minded sort of wise old man who's got the wisdom, but not quite the mental capacity to carry on the thoughts clearly to their logical conclusions.
Yeah, we see that character a lot. Yeah, the old coot, the crazy doctor in the laboratory, or like I'd say Merlin in the
Sword and Stone.
The Sword and the Stone. He totally has, and he's got his Archimedes helping him too.
The White Knight talks backwards.
What's that?
Does he?
The White Knight talks backwards.
Yeah.
I contemplated that for a long time. The White Knight is kind of the druid. So this ancient knowledge, this ancient wisdom gets downplayed. It's your history. They just find a way to keep mythologically degrading your own ability to have all this.
Hmm.
It's fictional. It's so mythic that it doesn't exist. You could never have that. And those characters are always so mysterious, or they're, even the Romans would acknowledge how intelligent they were. So, I mean, you take everything they say with a grain of salt because they're the ones writing history. But at the same time, when they praise somebody, you do need to pay attention. But when you see these characters play out, it's so goofy that you can't take it seriously. Why would you ever want to explore that? Why would you ever think that you could do magic? Why do you think you could heal anybody?
Mm-hmm. That's another thing that kind of got me into Qigong is when I'm glad you're here, Rachel, because when you and I were talking about Doctor Strange, I remember thinking that some of those movements, they do are very Qigong.
Yes. Yes.
And especially the way Wong does them in the movie, like his style is very Qigong, about directing energy.
Yes.
And you can do that and it works. And I don't know how to explain that to people other than to do it sometime, but it works. And you can defend yourself that way with your chi.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's when you go into a threatening environment, you kind of put on this armor of chi, and it works. Like, and I'm sure that's how, because Freeman talks about this, about walking into a crowded concert for nothing because he was invisible to them. That he just kind of put this intention of invisibility on him as he went through, and nobody said a word. Like he just walked right through.
That's a great example.
And I'm sure he's right. I'm sure they just didn't even notice him.
Well, we all know it's real because we feel it on people who seem powerful, and we feel it on people who seem off or evil or something. Like if a dope fiend rushes up to you on the street with their schizophrenic babble, there's a lot of power coming through them, and you have to navigate it a certain way, or you could be in danger physically and spiritually. And so to hone your tools, it's important to know how to manage your light body, so to speak, or whatever you want to call it. Your electromagnetic presence in the world is bigger than your body, your physical body.
That's what I was dealing with while reading tarot on the streets.
Oh, I'll bet.
Man.
I can't imagine reading tarot on
Those
the
guys will
street.
sit down and they will talk forever. Yes.
Yeah, that's bold to read tarot on the street.
It's crazy. Sometimes it's really cool, and sometimes you're like, okay, it's been fun.
Yeah.
It's been fun.
We're all done now.
Were you in Denver?
Yeah,
man.
Reading at 00 too. I didn't even think about that. Like 0 north and 0 east.
Yeah, wow.
Crazy. But
that is powerful.
Yeah, there was a tarot reader today. We went to an antiques fair that was at the local fairgrounds, and it wasn't huge. I thought it would be like a really big one, but it was still weird, and there was a lot of strange energy there. And I didn't get a reading, but I thought it was a nice thing that it was there and accepted and not a problem, because I'm in Boise and there's a lot of a lot of right-wing weirdness here. And it's actually not real bad, but I mean, it's around, it's around in a way that it's not in other places. But this is kind of like where it's present and okay, but it made me happy to see that there's still a reader just sitting there and it's all good. And, we got some cool stuff from the place. Not a whole bunch, but I actually have some of it sitting here.
Yeah, it was interesting to see the people who, I did have one guy one weekend, and he must have lived in the neighborhood, and he walked around from corner to corner, just, doing different business stuff. And he just, I could tell he was checking me out. And he eventually stopped by and revealed himself to be very religious and told me that everything I was doing was very wrong. And it was very public. It was a very busy day. Like, a lot of people saw this. I had a friend sitting with me. Like, he made a very big scene about it. So it was nice to have some people in the community come by and be like, thank you for being out here. It gives some good color to the neighborhood. Like, it's by a bunch of music video venues, it's coffee shops, all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
You know? So it's nice to know that there are people who are just like, this is okay. This is fine.
Cool.
Somebody's out here helping. Or trying.
That's really cool.
It's wild. It's wild. The kind of stuff that if you're open to any city energy, it gets
It
really
really is. There's a reason it's so good and so bad at the same time to be in the city. Trying to look. Yeah, the greatest tarot book that I haven't even finished reading it, but this book, Meditations on the Tarot, it was by an anonymous author, but they think they figured it out. I don't remember his name, but it's written by like a Catholic priest or a monk or something. And so it's really funny to me that people are so hardcore, in their religiosity. Well, it's really, I can see it. I consider it more of a, like a Protestant Western thing, to not acknowledge mysticism and not acknowledge metaphysics and all that stuff is really more of a, like, I consider it like mixed Christianity in the West, like all these hordes of Protestant churches all arguing with each other and all accusing the Catholic Church of being the whore of Babylon and on and on, I'm not even saying that there's not plenty of evidence for some of that stuff, but it's still just this weird wash. And if you get past that layer and look at Orthodoxy and Catholicism from their history, and I'm no expert, I'm just starting to do it, it really changes your view on the whole thing in a big way. There's so much mysticism, it's just profound how much mysticism there is.
That's what's weird about a lot of charismatic circles is that they're so open to that kind of thing, but the terminology is very specific. It must be by the Bible.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny and really ironic because I'm like, you guys are doing magic. You just don't talk about it that way.
Just don't call it magic,
Yeah. So having those kinds of conversations is always very interesting. It's like, okay, well, here's the term I would use for it. Here's the term you're using for it. This is the same thing.
Yeah.
It's hard to get to that point, because if it's not Christ centered, not that I'm, we're Christos, all of us. If it's not Jesus Christ centered, is polar opposite, devil.
Yeah.
Whatever wisdom you're hearing couldn't possibly be from God. And that's a little weird to deal with.
It is weird. It's really strange.
Because that's where God is, though. Like whenever
Yeah.
I've heard God's voice, it's been here. It's been here.
Yeah.
It's not somebody out here. It's in
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
It's like kind of
No, this is a good
Up
analogy. I
back.
agree.
like here, somewhere here.
Mhm.
Whenever I've had like any divine experience, it's been there, not out there. It's been
That's why they say God is watching over you, like you feel
Right,
like
yeah.
he's watching your back.
well, and that it feels like higher self is the connection to that. Like what people call higher self, it's a new age bullshit term, maybe, but it's back here. It's above, but it's still us.
Yep.
But it's
your
also
truest
divine.
self.
It's your truest self. Exactly. And that's where the healing comes from. It's not you. I didn't do anything. Like it's
All right.
it was that connection.
It's
you
you
became a
stepping
vessel.
into that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And that's part of that getting out of your own way.
exactly.
When
Opening
Gordy, when you
channel.
described that healing of your child, it reminded me of something I saw when I was a young child. There was like a flatbed dually truck parked at my neighbor's house, and there was this guy named Lurch. He was a big old dude who drove the truck, and the man Lurch started to back up because he was getting ready to leave, and my 4-year-old brother was standing directly behind the truck, like right in front of one of the dually tires. And the neighbor Rick, who was a guy who's probably only about as big as I am now, saw what was happening and ran over there and lifted the whole rear end of the truck off the ground and screamed at the same time for the man to stop. And if he wouldn't have, my brother would have certainly been killed. I mean, he was the only 4-year-old boy. He would have went just right into the tires, but he lifted that truck up enough that the tires broke traction, like the wheels spun. It was impossible. The
Wow.
the five of us men would probably have a hard time trying to put our hands on that thing and lift it up. And
Good Lord.
it's just a miracle because he saw what was happening and he had full faith and ability to prevent it. He just jumped in and did it. Like, I'm going to do this. You know, he didn't think about it. He just did it.
Yeah.
And it worked, you know. It's a miracle. I mean, when you said that, that's what, like, my brain correlated you healing your own child's hand from a burn and me witnessing someone save my brother's life. Like, hey, those are the same thing, you know,
It's
same category.
It is because you jump in with both feet. You know, that's why God, no man has a God, doesn't have God in a foxhole or whatever that saying
Right.
is. You know?
Yeah.
Like, you don't think about it. It just is.
Right.
That's
the
living in the
I,
moment.
indescribable I. Yeah.
That's
why
right.
the
You're living
I
in the
is not
moment.
me, you know.
What
Right.
Rachel was describing earlier was reminding me of my own time in sort of charismatic, evangelical, Pentecostal, mystical sort of different groups of American brands of Christianity. And the things they had in common, when you really speak to the people who were serious about it and really concerned about their spiritual journey and living in the spirit, and the terminology they use sounds a lot like, in some ways, Twilight language, the language of the birds, or green language. And they talk a lot about, you know, being led by the Spirit, being filled with the Holy Spirit, being Spirit led, Spirit driven, if you're following with these terms. And that's sort of what they describe as the best possible case scenario to sell the product of the Mick Christianity. If there's a sales pitch, like, why would you do this? What is the practical life value gained in somebody who goes all in? Not just, I'm here for the Sunday potluck, I'm here for the fellowship, I just want to attend youth group to play basketball after the service. Not the social aspect, but to go all in.
Mm-hmm.
And they'll say, okay, well, let's talk privately. And then they'll describe it to as living in the Spirit, helping to guide you and make decisions and lead you on a path. Because so many people are like, well, I don't know what to do. I wake up, there's a lot of options. I don't know what to do. So the pastor, youth pastor, the minister, the counselor, whoever gets you one-on-one to really speak to you about this. What is the sales pitch going to be? Well, you know, the reason I'm doing this is because I'm led by the Spirit, and the practical fruits are such that it helps with my decision-making processes. I'm consulting with God, higher powers. I have a higher meaning in my life. And then they get into the aspect of, but it gets weird because now miracles start to happen. Everything starts to line up. I don't know how it works. My needs are met. And now they're beginning to describe synchronicity. So living in the Spirit is following synchronicity, is a mystical path that they go on to. And yet, if you try and say, well, isn't that what the New Agers are also selling at the end of the day? Isn't that what the pagans are doing? Isn't that their sales point? Like, the reason you do it is because this stuff works. And if you believe that the system works and you follow it to a T, then it works, right? So the Christian aspect is maybe the most acceptable aspect until a certain point. Now, if you're in a youth group or a church or men's ministry and all of a sudden you're getting it, it's flowing into you, you're bearing fruit, you're prophesying, you're testifying miracles, and this sort of synchronistic life where things are just working out for you and you're in that flow state, but then nobody else in your group is.
Mm-hmm.
You see what happens there?
Mm-hmm.
You're like, oh, okay, but you did what we told you to do. It's working for you. but now you're sticking out like a sore thumb. So could you quiet down a little bit?
Yep.
Could you go back into the medium here?
Mhm.
You know, stay in your lane. All right. Don't start your own church. Don't start your own Bible study because you're part of ours. Right. Don't break off and, you know, form your own coven here. Right. Because we still need you. But remember, stay in line here because there's a leadership here. You have a certain degree yet, brother. You know, don't jump up the ranks on your own here. And we need you. You need us. You need us. You see how that it's like the structure needs you to do what they say. And when you really do what they say and it works for you, then they're like, slow down, hit the brakes, stop living in the spirit,
Yeah.
stop following the mysticism,
They throw the governor on.
stop being charismatic,
Mhm.
stop being filled with so much joy. Just a little less joy, please.
Have you heard of this book, Alan? Orthodoxy and the Religion of the Future by Frater Seraphim Rose?
Yeah, you've mentioned it before. I need to
Because
get
this
into
book
it.
deals with everything you're talking about, and I just had that strong feeling to show it to you again, just in case. But
Was that
it's like it's from an Orthodox perspective, and it's warning everyone in the Orthodox world against everything you were just describing, all being the delusion of unclean spirits or demons or something. And I mean, it's a fascinating book and it's very well written, but I can't say that I obviously fully agree with it because I don't believe that some little sect or branch of Orthodoxy has like the blessings of the world under lock and key, and that you have to come from that one angle. I mean, I've seen too much goodness coming through too many people and too many sects across the board to say that you can't grab like a badge and slap it on one and the rest are negative. It doesn't work that way.
Well, and when you found your own power, like, and it didn't involve Christianity, like your Christian friends and family can't handle that. Like they don't understand how Christianity, you don't have a monopoly on self-worth or
power, enlightenment, all of that,
on peace of mind.
Right.
Peace of mind. Like it's okay. And that's okay. If somebody finds it in your deal, fucking fantastic, man. But you don't have a monopoly on that.
Right. But if the Bruja finds it in her closet with a chicken, that's her business. And you shouldn't have any input on it, you know?
Right.
It's hard for people to believe that. They don't. They say, well, hey, if you can find it in the pew at church or even in the charismatic Holy Ghost holy roller meeting, that's okay. But when it comes down to some other practice that they're not comfortable with, all of a sudden it becomes satanic and evil, you know?
Yeah, you know, it's
I mean, it's all questionable, right? I mean, to me, the guys like Pat Robertson are blatantly and overwhelmingly satanic, you know?
And, yeah, absolutely.
And
what's crazy is that, like, this is what I was doing in Tucson. I was going to church. I moved there to go to a church. So instead of totally rejecting Christianity, I dove headfirst into it. I was like, all right, these miracles and this stuff is real. Let's see it happen.
Yeah.
You know, like really get into it. So, you know, anyone who's in that boat, just go as deep as you can.
Mm-hmm.
Because really, like I will say, like, I got in and that's how I got out. Because I started exploring the mystics. I started exploring some Gnostics, not, you know, too many, but enough to understand cosmic union, to come to that conclusion and be like, whoa, I'm Jesus. But so are you, and even that person who doesn't even believe, you know, and that alone can open all kinds of doors, you know, just even, and that's even hard to believe for the church. You know, how could they possibly be okay with that? You're supposed to be praying, not taking that on somehow. It's super backwards, but you know, that's just the thing, is like, just dive all into it. I mean, you might as well. And I loved learning about, you know, some of the saints and some of the miracles that they would witness, because I do believe there are hardcore believers in every religion. and that God honors that. You know, I'm reading a book on a Mormon missionary, and some of those stories are insane, but I believe it. It's like, yeah, you encounter some crazy stuff when you go out shining light. No matter
Yeah, and if
what
you throw
angle
yourself,
shine it from.
exactly, if you throw yourself wholehearted into anything, you get results. I mean, if you
Yeah.
just say, okay, I'm going to dedicate myself to this, I'm making a 100% commitment, then you're going to get results, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. 100%. It's nuts.
I
Well, I
have a
think
little
you and I-
file that I started keeping. It's called the This Stuff Works files.
Yeah.
And maybe I could share an example now. I shared this with Rachel earlier. Maybe she'll kind of remember as I begin to describe it a little bit. I said, here's a story from the This Stuff Works files, September 15th, 2001, about 5:30 a.m. I'm walking before sunrise to stargaze and see if I might spot any meteors. I'd missed the meteor showers because the clouds had just obscured the sky. So there's a precede meteor shower towards the end of August. And I'm like, maybe I'll see something. And I'm out walking my usual path. And I'm like, okay, you know what? Christopher Knowles always tells me, go outside and listen to Cocteau Twins. No, today is PJ Harvey's birthday. Just we'll make a note of that, come back to it. But I'm like, okay, I have it. I have the complete discography of the Cocteau Twins on my cell phone. My cell phone's in my pocket. I don't have my headphones. I'm not planning to do this. I'm at the end of my walk. I want to go home, but I'm like, if I put on some music, I can just listen to music and just get home. Put on the music on random, okay? And I hadn't really seen the stars yet. And I had intended to go out and look at the stars, but I hadn't quite done that. And I'm like, okay, I just not feeling. I'm gonna go home, but let's play some music before my battery dies. So I hit play at random, and the song "Dials" from the 1991 singles bonus disc starts playing, and it's got that shimmery sort of sound that happens at night. It has that night celestial quality sound. And as that song is playing, my eyes are adjusting, my pupils are allowing in more light, and I'm seeing the stars. And I immediately see a shooting star. First time that night. I'm like, okay, great. That was my intention. I want to go out. I want to see a meteor or shooting star, whatever. Just something celestial, and then go home. I was going to go home. I was going to end the stargaze sojourn and return home when I felt I needed to walk in the opposite direction. So not towards home, but farther away from home. So like this is like east or west, right? So I would have to go east to go home, but I instead go west towards the sunrise. And as my body shifts to change direction, so does the song change. Kookaburra starts to play. And as I'm walking in that new direction heading west, whoosh, over my head from behind me, directly in the same direction I'm walking, is this fireball just low in the sky, just in the same path I'm walking. And I'm like, Rachel, this thing just happened, and I'm going to tell you about it because we're going to talk about it later. And I want to tell you this now with the exact same songs that we're playing, so we remember it.
Mm-hmm.
This stuff works. How do you explain that?
Yeah.
Wow.
No explanation, yeah.
Wow. Great story, Al. Great story.
That's so cool.
Explain it by saying, try it yourself if you dare. That's how you.
Exactly. That's what I've been telling everybody. You just go out and try it.
Well, I say if you dare for a reason, if you don't have confidence and
I
you're not
didn't
grounded.
I didn't choose the music.
Yeah.
I didn't allow myself to make the decisions. If I made the decisions, I would have just stared at the ground, walked home, and went to bed. But there was a prompting, like a question. Well, what if you stretch it out a little bit longer? You came out here to see something. You haven't seen it. Why would you give up now?
Yeah. Let's just wait 5 more minutes. How many times have you said that and had something seriously huge happen? I don't know. Let's just wait. Let's just wait. I got a feeling.
See if the internet shuts down completely.
Yeah.
Okay, let's just sit quietly. Wait. Oh, should we take an intermission? I gotta pee.
Intermission
that?
is fine with me.
Okay.
do
I'm okay
that.
with the intermission.
I mean, everybody else can.
No, that
What you
sounds
want.
good.
I don't care.
We'll all take a short intermission.
That
Do we
sounds
have a WSW theme song to play for 3 minutes?
Give me a second.
Yeah, we'll get that loaded up and we'll be right back after these messages as we tweet and retweet your tweets and let everybody know. We'll be back for part 2.
Tweet and retweet. Tweet. Pete
Nice
and
whip.
repeat.
Oh yeah, tweet. I forgot to tweet anything.
Whip. Crack Spider.
Nice web, Mr. Crack Spider.
Whip. Nice whip. Crack Spider. Raised over 100 young. The mate got a restraining order, and now the spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider built a web, found the mate, and raised over. The crack cocaine spider figured building fence was more socket than socket. Captain Spider was exhausted. Captain Spider. That's the crack spider. That's the crack spider.
Hey guys. Are we back?
Yeah.
Howdy, howdy.
I'm gonna remain muted because I grabbed something to eat.
Yeah, I did too. I got some dried fruit.
I
been
still
digging
have the
it.
goose pimples, the chills.
That was an incredible story.
Yeah, that was a
Yeah,
good
and
one.
when the moment happens, I'm just kind of like, oh, all right, just taking notes of what happened. But then later on, when I put all the pieces together, compose it in sort of a logical prose sort of way, and then I read it back, and I share it with someone, it's just like, what? How does that happen? I have no idea. It's just, it happened. That's what it is. I had to share it. Been holding on to that for way too long. Whew. Feels good to share.
Yeah, I'm glad you did. That was cool.
PJ Harvey's birthday was a few hours ago. Did
Happy
you all
birthday,
wish her a
PJ.
happy birthday?
I think that we should all put on our pajamas and
Mhm.
celebrate happy PJ Harvey birthday.
That's a great idea. Put on our PJs.
Make some peanut butter and jelly sandwiches.
Okay with that.
That's great.
That's a great idea.
So I saw that she was honored by the Queen.
Yes. I'm going to pull that tweet up and share that for everyone.
Yeah.
Whoa.
You think the Queen knows any PJ Harvey songs? Like, you think the Queen is little fish, in the water. Come and bring my
She probably listens in her
daughter.
pajamas.
In her pajamas, yeah.
PJ probably
Little tea
was
sandwich.
required to provide private concert services a number of times before receiving an MBE. Or maybe after receiving it, that was sort of the requirement to continue holding it, is like, we gave you the MBE. Now when we call you up, we need a private show. You're going to play your greatest hits,
All of them.
All the good
your
ones.
entire discography.
Especially the date rape ones. Those are really good.
Oh,
I'm sure for the Queen, she'd probably really dig those.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's
She
see
likes
this
to
other
listen.
tweet I'll share here.
While she's eating orphans.
Mhm.
Yeah.
chamber music, dining music.
Dining music.
The connection to owls and the word striga, and there's a striga as a witch weed. This connection between wisdom and wise old women, and maybe these wise old women who use specific herbs and plants in sort of an evil, mysterious way.
Strega is a fashion sense for that. It's an expression, similar wording. That's the
What-
aesthetic.
What does that look like?
Very librarian.
Hmm.
It looks like anything you would imagine an herbalist wearing. It's very cozy looking, very earth, a lot of earth tones.
Interesting.
Yeah, it encourages odd accessories like bone and things that you would find in nature.
Like rocks you find out in the desert.
Yeah, like that.
What's the
Bones you
word
find
again?
in the Woods.
It's an amethyst, and this is a what is this? Clear. This is it's invisible. It's the invisible rock.
Whoa.
That's cool.
Whoa! No, this is I'm told this is clear. What's the volcanic rock? Obsidian. Clear obsidian.
Oh, trippy.
Never seen that.
Yeah.
What
Yeah,
was
that's
the word
cool.
Rachel described as an
Yeah.
aesthetic?
What was the word you were saying? The fashion
Strega?
word?
Striga.
It's like
Strega.
STREGA.
I think that's it, yes.
So like cottage core.
Yup.
That's interesting. When I started with the owls. That's when
Mm.
I started doing like fasting and meditation also. But I was kind of trying to reset my system to take this high fat thing that I was going to do to it. And I really kind of saw it as not ritual, but ceremony, kind of a 3-day thing under the owls, you know?
Mhm.
And I took it seriously, you know, and it when you're talking about, you know, digging in honestly and taking a thing to its nth degree, not the nth, but, you know, really jumping in with both feet, like the spirit speaks back to you. And I really felt like that made a huge difference in the cooking that I do, like as a ceremonial kind of thing. Making your own food became a spiritual practice to me.
Nice.
So I would be very mindful of the elements I used, you know, with the certain fish with certain fats, and let it tell you what it wants. Like, does it need more pepper, or this needs a fat of some kind, but not an animal fat. It needs a guacamole or something, you know, like to change a flavor profile. By the way, guacamole or avocado with sweet potatoes, when you roast a sweet potato and you put like taco meat that you've done in a roaster over that with just like a huge smear of avocado, is divine, absolutely divine. And why we don't use this instead of any bread is ridiculous to me. But I put a lot of time into this stuff that nobody else would really put into it. You know, like I've incorporated singing into it too.
Yes.
As a healing, you know, it changes the water in the, what's that Japanese experiment? You know, it changes the water crystals in the freezing. What, Yamamoto? Emoto. Thank you. Yes, when you put good intention into the thing you're consuming, it makes a really big deal in how it heals you.
Yes.
Like one of those healings that I was telling you about, that like when I did it to my wife who was having heart problems at the time, I just got the words, you know, it kind of told me what needed to be done. It said, give her magnesium and potassium because it's this, you know, it's an electrical thing.
Mm-hmm.
And that fixed it immediately because I listened, because it was open. And singing into your food, like it's opens that channel to kind of have it refill your system. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, man.
So it's all about intention, every single step. And I'm not saying that any one thing worked particularly for me, because it was all of it. It was everything. Like, it's meditating, it's addressing your trauma and emotional issues, it's actually moving your body to get that energy flowing, it's the stuff you put into it. You know, make sure that stuff is, you know, maybe not sacred food, but, you know, as natural as you possibly can be, and make it all yourself with that intention. And it actually tastes better. Well, it tastes pretty dang good. I'm a decent cook now because I have patience, you know?
Somebody asked me today, how do you protect your prana? And my answer was, I keep my intentions positive when I make my own food. and I save all the stress and negative thoughts for my evening walks.
Mhm.
And now
Wow.
that we're like really getting to the nitty gritty on it, you know, this is not my recipe, but maybe I could even hone it down so it's even better than that. I should save the negative thoughts for the walk out. And when I turn around and return,
Leave them there.
I should be singing and bringing the positivity home,
Yeah.
you know, and maybe that's even a more refined recipe. I like that.
Well, in singing, there's a lot of study about singing, resetting your system and resetting your energy and working with when you're singing and putting intent through your voice, it
Mhm.
changes your vibration itself, and those vibrations are healing vibrations. It works with your vagus nerve particularly, apparently. And I shared a thing on Facebook of some lady. In fact, I may have got it from one of you guys at some point, or somebody. I don't know where I got it. Some Czech Facebook account about singing and all these health benefits of singing. You're, putting it out there. Just, there's no excuse for anybody not to be able to sing in their car. Who cares what you look like in the car next to you?
Mhm.
There's no excuse for that you can't do that. To anybody, nobody. I mean, it's healing. It's good for you. Do it anyway because you like it, and it's fun to sing Bohemian Rhapsody at the top of your lungs like an idiot. Right.
Did I tell you the whole COVID nonsense was driving me crazy? So I made a set list on my Amazon Music account, and it's called Honorable Anger Sing Along, and it's just like every heavy metal and old heavy song, and I just keep adding more and more songs to the list. So and then I'll just put it on random, and so I'm singing Jesus Christ Pose by Soundgarden, bumped up against Negative Creep by Nirvana, and just on and on. And it works so good. And yeah, and you do feel a little self-conscious of people seeing you screaming at the top of your lungs, but you just got to get over it and do it anyway. And it helps so much.
It does. It's therapy, man, too.
Yeah, so now I'll just put
Emotional
it,
therapy.
it's prompted me to, and I sing a lot, but I mean, it's helping me sing a lot more. And it's prompted me to just put on songs to sing, even if it's not to blow off steam too. It's like, oh, I want to sing this old Queen song or something. It'll come to mind because of starting the practice. So if you're out here listening to this, do it. Sing in your car. Sing with intention. Just choose something that you can't sing, and just put it on and sing along. Try to sing Prince. Try to sing Michael Jackson. Try to sing Rod Stewart. Good luck. But it doesn't matter because it's just you. It is a blast.
Yeah.
I've
And
got a
go
list
sing
of
out in
5
nature.
songs I'm supposed to sing daily because I'm trying to get back in a regular practice. And when I wrote the note to myself, I wrote, do this every day, even if you're gonna like phone it in, mail it in half-ass, like it's a quiet rehearsal or something. Like I don't have to sing out and be 100% like almost performance volume or anything. Like if all I do is stand there and like blank through the chords and sing the words, okay, I still did it. I continued to practice because I'm trying to get back in the habit of playing and singing the guitar every single day.
Yeah.
And it's hard, especially with
It
no
is.
motivator, because I used to gig and do shit. And so like if you schedule something, you'll get to rehearsing right now. That's the way that we used to always, get a rehersal
Yeah.
together. And
Get a
just put up
gig.
like, yeah, we're scheduled for 2 months from now. So what are you going to do now? You're going to look like
Yep,
shit
you
on
better-
stage, or you're going to practice every day? You're
You
going to
better
practice
start
every
working
day.
on it. Yeah. Yeah, I've been doing it too. But like one of the real big things that I think it's helped me too is doing the vocal exercises, still doing the big belly breaths and
Yeah.
breathing from down up instead of up down, like
Yeah.
keeping that.
Yeah.
And then doing the dragon breath to get as much oxygen in there as you
Mhm.
can before you start meditating. Like that seems like it makes a big difference because I
Oh, I'll
think
bet. I never
over
thought of that.
oxygenate. oxygenates your brain.
Yeah,
And
I'll
so
do a
when
Wim
you
Hof sometimes
when you
before
fall down
but yeah.
into like mudra, you know, it just kind of flows. Like if it separates better, you know. Does that make sense? Separate,
Yeah, it
like
does make sense to me.
like when you can consciously shut off, but not be unconscious.
Right. Yeah, move into the flow state.
Yeah, and you surrender to that flow state. You
Right.
let it work through you, and it it tells you what it needs.
Yeah, it's like to me, it's always been like when it works right, what you're describing, Gordy, it's like if you snowboard or ski and you have to move out in front of the lift and the lift is going to pick you up, like there's a process, you know, you get in line and you scoot your ass out in front of this moving chair and you have to like kind of let go right at the moment that the chair is supposed to pick you up, because if you try to be too stiff, it might knock you down or you might,
Yeah.
you know. So that I'd say that's real similar to what you're describing. Do your breathing and then let the flow state take you away, you know, like conscientiously, like the lift chair, like what you described remind me of a lift chair, you know, having to get on the lift chair.
So like the thing I really wanted that I used to try and tell my students is you gotta when you're up there performing and you're tense, it comes across. You're not when you're thinking about it too hard, it's not gonna work. And then you don't buy it. When you're performing, like, and somebody's looking at you, you know that person's authentic or not.
Yeah.
You know, when they say what they're saying, like, yeah, bullshit. You gotta get past that. You gotta get whatever you're saying is, it just is, and you gotta be part of it. And when you make yourself open to nature itself and the spirit itself, like a lot of different things like happen, things that you wouldn't ever, you notice things differently.
You become a member of parliament.
Yeah. And it's funky, baby.
Most funkadelic.
Most funkadelic, like Bootsy, baby.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce you to the Parliament Most Funkadelic here in Arizona.
And Tree, you gotta do something weird, like
like this.
What's like Clinton used to do?
To get back, bring it. I'm gonna get that all gone today.
Go at them, gifting us pops.
I think it's funny, we took a break and we all came back with something to eat and acting goofy, and I love it. Straight up. It's funny you said sweet potato, because that's what I did. I had some sweet potatoes that were diced up and had already been cooked in the air fryer. And my girl made this wonderful, slightly sweet tomato sauce from the tomatoes in our garden. And there was some raw onion sitting there. So I'm like, screw it. Cold sweet potatoes with raw onions and tomato sauce. And I've never eaten it before, and it was really good. But then you mentioned sweet potato too. And I was like, yeah, why would I eat bread? Why would I get pasta when I could just put the sweet potato right here and eat it and not eat bread? Because even bread, if you make the bread yourself, okay, there you can make a case for it being maybe having some health benefit, but not really. I mean, grains are really just not very good for you. And it's funny because me and you were kind of on opposite sides of the fence, because you healed yourself by a really fat saturated diet. And I love hearing your story, but like I'm way off into they call it the mucusless diet healing system, and it's really kind of like slowly transitioning towards fruitarianism over a long period of time. You know, not making a quick jump into fruit or like juice fasting like people do, and they screw themselves up really bad. They don't realize what they're prompting their body to do to make a fast transition unless you're deathly ill. If you take a slow transition over time and move towards just some salads and mostly raw fruits, it heals the body. I mean, it's amazing. It's astounding what happens. But to me, it's really good to hear that you healed yourself in a different modality, and it worked so fantastically for you that it changed your life. Like it brought you, I mean, I saw that picture in your gallery, You know, there
Yeah.
was a before after picture there briefly, and I saw it, man, and I know that feeling before after because I'm in the after too. You know.
Yeah. You had a really big health change?
Not so much health. I mean, I've always fluctuated with my weight, and I was up to 230 pounds at one point in time, you know, back in the day. But what I did is I went through 7 years of trying to be in a relationship with a borderline personality disordered individual who was also a multi-toxic drug user, and in the long run got tangled up into it with her, and had to, you know, pretty much firebombed my life, and took more than a year to get out of it, you know. And
Wow.
I don't regret it, but man, it wasn't what I thought was happening. You know,
Hmm.
you kind of trick yourself into diving off of the ivory tower. But I tried so hard, so many ways to either make the relationship work or not work that I finally just dynamited my own foundation. You know,
Start over.
yeah, in a big way, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I
We
finally
have
ran
to-
out of steam and just got on hard drugs for a year is what happened, and then I had to get out of it. You know, so I had a huge blessing. My grandparents helped me out, and it was a reset. That's why I can relate to your story of a reset from the beginning when we first started talking of being at square one or back to zero. You know, it's a humbling experience, but it's a massive blessing. It really is.
Yeah.
If you can see it as one. If not, you might get stuck there for a while. You know?
Living in that space is pretty important, but knowing where you came from, like that you went through that and you came out the other side, like anybody that's done that is an absolute badass in my eyes. Like,
Oh, I agree.
Because it's I mean, once you've been through the ringer and the way people really truly struggle, like I think we make it so much harder on ourselves. And that is the hardest part of what anybody wants to hear. They don't want to hear that. They want to hear, oh, it's not your fault.
No, that's the
It's
hardest.
all our fault.
Yeah, that's the hardest healing modality to learn is that you just got to quit abusing and hurting yourself. And that's really all that's ever been happening, you know, that you can project it outside of yourself or blame circumstances or brief moments in time where something offended you or hurt you. But really, the heap pile of blame is really just on yourself. And you gotta, you know, it's hard.
Yeah, that's a
very,
hard.
very true.
It's worth it though. It's worth it. That's the main
Absolutely.
thing is, you know, you start doing it, it's worth it. Then
Mhm.
instead of being addicted to drugs or media, you can get yourself addicted to figuring out what the next thing you're going to let go of and allow to change, you know?
Yeah. Mhm.
You can contemplate the meaning of the letters C and T, and they might be conspiracy theory, or Cocteau twins, or both together at the same time.
Yeah, I thought you said CMT, so I immediately thought country
I
music
thought so too.
television.
Country music television. I thought the same thing.
Yeah, I mean,
The letters C and T.
okay,
CT,
C and T.
conspiracy theory, and or also the Cocteau twins. Bringing that up again because I heard the word Vega nerve.
Yeah, Vega.
So what we're considering in terms of Elizabeth Fraser and her singing, sounding a bit like a dolphin or whatever she does with her vocal cords and her Vega nerve, and she sings the Heaven or Las Vega song. Vega or Vegas, the Vega nerve, the Vega star system, Las Vegas, Vega.
Mhm. It's funny you say that because I made that joke this week. Viva La Vega.
It just made me think, Viva Las Vegas.
It makes me think of the Harvest Festival shooting.
Yeah.
The Vegas.
Was that 4 years ago?
Yeah.
On
Was it 4 years
October
ago?
2nd, I think it was.
Really? Did it just happen again? And nobody remembered it?
Well, it was. I think it was a 4-year passing of it, or whatever.
Yeah,
it was.
the anniversary just went by because I saw it on Twitter and stuff.
Yeah,
Really?
and that's kind of what happens. Is Twitter will alert you, hey, this happened, 4 years ago, and then an hour later it'll be to the next. Here's what happened now.
was marmalade.
Well, but isn't that interesting? Because you would think that would stand out because it was more recent.
Yeah.
Yet we're all over here celebrating Columbine. Like celebrating, that's not the right word for it.
It is the
but,
right word, actually, though. I mean, that's what they
You
do.
know,
Yeah, that is
Yeah.
the right word.
Commemorating,
certain,
but yeah, it is celebrating.
certain things get more attention than others. And I wonder if it's part of that Vegas appeal, the whole thing about it, its whole gangster history. Like, is it kind of cool that that happened? And it's so now it's a little bit normal. Like, why don't we remember that as much? Like, you'd think that was something to remember. I totally
one-
forgot about it.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Yeah.
that one got forced under a rug. Hard.
Well, they messed it up so bad.
They messed it up so bad.
That's
I think
right.
I do think that what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, right?
Oh, great call.
Mm,
Great call.
mm,
Yeah.
Yeah, I really dove into that just a little bit because I found this dude, his name's Civilian X on Twitter, and he actually did something really bold. He went with his friend because they were claiming, I don't remember if they were claiming it was the AR-15 or what, but they were claiming it was a certain rifle he was using. And so he went and marched down range while his friend fired bullets in the same direction he was traveling. And I mean, knowing that he would miss him, but he's like, listen, this doesn't sound anything like that. And if you listen, in my opinion, the whole thing was just a hoax. There was nothing really happened. They were just playing machine gun fire over the loudspeakers. There was that clip that they had for a little while running around where they were showing people. It was like a big rehearsal, like drill, because they had like people running around in the dark out there in the field, and one guy pretending like he's doing CPR and all this stuff, and it's just really hokey and weird. And there's fake blood. And like,
mm.
so, but Civilian X on Twitter, he doesn't really post much anymore, but his account's a treasure trove if you go use the search function for that. I'm sure, it's pretty amazing.
When Facebook used to be not Stasi territory, we used to be sharing stuff about people in the trees in Vegas all the time. Like after that came out, like there was a video going around of people on their cell phones, like just texting, like diving under the thing, like they're supposed to be hiding from gunfire, and then this girl's is just like texting, "Oh my God, they're shooting," or something. I don't know what they were doing, but
What do young women
fake.
do these days? They all just I don't know, travel around in a van, like van life. Like there's some bohemian lifestyle where these women get these vans and they're like, this is my apartment now. I'm going to travel. I'm going to go to Moab, Utah. I'm going to get some pictures in front of a real delicate arch. And I'm going to make a travel vlog.
Oh my God, have you seen her most recent video? Now she's trying to dress all Strega. Oh God. She looks so dumb when she gets the Strega. Can't just change from trad cast to Strega overnight. It's just stupid. Oh my God.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it.
What a witch.
You guys, there was something else in the headlines that for the month before and the month after Vegas, and that was Oumuamua.
Yep.
That's right.
Meteor or a comet?
Yep, they were hand in hand.
Oh,
And
I
so
forgot all about that part. Oumuamua.
Well, it wasn't
So-
it was technically an asteroidite or something like that, something larger.
yeah,
than-
it was interstellar object.
Right. Thank
And
you.
it was
Near Earth.
Mhm.
Yep. And it was moving end over end. It was flipping and giving off extremely unique signals. They even called out Stephen Hawking. Stephen Hawking was saying this is unique. This was right before Stephen Hawking, whatever, disappeared. But so what happens there is we get the Vega trigger, and we get programmed to duck, to get down. And everybody starts to associate the fear, that trigger response of fear, with incoming interstellar objects. and also we're in the fall. So, so all of this, get down, here comes inbound death, mystery bullets from many directions that you can't even see, and you just got to believe that they're there. It's
We
pretty
reap what we
profound
sow.
programming.
The bullets of hyper-reality are strange bullets indeed.
A moo wah wah, a moo wah wah. Ulua. I don't know any more Hawaiian words.
There are 2 TNOs that people have started looking at with Hawaiian names. I don't know anything about Oumuamua. I can't see anything mythology-wise on where that came from, but
they
there
said,
are a couple.
yeah, they said that Oumuamua meant the messenger or the scout that comes ahead of an invading army.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting choices. Yeah, because the other 2 are creation gods,
Oh,
Which-
interesting.
which is all right. I'm cool with that. That's cool for Hawaii. I mean,
Is there a volcano
somebody up there that's not
in
Greek.
Hawaii? Or are we all looking at Canary Islands? Volcanic eruptions are back in the news again.
Big time.
Well, Hawaii also has ties to Lemuria too. So a lot of people who connect with that go to Hawaii.
Yeah.
There was a point I was trying to make tenderly, trying to tiptoe across the sandy beaches without getting
Mhm.
fish hooks stuck in my toes, to describe a small talking white woman in a little white van traveling along the land previously in her
Yeah.
life appeared in a music video in celebration for SpongeBob SquarePants live action role play, Sandy Bottom Beach or Bikini Bottom. You know what I'm saying? I think you all know what I'm
I
saying.
know what you're saying.
So it's like this actress is. I'm just gonna jump to the
An actress.
conclusion to say the whole point of this live action role play is to take your attention and focus it entirely on this laundry of Brain or Brian and the mystery of it, and then ignore everything else until this mystery gets solved. So there are clues and there are stickers on the back of the van that are like petroglyphs. And I discovered the store online that you can buy the exact same sticker from. And I'm like, you know what? I'm backing away, just letting it go, just gonna let it kind of out of frame, wherever the camera goes, get it out of the frame and just let it dance on and play that ukulele into the sunset. Because that's not a song and dance that I want to participate in. I've got other things I want to do.
They didn't order the sticker.
No, I didn't.
If-
I was
if
like, do
anybody
I want to contact the person and place a large order, because now this petroglyph that was on the back of a small talking white woman is going to just blow up as sort of this symbol of solidarity. We're going to find her in this missing cave somewhere.
Oh God, I
Was
hope
it the-
not. Please. Lord,
Was it a
no.
bull sticker? Was it a bull petroglyph? That's what I thought it was.
Yeah, I was
Uh,
sharing in Telegram.
Yeah. If anybody doesn't understand what Alan is talking about,
They
please
never
check his.
do. Just
check
wait a
his-
few episodes. We'll get back to it.
Just follow on Telegram. Follow him on Telegram and Twitter and stuff. Like, just watch the stuff that Alan throws out, because he finds some interesting stuff, man.
Have you guys seen the it's called My Pet Goat 2?
Mhm.
Yeah, I
Mhm.
saved it just
There's
in
a-
case it would disappear.
There's a little blonde girl holding an apple that looks a lot like little
A
Gabby
little blonde
Petito
girl,
in it.
yeah, holding a pumpkin.
Oh, right. Hmm.
I've got another picture here. I'm going to send it to the Telegram. It's a Gabby Petito, an image of her, and
Oh my
reflection
God.
in her glasses.
I gotta go to Telegram. Oh yeah, that's right. And Aaron Snake Jones in the Telegram group. Boy. Oh
I
my
know I
God.
can't really screen share, but you guys can screen share it.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some things we might not want to flash on this live stream.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would be. Well, plus it encourages people to participate in the full spectrum of the
Wow.
stream as it is. Like you have an easy opportunity to
That's crazy.
see a bigger range of what's actually happening on this stream.
Sean, what
if
did you
jump
just
into the
say?
Telegram.
Could you repeat what you just said? Something about full participation.
Yeah, like being able to fully participate in the stream as it's really happening.
Right.
Okay.
So is that what this Gabby story is about? Allowing the world to fully participate in an unfolding mystery?
I think so. That's what I think. It's exactly what it is. They delivered it to us like one of those crappy Christmas fruit cakes. You have to
Yeah, it doesn't
open
it-
it and take the wrapper and then the foil off and look at it and cut it and see how dry it is, and you have to pick it up and feel it and smell it and like, am I going to bite it? You have to make that decision. You're going to bite it.
Didn't it feel like each one of those videos
So it's completely
like smells
staged up to
completely
me,
fake?
yeah.
Like
Yeah, it's staged up as hell. And I haven't dug into it
Even-
at all. Just the little bit that's coming past me. It's just like, oh, this is just it's the a la carte. It's the soup of the day.
and then you're an asshole for saying it. Oh God, you
You don't care
defend the
about
girl.
they're gonna kill that poor woman. They're gonna
Yes.
kill that poor
Yes.
woman.
So
Do you know that poor woman? No.
yeah.
One
You don't know
one
that
time me
person.
and Jim found a paper toe in the street, and I did that, and we laughed so hard. I don't know. I still don't know why there was a paper toe.
Was it
There was
what?
a paper, a
a
piece of
cutout-
paper that was literally a cutout toe, and I picked it up and I just handed it to Jim, and I said that, they're gonna kill that poor woman, and we just died and died laughing.
I'll have to see if I can find that picture and I'll post it.
The mystery of the paper toe.
Toeless paper dolls.
Probably 5 years back.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, it's hard to imagine that it was that long ago, but yeah, for sure.
So today I was listening to a fella named Justin Sledge. He's got a YouTube channel, Esoterica, and it's wonderful, wonderful work. And he was going over the Hexenhammer, the Malleus Maleficarum,
Mm-hmm.
the book that is the kind of the handbook of the Inquisition when they were hunting witches, starting in Europe and in
No one.
eventually coming over to Americas. But he says one of the ingredients for the Catholic Inquisition was to assert that anybody who didn't believe that these witches were doing the will of the devil and helping the coven stay hidden. So just by not believing, you are guilty by
Right.
disbelief. And so that recipe, like just looking back at that history, it's happening again. And, we've been talking about witch hunts for like 7-8 years now. The word witch hunt is almost lost its power, but it's very valuable to see those patterns in full effect today.
I think it's because this made me think of it with the goat video. It's this side of things, whatever this side is seemingly obsessed with the soft disclosure.
Mm.
It's like when a cat plays with a mouse before it's it's dead. You know, it's like obsessed with this soft disclosure, and the witch hunt is finding all the people who are waking up on their own. You know, like, oh, we didn't control them, they have to go. And that's what it seems like to me. It's like,
That's a good read.
because everybody's going to figure it out on their
Yep.
own, or the people in control are going to give it to them. How benefic, you know?
Yeah, they're going to
Mhm.
continue to slow walk the false facts. Exactly.
It's pretty weird. And it's pretty warped too when they go as far as like killing people. That's
Oh yeah,
kind of a weird
it's-
way to do it.
Oh, it is. I don't like realizing that things are an actual human sacrifice. It is a disappointing day when something's happening, and it's like, oh, it doesn't look like they faked this one enough. Looks like they actually killed
Right,
someone.
but let's
and it's
pause there for a
disappointing.
moment. The sacrifice of the person's life may not be the end of their physical existence. It may mean the sacrifice of their continued existence as what they were before. So it's like you go into a witness protection program, just for example, just throwing out crazy wild ideas here, everybody. But if you were to go into a program in which you would assume a new identity, you've sacrificed your life.
Mhm.
It's true. It's true. That's
Yeah.
true. And that's the
Not
other
saying
thing
that
is-
relates to anything was anybody said tonight. It's just a wild thought that came to mind and I spoke too soon.
No, we don't know anyway. Is the
Good.
truth. We don't know.
Right.
And that's I take great comfort in assuming that everything is less severe or less horrible than it appears to be in presentation, because it's just a comfort to me, and I don't have the resources to discover with absolute certainty what happened in any of these situations. So if I want to look and say, hey, I did the research and I think nuclear bombs are completely fake, I think it's an absolute fraud, then that brings me great comfort. And if the same thing applies to any given story in the media about death or murder or whatever, and I mean, if it's going to help me face the world more easily and not worry about it, then I oftentimes choose that. It's a comforting idea to me, Alan, that many people who have appeared to have died have just been removed from the stage and are still alive, regardless of what they've inherited as their new quote unquote life. You know, it makes me think of the beginning of that Assassin's Creed movie. I don't know if you guys have seen it or not, but they take these people and put them in this weird machine, and they pretty much have them battling in the spirit realm using their physical bodies in like a big robot claw. But part of the process was to believe that they had died and then been brought back to life, so that they've entered into that new life through what they thought was their actual physical death, or maybe even was physical death that they were resuscitated from. And I don't think they show us all these things in movies and examples like that because it's all fake and mythology. I think it's just the opposite. They parallel everything with mythos so that we cast doubt on it in our minds when it's actually very likely exactly what's happening. You know?
Yeah.
That's
I
why it's
just-
better to just trust that the best possible outcome is really what's going to happen. At least that's what I try to do. Because it's like, could the
Me too.
worst of the worst be happening? Absolutely. But I have to believe also that if that's the case, then the best of the best is also going to work out too.
What I wanted to point out specifically is allow for the nuance in the language. It works on multiple levels. If we only consider a story on a very specific, grounded, 24-hour cable news network sort of vocabulary and language, then we are so limited in understanding what is the story, but also what is the story of the story. We don't know who Gabby is or was or will be. We have no idea. So why do we feel the need to explain her to others as a way to explain her to ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
Of all the people who go missing, of all the people who somehow, for some exceptional reason, are highlighted in a 24-hour news cycle, why those people? And when will they be memory hold and forgotten and replaced by the next drama mystery to solve?
Yeah,
I
it
think
really
this
is
was-
the mysteries. It's still the mysteries. Like they're still the passion play mysteries.
It's a lost daughter narrative. People are always going to latch onto that. Parents are going to be like, oh man, what would I do if I lost my daughter? Young women are going to be like,
Yeah.
man, wow, if I seek freedom, yet the worst possible thing happens to me.
And the whole domestic abuse thing. Too.
Uh huh. Yeah. I saw a lot of that. People jump up and use any platform they can to try to get a message out, and I don't blame them at all. I mean, it's very good to remind people how horrible and strange domestic situations can become.
And here we are. That just occurred to me. We're putting more heat on the word domestic, which is going to be attached to the word terrorist in no time.
It already is, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, it definitely already is.
So that's a real easy transition with all this emotional.
Yeah, they fire that word up.
Yeah, man.
So they can get it ready for doing the big switcheroo.
Yeah.
Invert it.
Domestic turmoil.
Yeah.
Like,
what's the opposite of a domestic terrorist? What's the opposite? What's the antonym of domestic?
Foreign.
Missionary.
Foreign missionary.
No, a missionary is domestic is someone at home. A
Right.
missionary is someone who leaves their home. It's like, I gotta go on the mission field because my neighbors are annoying me and I don't like the people in my town, and the next city over is a trash heap. So I got to get out of this place that I live and have my roots in.
That's right. I'm going to
and go
Laos.
change somebody else because I'm tired of this smell all around me.
Makes me think of gypsy, makes me think of mercenary culture, getting people more into that, uprooting, villainizing what it means to be domestic and domesticated.
Somebody pointed out yesterday about in the military, they move the soldiers around obsessively just to make sure that they never have a sense of regularity. And the only sense of normalcy is that shit's going to change. So yeah, that lends to keeping us in a perpetual state of being triggered.
Does this trigger you?
Yes. It's the what's his name in front of the labyrinth? The Greek bullheaded.
The Minotaur.
Minotaur. Thank you.
Minotaur.
Minotaur. So this is the Minotaur, and doesn't that connect to some thread going through, putting a thread through the labyrinth to find your way out? The Minotaur. Oh, it gets us to another pop star. Caroline, what's her last name? Caroline Pola. She sang a song, Bunny is a Rider, in which she's dressed as Laura Croft, and she's going through a labyrinth running from, see it again, she's running from a Minotaur we never see. It's the invisible Minotaur that she's moving her way through this labyrinth, which is like her life in cardboard boxes and stacked up and labeled, and she's navigating through this, and she's singing this pop song, and she's like a djinn, like a little genie in a bottle. So she's referencing Christina Aguilera at some point. Her song was Genie in a Bottle, you gotta rub me the right way. All these pop song references, and then the visual cues to reference. So Coraline, her her name, whatever. You know who I'm speaking about. Bunny is the Rider is the name of the song. And here she is bringing back this Minotaur symbolism as we see that on the back of a van in the official FBI records. This is a clear highlighted symbol on the back of a white van vehicle. So
Uh-oh.
why is this invisible Minotaur beast
does.
man?
9 fingers too, which is
You
weird.
got it. I was just seeing that 5 and 4, 4 and 5.
Yeah.
That actually, yeah, that's something.
So
Right.
what I
Well,
did was
that's-
I took the image that the FBI provided. They're like, okay, guys, we need your help. I'm gonna give the FBI a little bit of help now. I'm gonna take the image. Okay, I'm gonna adjust it, right? So there's a ladder on the back of the van. I have my guidelines in my GIMP software, the GNU image manipulation program, using my GIMP software, and I straighten the line out and I adjust the perspective to get a flat image because it was like, so it's like this on the back of the van. And I just
right.
go, whoop, and then I adjust the background contrast so it's real dark and real light. And then I upload the image to TinEye reverse image search. And then here I am finding myself on a Rock Art Stickers webpage. And you can buy this for $8. And here's the thing. It's the exact same sticker because it comes in the color golden brown. And who's going to buy a golden brown sticker to put on the back of their van? Wouldn't they want something like bright green, neon green, or like a fun color? Who wants this sort of sandy color brown to put on the back of a white van?
They're
I
so
mean, she's a
earthy.
girl. Why doesn't she put a pink flower of life on the back or something? Not to judge or to stereotype, but like of all the symbols, why this one? Connecting to a petroglyph, right? It's an actual image that a human painted on the inside of a cave, and now it's back in the news cycle, reminding us again of cave dwelling versus domestication. Are you a cave woman? Are you a modern woman? Are you domesticated? Or are you still living wild and fancy free?
Or is she appropriating someone else's culture? Like being a white woman.
Yeah.
How dare she?
Back to the domestic cave.
Mhm.
Well, I think
Domesticate.
that fits in line with Mormon culture. I don't know if that's been
Oh.
confirmed or denied or not, but there was talk, and I'm like, I don't know. Is Miss Potato, as we'll call her, does she come from a Mormon family? There was some talk about that, and then I'm like, you know what? I'll come back in a year. I'll watch the Netflix special. I'll compare it to the Hulu
Right.
version. Amazon will have their own story, and then they can hash it out. And you know what? At that point, who knows? Let's go back to John Benet Ramsey. Let's go back to Selena. Or
By
There was-
then, John Benet Ramsey will be a boy. 5 years
The
from now.
Zodiac Killer's back, I heard.
Yeah, I saw that too. Yeah.
Oh, seriously? Like, oh, they identified him, right?
Supposedly.
It was some guy.
Who is this? The what killer?
Zodiac killer.
Zodiac.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that too. Just I see all the headlines, but I never click on most of them
Yeah, I don't
for the
either.
very reason
Just
that
like
Alan's
that.
describing. Like, no,
Yeah.
I'm fine, thanks.
Yeah.
I don't want any of your media. Just the headlines for me, thanks.
memes travel faster than thought. They travel faster than I can process what actually is the point of it. And people are culture jamming now on all these social media platforms to take sort of out of context phrases from philosophers, jumbling the language up a little bit, and then just pasting it as a block of text over an unrelated image, and then pasting 10 of those on Instagram. So you just go, whoop, 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 and you're just completely culture jammed in your ability to think about what it is you're viewing, and your mind has this desire to read the text. So
Mhm.
I'm already committed. I've swiped 1, 2. I'm on the 3rd image, so I might as well read from top to bottom the complete text, which is a total non sequitur. I go to the next one, and then I'm like, I get it. Put the phone down. Take a hike.
Yeah.
Put your thumb out. Get in a
I've never had a
Go.
fireball fly over my head from looking at memes. Not yet. Well, that's not true. Jim Maiden's memes are exceptionally different than other memes. So
They
Yeah.
hit hard.
I've had Jim's memes hold me up hard. Like
Thank you, sir.
You do have some sweet meme magic, my friend.
remember when you made Nighthawks at the diner?
Oh yeah, that was
Some
some
sorry,
epic.
getting to inside baseball here, but there's a famous Tom Waits album. It's called Nighthawks at the Diner,
Mhm.
and it's
It's
just
from
a
the-
great album. He like records it in the studio with a bunch of his friends sitting around at tables, so it sounds like a small club. So it really sounds like he's sitting in a small club, but really he's just staged the whole thing in the studio, and it's great. He does a lot of spoken word talking and improvising between songs, and it's just great. But
Good stuff.
I love Tom Waits, and I don't think about it. I don't seek it out. It's just one of those things that like I love when I experience it, but I don't, go back to listen to it. But that Nighthawks is from the painting of the Edward Hopper. right?
yeah. I'm sure it's a tip of the hat to Edward Hopper. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, because isn't that is that on the cover? I don't remember.
No, he's sitting on the cover of the album, looking out the front window of a small diner himself. Tom Waits is.
Oh, right.
Now, of course, it's in my head. Nighthawks at the diner, MS-49ers.
You could smell the tobacco and coffee.
Yeah, I can see
Yeah.
the baby shit brown.
Everything
Cracked.
looks sepia tone.
Yeah,
The color of a
Yeah.
petroglyph sticker on the back of a white van.
it's exactly the same
exactly
color.
right.
The
Coffee
pleather,
stains.
the cracked pleather, and the linoleum actually match after all these years, Alan.
The
Mm.
In that
orange
color.
dust of Zion from Zion National Park.
Being tracked in on the bottoms of big clodhopper waffle stomper boots.
That's funny. I was thinking about that. That we used to call hiking boots waffle stompers.
Yeah, waffle stomper.
Is that a regional thing?
Probably
Is that a
West Coast.
West Coast thing?
It wouldn't surprise me if it was a West Coast thing. But I don't know. You'd think guys in Pennsylvania definitely still have waffle stompers, don't they?
You'd think. Steel toe ones.
Nice.
This is Tom Waits for memes on Instagram.
Oh, thank you.
Here's
That's helpful.
Tom Waits for memes.
Tom Waits
meme.
memes.
Tom waits for me.
Yeah, me on payday. Me the rest of the month.
Oh, wah, wah,
Mm.
wah, wah.
Bonus points if you can identify the roles of these the movies he played.
Okay,
Yes,
the
he
one on the
played the guy
left
with
is
the-
Imaginarium of Dr. Parnassus.
Dr. Parnassus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the one on the right, I don't know if I have that one. Is that
I think that's Hagrid and Harry Potter.
He was.
but he wasn't Hagrid.
He wasn't
That was just
Hagrid.
so awesome if he was Hagrid. The whole movie would have gone. Harry's whole arc of his story would have changed if they would have let Tom Waits play Hagrid.
Have you guys seen the that Netflix show with him as the miner, as the
No.
gold panner? I can't think of it. Ballad of Buster Scruggs.
Oh, okay.
It's a little vignette. It's like a bunch of short stories of Western life stuff, and it's fun. It's
Oh
it's
yeah, I
really
remember
great.
it now. Yeah, I remember it now. Okay.
But
'Cause,
Tom Waits is is a good portion of one of the stories, and he's a miner, and he's picking up how he's panning gold in this one area and finally finds gold, and somebody finally kills him to take the gold.
Yeah.
And I mean, I won't give away the ending, but it's pretty cool. And mumbles to himself, sounds like it's sepia tone. Because I drink sand.
I love that we all naturally fall into various Tom Waits impressions. I think he would appreciate that.
I'm sure he would.
Either that or he would cringe really hard, like, God damn, I really sound like that, don't I?
Or just, God, these fuckers again. Like everybody trying to make me fun of me.
I'm pretty sure it's a bit anyway, right? Like
I think so.
Yeah, it's got to be a bit.
He didn't sound like that in all his movies, like the earlier movies.
Yeah,
he didn't sound like that when he talks.
And I remember when I found out when they released some footage of Gilbert Gottfried, and like it hit me that the whole thing was a bit. Like, and I was so embarrassed that I didn't realize it was a bit, that I thought poor Gilbert Gottfried was leading his actual life as a squinty-eyed Jew who can't stop yelling.
Or Bob Goldthwait. Bobcat Goldthwait.
Exactly. Bob Goldthwait.
This guy's actually retarded.
You mean he doesn't sound like Iago from Disney's Aladdin all of the time? What?
Could you imagine him trying to hire a prostitute? Project Cheney's here.
Hey, Cheney!
This is wild.
Yay!
Hey! Holy
Thank you
cow!
for coming.
Hi.
Hey!
Hello.
How are you guys?
Beautiful.
Great.
Yeah,
We're having a fun time. You'll have to see all my owl pictures. Go back to the beginning and watch the other 4 hours of it.
Do it. It's so
You guys
wet.
have been doing it tonight.
Yeah, this
been-
is our part 2, and we're probably already, an hour into part 2?
Yeah. So we're digging deep, lady. What were we talking about? I don't know. We were
You
Uh,
guys have
dick
gone
jokes.
through so many things. I've
all
heard
dick
it because
jokes.
there was like a boxing match and whatever, but I've heard so many fun topics, like all the way from I heard John Benet Ramsey. I heard you guys bring up Gabby Petito.
Yeah, what's the deal with that from Project perspective? I'll just let you speak. I'm a little bit tongue-tied. What's the deal with this Gabby Petito, the small-talking white woman, and her brainwash Brian Laundrie? Gaia Sophia and Chad has got that thing pinned, going on the names, the play on the names, and what is going on, and what is your perspective on this unfolding mystery drama in America right now? It's worldwide, I think.
I think it's all fake, the entire thing. And I think it's really there about Gabby's Law, which is a law, I think it's in Illinois, about a girl that had Lyme disease. And it's a protocol set in place for hospitals to really go into next level action if they see sign of sepsis, which I think sepsis is the number one reason that's going to be killing people with this vaccine. So they want to bury Gabby's Law. So I think they have all this come out, and somewhere along the way, there will be a new Gabby's Law that's created because of this to bury that one. And also it opens up an entire jurisdiction through all these national parks that the FBI has never really had access to before. along
Holy
with
shit!
certain parts in Florida and in New York that are certain counties that the FBI isn't allowed into. So that's my thoughts of it. I think everything's kind of
Brilliant.
fake.
Fucking
Where
brilliant.
have you been all of our lives? That is awesome.
Yeah, seriously.
Dropping it.
Awesome.
Dropping it.
But that's just a guess. I just have been watching it from
It's
far
a
away.
pretty good guess.
The number one thing when I did the digs on them originally, when it first started to come up, because it's the blonde woman, like, up here we go, the typical blonde woman, like, let's all follow prey to this. There was a picture. if either of these people were one of your friends was going to date them, you would search their Instagram and say, they're not real. Like they're just not real enough.
Yeah.
Well, there's another picture on her Instagram page. It was like her 22nd birthday, and only one person wished her a happy birthday. That was like a red flag to me that you're a 22-year-old and only one person wished you a happy birthday and everybody else is added. And usually when this stuff goes down, they lock their social medias right away because it's like a crime scene.
Mhm.
The number one thing though for me, because my red flag with any conspiracy is Tom Hanks. So on her Instagram, there's a picture of her in front of the Zoltar machine of her in present
Oh.
day. And then there's a picture of
Right.
like this cutout child in front of it, which is creepy in the whole,
That's right. I think I saw you posted it somewhere, didn't you?
that was forever back when, because I'm like, right when I saw that, I'm like, this is
That's where I saw that.
yeah, it's like when Human Vibration sees purple and she's like, this is all fake. If I see anything Tom Hanksy, I'm like, this is all fake. So
So if the FBI starts getting into the national parks, are we getting into missing 411 territory?
That's what I was thinking first thing.
And didn't that guy just allegedly die too?
David Politis?
His son died.
No.
Okay.
Yeah. His son had some sort of aggressive cancer or something come on real quickly and passed away suddenly, like 2-3 months ago, I think.
Yeah,
That's not
thanks, 'cause
suspicious at all.
Yeah, no,
That's not-
definitely not suspicious.
not
If you're the
suspicious at
guy
all.
that's really digging into the
We're talking about David Paulides, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. He had a whole series on his YouTube channel about having to deal with the death of a child.
Damn.
Now that's just further proof to what I said earlier about me really only reading the headlines is true because I got it completely garbled. Like I was like, oh, the missing 411 guy died, like because I don't really follow anything. Like I refuse to click on anything. Like I'm just not gonna do it.
Yeah, but it's I don't know.
Yeah,
if
did
that's true.
Channy have any comments about this image, this petroglyph image that was prominently featured on the back of her white van in the FBI filed one-sheet PDF?
a weird thing to me, every time I see the QAnon shaman, I always think Buffalo Soldier,
Yeah.
dreadlock Rasta. I always think that phrase every time they show that like horns. Did I freeze? Anyways, yeah,
We
that's
still
what
hear
it
you.
looks like to me.
Yeah, your video may have froze, but
Yeah, I'll
we can still
reset
hear
it.
you. Yeah, the Q shaman, this is like the mysticism thing, the fear of the mysticism. Like if you go into a cave or if you go out on your own path and you gotta fear the invisible minotaur who's always gonna be there to chase you.
There's also Hathor comes to mind. It's the bull goddess.
Yeah, what were the ones that we were talking about in Telegram? There was a bunch of them with the Minotaur.
Mooncat?
Yeah, Josie was bringing up a lot of great research for us, just
She
bringing up
was.
all these images, and hope she's doing well and that
Thank you.
she's still with us and keeping the work-life balance. That's a difficult thing to manage, certainly.
Can hear.
Man, that
Yeah,
was
she'll be right back.
that
Trying
was
to picture
brilliant.
video, right? Yeah, that's right,
Boom.
sounded right on top of it to me. That was a good that's a good lens through which to look at all these type of things of what cui bono, as they say.
Yeah.
What
You
are
know,
the potential benefits?
I heard somewhere that Gabby Petito was a research assistant for Pfizer.
It's curious too, yeah.
Oh, was that true? Do we know?
Apparently, that's
I mean, we
what
don't know if any of this shit's
on the
true.
word on the
Like
street.
whatever their narrative is.
Yeah.
She was a
Rachel, do you
Pfizer.
have your yellow magic diagram that you created available close by?
Somewhere. Let's see if I still have it in my computer.
Project Cheney, it's nice to meet you.
Oh, nice to meet you guys too. I came in so rude and abrupt.
No,
Oh, that's fine.
That's
I don't
awesome.
think
We
I've ever heard of
encourage
you. I
it.
just glanced at your stuff, so I look forward to checking it out. I'll add you to my pod addict list.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
My name's Gabe.
Hi, Gabe.
Yeah. I'm going to be chewing on that little drop for days. That was fabulous. Thank
If
you.
you guys haven't heard Janie and Maria go at it, like listen to those interviews. They're pretty great.
Mhm.
It's them going off on each other with the
In the chat.
weird shit like the things that we do. Hey, what if this was that? And what if that? Hey, like nothing's off the table. I love that.
Yeah. Where did you say the law is? What state is it out of?
I don't know why I think Illinois. I'm
Illinois,
sure
okay.
I can pull up on my Instagram feed, and I definitely have. It's like her face is really big. If you look at my IG feed, and I put everything else in it. Hold on, let me see. I'll find it. really
Illinois
quick.
Senate Bill
Yeah, it is.
403.
Yeah, yeah, Jim's got it.
2403.
And Lyme is an interesting thing that everyone needs to pay attention to because it's almost like a Lee Harvey Oswald of whatever immune compromised shit like lupus and those kind of things. But those are all just vax injuries. They're just covers for vaccine injuries. Every single thing
Mhm.
that people need to start looking at these things in a phase. And sepsis is a way that I also believe viral theory and viruses we could debate about till the cows come home, but things that we know for a fact is ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine are antiparasitics. And a thing we also know for a fact is that all human bodies, if you've had friends that have gone to India and China and any of these places, North Africa, Mexico at a time, different places in America, if you catch a parasite, if you're a young kid and get ringworm, if you get walking blindness, if you get any kind of weird parasite, the human body all reacts to a parasite very differently because all of our genetic makeups are very different. That's why they keep wanting to swab our noses. That's why if they could kill us all, they would. That's why MERS, Middle Eastern, is different than Saudi Arabian respiratory virus. If they could kill us all, they would. So this is parasitic that they're doing to us. And that's why they want to get rid of anti-parasitic stuff. So that's why I think it's super important to eat anti-parasitic foods. Look around who hasn't gotten sick around you and look at what their diets are. Are they eating a shit ton of pineapple? Like I do. I haven't been sick at all. I haven't worn a mask once. I've never been nose swabbed. I'm never going to get a vaccine. I'm never playing any of this. I've never worn a mask. I've never worn a mask. I've walked away from a whole life and now we're here and I have a whole new life. And I believe it's just my natural eating. Like what I started to crave, the more I got spiritually woke, my body craved anti-parasitic things. So I just think people need to stop thinking about virus and start thinking about a parasite. And if you have a loved one going to the hospital, you have to, if you say the word, does my loved one have sepsis? Start looking up the side of like, what are symptoms of that? Because I think you could save their life just by saying the word in a hospital. I think you ignite alarms. They don't want lawsuits. They're all working under these legal fucking spells. So I think it's super important that you work under those legal spells. So you say, no, sepsis, make them start going through this stuff because if their body's turning off, and we also know these respirators, like this is how stupid we are on this hamster wheel. We know these respirators are turning people's lungs off. It tells your brain, oh, we'll do this for you. And your brain's like, cool, I got a million other things to do. You got that? Cool, good, you got it. So it makes people die. Already we're talking about respirators again. We're in this cycle where people forget it's like they have no short-term memory. It's all part of the MK Ultra brainwashing that's been done to all of us. So I just think if you're already in there doing this, you're not dealing with a virus. It's all a lie. It's not coronavirus. It's not this, like, I don't know. It's them. Like allergies weren't this bad. Asperger's wasn't this bad. Cancer wasn't this bad. All of it's them.
Yeah.
Probably
Mhm.
people hate this, but I'm a lesbian, so I can say this. Gay and transgender and all this other stuff. Probably vax injury.
Mm.
So
Wow.
Andrew Kaufman has been putting out a lot of work about success with getting rid of parasites using medicinal, well-advised, well thought out, very cautious turpentine. And I'm inclined to believe that he's really onto something. I'll try to link it. I'll try to link it in the Telegram here. But yeah, he has quite a nice little presentation about the history of turpentine and its value when used wisely. This is not medical advice, but yeah, there's some good stuff to be gleaned from what he's got to say there.
Well, I wonder how much of because I went on a whole binge of ciders and fermented foods to try and rebuild my gut bacteria, and I think that really like did a good number on kind of that resetting of your immune system, because I haven't been sick in 3 years since I like lost the weight and all that. Like haven't gotten sniffle. Like I get allergies, but that's about it. I don't get sick anymore.
I don't even
immune
believe in
system
allergies. I believe that's their spraying their shit on us.
totally could be.
I think all of it
Absolutely.
it's like all their cleaning stuff is really just meant for you to clean your floor, and then you put your baby on your floor, and then your baby crawls and put your cleaning supplies in its mouth. And nothing where your baby would be way better crawling on the dirt and germs of whatever it is in your life that you happen to be bringing in. But we're under this total backward way of thinking that whatever they're giving us is the thing we need, when really we just need the dirt and the earth
Mhm.
and what's around.
Yeah, that's coming back to where I started, because the way the owls, my experience with the owls, like it really got me grounded in the earth, like trying to rebuild myself from literally the earth. And that's all we really need. Like you just listen to it. It tells you what you need. You need spinach. You need a lot of spinach right now for something. And it's probably because your iron's down. So listen to that and use lots of shit tons of garlic and spinach, and use that and put your intention as you're cooking and as you're healing. You know that you're healing yourself by doing this. It works. It heals you. And you got a rock solid immune system. You don't have to do it. You don't need anything else. Of course, my mother thinks she's got every illness in the universe. So you can't convince those people that their only attention in life is getting it from their doctor. So
Yeah.
what are you going to do?
I think that's like the biggest tragedy of all of this is like, I
Yes.
think there's going to be I hope that there's a good amount of people who are seeing this and they're looking ahead and they're seeing how this is going to play out potentially. And they're taking action on their body. They're taking responsibility for their health, for their internal health, their external health, eating the right foods, getting grounded, getting more spiritual. I think we're going to have a bunch of those people, but you're right. There are those people you will never convince. And that's what's really sad. That's the divide, is those people who are just in their world and they're only going to see their world. That's what I think that's like the worst about all of this. And those are the people being exploited the most.
And
That sucks.
if we didn't have enough hypochondriacs before,
Yeah.
we're going to have a
Yeah.
whole generation of them coming forward.
Yeah. And I hope not. I hope there are enough people watching this and watching other things and listening to plenty of people and like getting really on it and
Yep.
really learning and educating themselves on what health really is and paying attention to your body, it will tell you what you need.
Yeah.
It will.
And that's going to generate even a much more beneficial economy for truth.
Yeah.
Truth, y'all. Truth.
Yes. 100%.
It's authenticity. We have to live in authenticity. What the fuck else are we doing here? Like you're fucking denying your own soul. These people. I don't.
But that's just it, that we're starting to wake up from it in mass at the same time that some people are getting retconned into deep comatose sleep. Like it was just 20 years ago, people would have thought people like us were just completely loopy off the charts. But we know we're not, because we've been doing the work.
Yeah. You guys want to hear my nocebo story?
Please.
Nocebo? Yeah. Tell us about the nocebo.
So nocebo was if you look it up, it'll tell you a story about a guy who was a real pain in the ass for his fellow schoolmates, and they dragged him out in the schoolyard with a bag over his head, and they said, "We're going to cut your damn head off." And they put him down and went through all the motions, and then they throw a cold rag on the back of his neck, and homie dropped dead.
Wow.
So that's for real. But I can tell you from firsthand experience, I was thinking about this earlier when we were talking, Rachel, about you doing tarot in Denver. By chance, were you near the art walk?
I was not too far from the art walk.
Okay.
It's just, I was a little further up the street,
All
like right kind of in the middle.
Nice. Cool. Yeah, that kind of sets the stage. So I was invited secondhand. A friend of a friend invited me to a capoeira event right there in the art walk. Is that Buffalo?
I've seen it.
Yeah, you've seen it through the window, right?
It's cool.
Yeah. So my teacher invited me to come to an event, and I do not know that instructor. So I'm not really invited to this. It's Afro-Brazilian dance fighting ceremony, and it's all very high machismo. Who can out peacock the next guy is a big part of it. And I showed up with shoes on. I'm from the shoe wearing tribe, and these guys, they don't wear shoes. You're not supposed to wear shoes in their dojo. And so I'm standing around trying to blend into the crowd, and their lead instructor is his name is like the head rooster. His capoeira name translates to the singing rooster. And he calls me out of the crowd. He's like, "Who are you?" And there's like probably 60 people there, and he's calling me out of everybody. And I'm like, "Well, I'm with that guy over there. He invited me." And he's like, "I don't know you. Why do you got shoes on here?" And I'm like, "Well, they're clean. It's okay. I only play capoeira in them." And so he's already decided he's got beef with me being there. I'm wondering if I should maybe leave. So he waits till about an hour and a half in, and he stops all the music, and he hands off the instrument, and he points at me, and he calls me into the middle of the ring, and we start doing the dance. And at some point in the game, he literally, like you were talking about, Gordy, putting on the symbolic qigong symbols. He puts a hex on one of my knees, and then I switch my stance. I come at him from another angle. He puts a hex on the other knee, and it was just a gesture. He barely touched me at all. And when I walked out of that game, my kneecaps were not going into place. And I walked funny for 2 months. I walked real funny. I should have probably been off my feet for that whole time. It took me a long time to get better. But all he had to do was put the couple moves, and I was out of commission. So yeah, I guess it either goes to prove that I'm a believer, or it goes to prove that that shit works. You know,
Mm. Or both.
both.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah, it was pretty crazy stuff. So
Yeah,
now
that's far out.
whenever I walk by the dojo,
You take your shoes off.
well, he sees me. He sees me from outside of the building. And it happened 2 times when I walked right in front of the window. So I stopped walking in front of the window. I started walking across the street, hoping he would not see me. He still saw me. Locked eyes from across the street, outside of the building, he saw me. So now it's like we got this weird connection, you know? It's like everybody you've ever made love with, you've got some little attachment, whether you like it or not.
That's the guy that cursed my
Never.
name.
It's real like that though.
Yeah.
If you attach an energy, you have it until you cleanse it. It doesn't matter if it's sex and when you build up, fighting is those same kind of levels. When you build up that kind of primal, it's really you're having the experience that only you and that other person can have. Like you're having it. It's like only the two of you that are sharing the experience. So
Yeah.
you're really connected energetically. It's like that's magic shit.
It
Mhm.
is.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, those people downtown, they thrive on those opportunities. I'll just say that. They
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah, it's that kind of fuckery that got him in that position to be the lead dojo guru, you know,
Be the singing rooster.
but to be the singing rooster. Yeah.
You got to ask yourself, do you want to be the singing rooster? I know I don't. I don't want to be the singing
No,
rooster.
I'm good. I'm good.
I'm not trying to be big boss in charge of a bunch of machismo dancers, but hey, some people are in that position though. There was a time when I would have gladly taken that position, I guess. I used to be a heavy metal singer, so I mean I still am, but I don't front any band.
It's always tempting. I mean, and that's what they do. They'll sit there and they'll try to get you to take positions of power. You know, I had a guy sit there and he was like, you could open up a shop right here. And that's the second person that told me that. I'm like, I don't have that desire at all. I don't know what think you're picking up on, but they do that. They try to put you somewhere where you'll be elevated, where they can keep an eye on you, or maybe even pull some strings. You know, there's plenty of stuff like that.
There's a quote from the author Michael Hoffman II. I don't remember the whole quote, but the paraphrase is like their main technique is to seduce and betray, and that always stuck in my head. You know, that these kind of more slight and behind the scenes people, that seems like their real goal is to seduce and betray, and to wait forever to betray. In my experience, and what I've seen, you know, that they more like lots and lots of seduction and opportunity and chances to take advantage of a alleged opportunity, and then someday to portray in a kind of like a chess match type of way, you know, even if it's just small time. I'm not talking about like big, you know, like Sean Hannity bullshit or something, you know, like just like you said, like put you up in a shop right downtown, help you, you know, get a discount on your rent for the first 6 months or whatever, and create a little space where the whole energy becomes stabilized, you know, to their benefit or whatever.
Well, I was just thinking about that fronting and that ego, like serving the ego so purely. Because I don't know if Sean, if you've ever gotten asked for your autograph, but that is like a
I have
jazz, like that is the biggest ego kick in the world. And like it's like a drug, man. Then talk about
I always refuse
feeling like you lose your
autograph
loosh.
sometime, and I tell them no. I tell them I don't sign shit.
Like it feels like you're giving energy. Like
you
have a
absolutely
connection.
are, man.
Yeah.
You are. If you've ever stood there and blown people's mind on stage to where there's a euphoria for a whole crowd of people, even if it's a small crowd, I mean, it's not a describable thing. People are more, I'm still in my mind more addicted to that feeling than I've ever any drug experience or alcohol or sex or anything.
Man.
The idea of blowing a fucking show wide open is the best high I've ever found. You know?
Yeah. That's harder than any drug ever possibly could be.
But I don't know. I feel like there's a way to get back to all that without it being egocentric too.
Mhm.
To still do
Absolutely.
it, but not have it be that that same thing.
People do it all the time. I couldn't. I was too young. I was terrible. I was just a little prick, man. It was awful. But yeah, they put you in that position. They want you in that position because I mean, they gave it to you, so they have control.
You know, I think that's the other thing is that I think that one of the biggest illusions in this world is that there's this huge like idea of vague chaotic nonsense going on, whereas the way I see it is more like all these more powerful people are in league with invisible spirit entities and they know it. They're all in secret clubs and so they keep tabs on everything. I mean, and if you doubt it, then go to a small town and start asking around about the records in the back room at the bank vault or the the where they're keeping all the titles to the bank and all that kind of stuff. Just go, go look at the public records and start asking about the main families and watch how they act. They know everybody that comes to their little towns. They know everybody's name. They know everybody's little bloodline stuff. They got all that shit logged out because they're paranoid about all of it. That's how because they got a big front and lying scene going on. So they have to be maintenance in it all the time. If you're telling lies and being deceitful all the time, you have to keep maintenance of all those lies. And if it's a generational thing, being influenced by something that's not even visible or understandable to most people in this realm, then it's fake. I don't believe in all this vague chaos and anonymity. I don't think there's any anonymity. This is a very small, specific place. Each one of us is in it for a very small, specific reason, And for some reason, there's a huge swath of people whose goal is to take us all off of that reason and have us seduced and distracted and potentially destroyed, or at least our energy sank and wasted off into something else. That's the challenge, in my opinion, of this realm of this life, is to figure out where you're doing that and go, oh, never mind, I changed my mind. I'm going to take my energy back. I'm going to do whatever I'm supposed to do with it instead of this.
That's your superpower, though. It's changing your mind like that.
It is.
Like
That's
Cheney, you say that all the time.
Yeah,
I
I
love
think it's
having my mind
important. I
changed.
think having cement shoes in your ideas is kind of I don't know, what's true today might not be true for another thing tomorrow.
Mhm.
It's just it's kind of fluid. I think the idea of order maybe is all fake. What is order? What, standing in line and abiding by what rules? Whose rules? I hear about all kinds of laws: natural law, divine order, this kind of like, what is order? And then the opposite of that is this chaos, like primal thing. But like, is a tiger chaotic? Is a jungle chaotic? Is a hurricane chaos? Like, it might
No.
be if you're standing on the street and you're like woods blowing by you and wind. But if you back away, a hurricane looks pretty perfect. And I don't know if you'd call it orderly. I think order seems like straight lines and boxes and numbers. I think like the Fibonacci spiral that's in everything is something very different. I think they just keep trying to work us into these false paradigms. With everything. I think that's part of the reason of the black and white checkerboard floor. It's like, if we can keep trying to get them to argue about the false paradigm, as long as they're arguing whatever it is, then they won't go outside of it. So it's like they're always putting up two poles for us. One's wrong and one's right at the time. And I just think everything, if they're trying to push it too hard, just be like, I don't believe in that anymore. Like anything with space, it's just as much a cartoon as anything with coronavirus or anything. Like, we all are collectively just believing in black holes because of why? This infinite void of why? Like, think of how much stuff that is science that we just believe, and it's bad science. Like, is there good science? Or is science just the illusion? Like, it's not magic, it's the illusion. It's the illusion that they know what the is going on. They don't know what is going on. That's them trying to, it's like real magic exists. And then science is trying to convince, like, we're magic. We can telecommunicate. We can remember all this stuff. We're quantum. Our brains are quantum. We can do everything the iPhone can do. That's science. But the more we use the science, the more we're not quantum. It's there. I don't know. I really don't believe in it.
No, I agree. All their little science stuff, I see it all as the prosthesis. So all the stuff that they put between us and whatever would happen naturally is all some kind of a prosthesis. Like the smartphones are all just prosthesis for our telekinesis and our ability to, I mean, people who are in tune and close with each other, or sometimes even if you're not close with each other and you just met, sometimes you just have it anyway. Me and Jim have it. If me and Jim are standing in a room full of 30 people, all being loud and crazy and hectic, we don't have to talk. We have complete communication happening with the most mild gesture, you know. Jim could put down his cat and I would know exactly what it means and be ready to take action based on it. Seriously, you know, because we have it. and all these things are in the way to distract.
Cat goes down, gun comes out. I'm
That's
like,
right.
oh shit, they weren't.
Sean stabs somebody in the neck.
He apologizes at the same time.
I'm really
Full
sorry.
horns.
It's just
Like,
synchronicity.
full
man.
shaman come up and it's full horns.
When he said that, I just found my little pocket knife the other day.
Dude, it's the greatest tool in the world. Little tiny pocket knife.
Yeah,
It's
I
super
dropped
sharp.
I found a knife one time, a nice Kershaw, and I carried it around for like probably 2 years. And then like I was mowing the lawn and it vanished. And I've got my backup knife, like, but it's got a hook shape. And so
Ooh,
I mean,
yeah.
I do like it, but I mean, this is just a more dangerous knife to carry and use because you just have to be smarter if you're going to use that shape
It's
to
a
try to
karate.
do conventional things with. And I can't find my Kershaw, but I can't be mad because I found it. I found it in the grass when we were on a walk one day, and then it stayed with me for 2 years, and now it vanished. So I guess it had to go on its way. But I'm disappointed.
I was just thinking, that's where I
Shows
was
me how
going to
attached
go.
I am
was-
to it because you mentioning me stabbing somebody made me think about the knife I really would stab him with, which I lost. So.
Yeah. But this is the thing too. Like I have this sequence of knives that I keep losing, and I find another one, and they're all like my grandparents, like either from my grandpa Hamill or my grandpa Moore, like all gave me.
Yeah, like this style.
Son, you gotta, yeah, exactly
That's
like
awesome.
that. Exactly
That's a
like
pappy
that.
knife.
Exactly like that. And they're, they'd sit with you and they have the importance of having a sharp knife on you and that whole thing. And then you find out, when you're finally 50 that, oh yeah, a handkerchief and a knife is all you need in the world.
It really is.
That's really all you need.
I do usually put a pin in my pocket too because it's so useful to have a pin on you. That way I've got the pin and the sword, so it doesn't matter which one's mightier because I'm carrying them both. So I'm gonna have to bail. I'm gonna have to bail you guys. I don't want you guys to quit though. Carry on. It's just getting late over here where I'm at in Idaho, and I know there's a young boy, 18 years old, trying to sleep underneath where I'm sitting. And if I get much louder, he'll send me a really polite Instagram private message letting me know. And my headphones keep going beep beep because I'm below 30%, and it's really starting to distract me. So, but I love you all very much. Nice to meet you, Cheney.
Nice to meet you.
And you guys have a good night.
Thanks for hanging,
next
Sean.
week if we do it again. Yeah, for sure.
Love you, brother.
Yeah, love you guys all very much. This is a great time. I look forward to watching this episode again.
Good night.
Can you watch yourself?
Sometimes, not always. I cringe like hell if I watch myself.
Oh my god!
I feel really cool when I'm doing it, but I watch it again. I was like, God, I'm such a dork. But
on the way out.
Yeah, hold on here. Let me get there. If I'm gonna leave, I'll give you at least a couple each way. There we go. All right.
There you go.
I'm telling you, I can't do it when they're not together.
Just take. It's hard if they're not together. That's hard.
It's hard.
Yeah.
All right, I'm pushing the button.
Limp
It's a little better to get a smoother exercise.
Just imagine spiders fishing for sinks when I'm gone, and then everything will be fine. So.
Oh, God.
All right.
Good night.
See you, buddy.
Good night, you guys.
Bye.
So Cheney, you had this. You and I had talked about this before. This spiritual, blowing explosion at the same time you had this health thing, like you decided you were going to eat better? Why?
I don't know if I necessarily eat better. Like if somebody looked at what I eat, they'd be like, "What in that?" Like I live on like I don't know. I eat a lot of pineapple, like more pineapple than any other human I know, and a lot of fruit. But I also start craving different things as the season goes on. I eat fruit that's grown local to my area. I think one of the worst things that happened to us is that we started to get everything shipped in from everywhere. You're not supposed to have honey or citrus from India. Your
Mhm.
body, what does your body know about anything that grows in Mexico or Peru? So why are you having, or for that matter, w- what does your body know about living in a house with wood that's shipped in from China? So I think, or fabrics that are made from plastic. Um, I think that our bodies are. I think you just need to eat what's around you, and it grows at different time of the year. Like I think this time of the year you'd start naturally craving squash. And you'd maybe if you lived in southern states, you might just be finishing up on, oh, nah, I'm good. I don't crave watermelon anymore. You know why? Because watermelon doesn't grow anymore. I think your cravings would be natural things that come into your area. You might be craving, I don't know, orchard fruits now. It might be like a natural thing that starts happening to you. And you might crave different foods if you live in Idaho than Florida. And it would make sense because the sun would be in a different spot to you. You might crave a different amount of water. I think that idea of like, nope, you should drink this amount per this your body weight and this. No, because cold and hot are very different things on your body, and salt is different everywhere. And salt's a very important thing that
Mhm.
people don't do right in their body. They don't think about it in their hydration and how important it is in their hydration. So I don't know. I don't really eat great, but I just let my body crave what it craves. And I don't abide by, I have to eat breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I don't abide by, I have to
Mhm.
eat at these 3 times a day. I don't abide by anyone else in what they're doing. If I happen to be hungry at that time and somebody is making something and I'm like, sure, I will partake in that. But if I'm not hungry, I'm not eating. And if I'm starving, I don't care if it's 3 o'clock in the morning. If I'm craving an apple pie, I'm making it. And yeah, I have a whole different thing now in the last like year and a half of my life. If I want to eat gummy bears, I eat them guilt free now. But I also think gummy bears have a lot of gelatin in them, and everything that's given to an animal comes out in their hair. So there's probably ivermectin in gummies.
Adding that to my list.
Yeah. Let me see. More gummy
Do you need a
bears.
special medical card to get those kinds of gummies?
Remember how they tried to do that whole thing where they were like, ooh, don't get those gummy bears off Amazon. They'll give you the shits.
Oh, yeah.
They
Those
were
are
just
the
psyop.
great
They were trying to
reviews.
get everyone to not have gummies anymore.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of those
Jello
chewable
and
vitamins.
gummies.
Like here's a vitamin and you get to chew on it, and it's like for me those chewable vitamins were so much worse because now I had to taste it on my tongue. If I just take a giant vitamin and then just swallow it down the hatch and don't taste it, maybe that's a little bit better. Remember those Flintstone vitamins?
Those were the best.
Yeah,
Yep.
chew on them.
They were the best.
Hey, can I share an Amazon review? I don't know if I can share this on here, but it's the funniest thing I think I've ever seen in my life.
Is it about
Is
gummy
it about
bears?
Gummy
No,
bears giving you the shit.
can you see this?
Yes.
So we were looking for a microwave for the office, and I found one on Amazon that was camouflage, and I couldn't help but read this like a redneck because I'm total redneck white trash, like at my core. So camouflage microwave, so cool for the man cave. decent size. Ooks Howard.
Camo is the way to go.
Camo is cool for the man cave.
The way to go.
4 out of 5 stars.
4 out of 5, yeah. Camo is
Why not
toupee.
5?
Because it doesn't clean itself.
Oh.
Find me a self-cleaning microwave and no problems, man.
You'd be a billionaire.
Yeah.
A whole bunch of ladies hang out in the man cave.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Ooks hot.
They're like, no one's cooking in here, bitch. You better bring a microwave. This is the man cave.
Yes, ma'am.
Leave your aprons at home.
That's part of the domestic thing. We have the kitchen upstairs for the women, and downstairs there's the underground man cave.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that man cave trend was a little weird.
Is that
And they had
still
sushi
a
shit.
trend? Do people still aspire to having a man cave in the basement where it's humid and moist and uncomfortably cold most of the time?
I don't know. We don't have basements in Arizona.
Yeah, it's weird.
It's
That's
all a
weird.
lie. Basement psyop.
we actually
It
have
is.
the most giant basement. Just a little ways down the road from me is the Titan 2 Silo Museum. We're talking about PSYOP.
And you have underground facilities too.
And underground facilities. Yep. I was showing pictures earlier of finding signs of underground facilities around my owls.
That's why they don't have basements. They took up all the basement space for underground facilities.
And there actually are a lot around Arizona. I've heard lots of rumors of underground stuff. I know there's a ton in the Huachuca Mountains and Whetstones, which is right around Fort Huachuca Army Base, and there's tons of tunnel systems throughout those mountains. I don't know what for, but people hunt in those areas, and you hear rumors of, hey man, there's a cave down there. It looked all concrete in the front, but never seen one myself. But hell,
Do
they
you,
got stuff all over the place.
do you suppose they're connected to those DUMBs, those deep underground military bases? And I want to go back to something Rachel said earlier about Denver and a 0 coordinates and maybe the Denver International Airport. What's the deal there?
Bada boom.
They're changing all the art. All the apocalyptic art
You
is
said
being-
0 coordinates. You're doing tarot reading in that
Yeah.
area. What do you mean by 0 coordinates?
So all the streets go north and south numerically. So as you go north, they go higher. And then as you go south from 0, they get higher. So I was at north 0, but they also do that east and west. And I know this from riding the bus system. So it goes 0. So I was
So
at Broadway.
a literal ground 0, sort of
Literal.
middle of the chessboard
Mhm.
situation. Okay.
Yep.
Those
So that-
those 4 squares in the middle of the chessboard, and you're sitting right in the middle of them.
Yeah.
Yep. And you can literally, I mean, from there, you can walk to several light rail stations. You can get on the bus and go in any direction. There is a bus that goes down that street all the time. And that bus station is not that far. So you can literally go anywhere. And they do have the light rail going out to the airport. So anybody who flies in can go anywhere in the city
Mhm.
very easily.
It's all Napoleonic urban design,
Hmm.
which very much lends to the theory that when Napoleon was conquering Egypt, he was here giving over the Louisiana Purchase and he was not in Egypt. He was here in America. And his trip home back to Europe took, strangely, the exact amount of time it would take for a transatlantic ship to go back to Europe, not the couple of weeks it would take for him to go from Egypt back to France.
Wow.
Yeah, y'all. This was Egypt.
I think that too.
Yep, this was Egypt. And when
Yeah.
when Louisiana Purchase happened, America was acquiring the last of Egyptian territory.
Gabe, you've heard of the mummies and stuff that they've found in Grand Canyon, correct?
Yeah, do you guys want? I want to write a book on this.
Queen's
This is-
Chamber
Yep.
called.
Yeah. So, trying to think who's got really good research on this. Something Phoenix. I'll think
Robert
of it as
Phoenix?
No,
Robert Phoenix?
no, he's based out of Arizona though. Man, I haven't listened to him for a while, but he's a very good resource for this one. But essentially, they had back in the day, they had two airplanes crash, and it happened in northwestern Colorado, in the least populated quadrant of the state. And it just so happened to occur, these two planes colliding, it occurred at an exact juncture in the Colorado River, at a Y juncture, a yod. And these two planes collide and go down in this remote location. So they call in all the troops, they bring in all the supplies, all the volunteers, everybody's getting on board for this noble cause. And they start to pave the roads and have a big kind of a salvage mission to go and get all the pieces from the plane and put together what happened. And the next thing you know, there's semi trucks and semi trucks and semi trucks coming and going from that quadrant of Colorado. And it's all under the auspices of this, helping salvage these planes that crashed. They were moving gold. They were moving gold out of those caves that they found.
Yeah, I'd heard that.
And now this is where my book comes into play. I think the gold was cursed. And I think that they launder the curse through the lottery system. And that's why people who win the lottery have shitty outcomes and their life goes spiraling downhill. It's because they are laundering the curse of the gold that they found in Colorado.
Wow.
Would that be a good book?
That would be
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be a great book.
I think that would be
I
a
want to
great
read
book.
that.
Yeah.
Energetically, it could kind of make sense how you would slowly displace all the gold over the period of a certain few hundred or thousands of years. And that would be a reason why you'd maybe want all the people to kind of cleanse the currency so you could have it back. And gold is, I think, the third most conductive metal on the planet. So if it is holding an energy and if it's a conductive metal, I still don't understand how silver is not the most precious metal on the planet, since it's the most conductive. That should be the only thing that matters. Gold's soft and it's the only metal that you have to mix an impure metal with to use it. So yeah, the only thing gold is good for is to like pour.
Yep.
It's a good pouring conductivity. Liquid wise. But another thing you should put in your book with precious metals is I have this theory that all the coin, I think all metals hold energy, but precious metals specifically, but coinage of a currency, that's why they wanted to coin short us of recently, because deep down, if you've ever traveled, all kind of currency, all kind of has the same makeup. It all is like one big coin, one copper colored bronzy coin, one like chrome looking coin and then one like matted silver. But if you melted all those down, I bet you it makes a bullet.
Hmm.
Oh,
And
Interesting.
I bet you that's the real reason that a real country would want to, because it's not the guns, it's the ammo.
ammunition.
It's never been the guns. Why we
Yeah.
all fight, we always fight about the wrong thing. It's always been the ammo. And if you actually think about it, all the guns do is make more metal unusable unless you know how to melt it down for ammo. But coins are very usable and very easy to melt, like at a very low level. Like if we all figured out in a group of 20 and we were like, we're going to have a well-armed militia to protect our whatever, coins are very simple and kind of already cut for us.
Yeah, that's a great
So,
point. In easy measurements.
yep. And I
Yeah.
bet you the original coins that our country was made on were like perfect bullets. Now there's probably a bunch of pollutants, but the same way as if you drive through any town USA over the last 10 to 15 years, our stainless steel isn't stainless steel anymore. It's China stainless steel. So it's all rusting. We
Chinese
have
tip.
this, yeah, we have, and another metal one real quick, because I've just been on this metal kick that we also learned, because truth in plain sight, that the Chinese built our railroad system across our country.
Yeah.
Great
So
point.
I think what a crazy thing that why everyone always talks about HARP, wouldn't it be so much easier to just guide weather with the railroad lines? It's all energy. So we always look at these towers and we're like, look at this tower, 5G, but look at this. Yeah, that's just copper wire hanging inside rubber tubing. Look at this hardcore metal laying between all of our cities that everyone, it's almost invisible. It's right there. Like, and we always think stuff travels on it. But what's under it? It's probably a power line of its own, like back to the Denver airport and dumbs of it all.
Yeah. Yeah.
Along those
exactly.
lines, they could be using the reflective paint, the white reflective paint on the side of the road. It's got metal in it, to make it reflective.
Interesting.
Giant
Yeah.
countrywide antennas they could bounce stuff off of. Just to-
But I saw something like they want to do self-driving cars, and I've seen concepts for that, and it would involve having to lay something down to guide those vehicles. That would be a lot of extra energy on the ground.
Yeah.
Some of those lines already painted in the middle of our highways and byways are probably already primed for functioning along with that technology. If
Yeah,
there's a
the
reflection
reflection.
in it, and then they just put
The
some UV
LRF
sort of light at it,
piece of
it'll keep
piece of
it
cake
in
for
line.
LRF
Oh my
just to
gosh,
figure
that's
out
probably
those
why they
lines.
put it in our shoes and our clothes. We always thought it was
That's so
keep you
cool.
safe so you didn't get hit by a car. But really, we were just probably
Oh.
so easy to read and track on all the cameras and on everybody's phones all the time.
Yep.
Mhm.
Nice.
Even in the dark, you have those
Mhm.
night vision cameras. Back in the early 2000s, some of those camcorders came with a night vision option.
Mhm.
They don't really include that in consumer grade.
Every
have-
camera has night vision and infrared inside of it, but they dumb them down so that
That's right.
consumer cameras don't have that function. But
The consumer camera capability doesn't
Take-
allow that within the
Yeah.
software.
if you take it apart, there's like a
Yeah.
mechanical
Mhm.
filter they put in there that governs the spectrum. So every camera has
It's in the CMOS chip. It's in the CMOS chip. The
Mhm.
lens is actually collecting that information. It's the CMOS chip that's not translating it to that.
Damn. That is so
Yeah.
crazy. That's
But
the,
that's a piece of cake for an LRF, just to put
Yeah.
a small LRF on a car, and it'll read the road. Piece of cake, nothing.
The license plates are often reflective as well.
Yeah.
yeah.
hmm Your tag that you get every single time you register your car is a reflective.
Yep.
In fact, a lot of them have barcodes already.
Mm-hmm.
a lot of streetlights read them,
Mhm.
read your license plate. They've got a little camera up there.
In fact, that's interesting. I just got a thing in the mail about how I got busted doing a toll bridge in California. I haven't been to California in like over 10 years. And I got a thing in the mail saying, "Oh, we saw you that you were driving this toll bridge in or this toll road in California at this time." And I haven't been to California in years. And they had my car.
Got a
Like, this is
doppelganger.
your license plate.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's just a hassle. It's nothing. Robots doing shit. Just like junk mail. I wonder how many of these they just randomly send out throughout the states to see who's gonna be dumb enough to pay this stupid fine.
That's a possibility. Yeah.
Yeah.
The other thought that came to my mind talking about copper and Arizona, the city of Jerome, Arizona, is a ghost town now, but at some point in history was a large copper mine, and they strip mined that to get all that copper out. And they have it's a lot of haunting activities. There's a lot of ghost tours in Jerome. That's where the Pussifer store is. That's where Maynard, what's his name? From
James Keenan, yeah.
Yeah, he's got a
His
band
winery was there.
brand store there, and the museum will tell you the story of that. And they say after they made their money selling the copper to put the telegrams in and the electrical wiring that was requiring the copper wires, they said the founders of that town took their money and went to a desert in Nevada and started a new town called Heaven or Las Vegas.
You know, it's funny that the ghost story I was telling, was it on here or was it in the movie group? I can't remember. The Bisbee ghost story. Gabriel, do you remember that? Anyway, I had this really crazy ghost story of the Copper Queen in Bisbee, Arizona. And that place is super haunted, and it's all copper all throughout that whole town. It's all copper mining. But it was a ghost town, and now it's like a hippie art commune kind of town, which has a really weird vibe. It's going through this period where, kind of like Sedona, if anybody knows Sedona very well, Sedona went through this period of being really creepy hippie stuff, but not in a good kind of natural hippie way. Like, really had a dark vibe about Sedona for a while, and it seems to be coming back. But Bisbee has that kind of a dark vibe, and I know there's lots of meth use and stuff like that in Bisbee itself, but it's got I don't know, I haven't been to Jerome in many years, but that stuff invites like hauntings and things. Like,
Yeah.
it's just in the air.
Yeah. Ever since we talked to Jerry Marzinski, I am believing more and more that that meth and its code name Clear has a lot to do with certain cults, many cults apparently, and their terminology for being clear, as in prepared for programming, wiped and like tabula rasa and ready for directions. Even the word, crack, that's the Grateful Dead. He's got a crack in his head. What is that with something? What's the name of that symbol?
It's just the
Lightning bolt?
deadhead. I think it's the.
I'm
It's
looking
the,
at you, Jim. What do you got?
Lightning bolt.
Yeah, he's got that lightning bolt. Something.
yeah, one side is red and one side is blue, and
Mhm.
and there's a lightning bolt in the center. It's the orb of the skull. It's the circle part.
Yeah,
Deadhead. Yeah, I don't know.
It's the deadhead.
yeah,
Pretty sure that's it.
yeah. I do. I think there's much correlation there. Have you guys ever heard that in certain parts of Korea, it's commonplace to offer meth to people when they come into your house?
Really, Korea?
Yeah, certain parts. I'm not trying to broad brush anybody, but I think particularly up in the northern area. But yeah, when people come in the house, it's like they don't offer tea.
No tea, no ouzo.
Yeah, they're offering,
They go straight to the hard stuff. They give you meth.
the meth. Yeah.
Well,
Well, that's
imagine that was like
delightful.
Miami in the '80s. You couldn't go anywhere without getting cocaine, right?
Uh-huh.
They just offer it to you at the door. Come on in. It's just being hospitable. It's kind of how some of those places are, like down in Mexico. Like, you do business in Mexico. I used to do this food distribution thing for a little bit, and we would do business with the guys in Mexico, and they'd come strapped, all the big guns, and give you tequila, and you did not refuse that tequila. It was going to be bad.
Yeah,
If
it's always
they'd
good
given me
advice.
Coke, it would have been a bad day. Or a great sales day. Oh my God. That would have been the best.
You mentioned the Grateful Dead, and I just saw this post on Instagram, kind of an interesting connection to that. So you have this movie called Hocus Pocus. Do you remember this? It was a Disney movie from what year, like 1993 or something?
Uh-huh.
So now it's on Disney Plus in 4K now, and people are watching it again. And in the scene where this guy he's new in town, I don't know if it's going to focus exactly, but he's got a notebook and he's doodling the Grateful Dead logo.
Oh, I see.
He's wearing a tie-dye t-shirt.
Yeah.
And above that, there's a pot leaf.
Yep.
So you can kind of see it in there.
Mm-hmm.
So how did that pass Disney censorship? In theaters, on a very large screen, someone's going to see a pot leaf
Yeah,
in a Disney movie, making it cool to wear tie-dye and listen to Grateful Dead.
Finally. Oh my God. Finally, those hacky sack users or players are cool. Huh?
That same kid was in Erie, Indiana. If any of you guys remember that show.
That was a fun one.
Oh,
That was
yeah.
a good one. But I also just thought it goes back to another one of you guys' episodes where you were talking about LSD, and it's part of that same psyop of keeping drugs fun instead of, and I mean, yes, they can be very enlightening and medicinal and all that, but not if you're coming at it from that angle. It's
Right.
sure it can still be, those benefits will still be present, of course, but you're gonna just not be productive. Isn't that the stereotype, or is that part of what's true? Because I know a lot of kids, and I mean, even in the paper, it was like, how do I say this? I was reading our local paper, and they've even referred to themselves as the Denver Cabal. And sitting at 0 point, you see it very clearly that, I mean, I'm seeing kids younger than myself wearing clothes as if they just walked out of 1970s or they just walked out of the 60s. There is this pull towards these decades to keep this in memory, to keep this perpetuating. like dad doesn't want to die. Dad rock is forever. And so when I see things like the Grateful Dead in these movies, that's what I'm thinking. It's dad rock is forever. It's we can't let this go. To keep pushing it somehow.
You know, I saw that with a lot of my friends that were punks back in the day, like still living, like they're still I mean, and I still have a bunch of band shirts that I still wear and I kind of live it kind of, but not like it's interesting, like our definitions of growing up, but holding on to nostalgia as a precious thing and then holding it as an identity, like something, a time that was precious to you, or did you choose that as your identity and you're just holding on to that because that's the only thing you've got left? Because you don't have your actual identity like sewn up. You don't know who you are. So you have to put yourself in this thing. And everybody does it. I think we've all done it at some point in our lives of trying to like find our identity. And I saw these guys that I was going to play with really doing that. And it disturbed me. Like I'm not going to sing a song about Trump 20 years from now. Like, because they're still singing Maggie, You Cunt from The Exploited in the 80s. I'm like, have some conviction, like a real conviction about yourself. Like, because these guys are just writing songs about bitching about their wives and shit. I'm like, the fuck? I'm not that old. I'm not going to do that. This is what your life is? Like, and you're not doing any self-examination of that? I don't know. I see that everywhere.
Yeah, I see it a lot too. That's kind of why I'm out of the music scene, to be honest. I've been to a few shows and it's like, I'm okay. I'm okay not doing this anymore.
You know, we had that discussion. I was going to go to a show with Eric from our community.
Mm-hmm.
And we were just like, you know what? I'm not going to support that. Even if I'm going to fake the papers or whatever to get into the stupid show, I don't want you to have my fucking money.
Yeah.
So I'm not in it at all. Like, and
Total
everybody's like,
sellout.
well, but you're going to miss all those shows. You're going to miss all this great shit. I'm like, no, I'm not. If I'm going to see the Kaiser Chiefs ask me if I'm vaccinated, fuck you.
Yeah. I was reading while they did the big music festival that I used to go to, the UMS Underground Music Showcase, 4-day festival, shortened up, of course. The requirements to get in were to either prove that you're vaccinated or take a test then and there and be negative. And it's like, I'm not doing that. I had a friend ask me if I was going to go, and I was like, no, I'm not. Absolutely not. And I had a hard time even being like, hey, yeah, you guys should go see that band. Because it's like, any of those bands that are going to ask that of you, I can't support that.
Yeah, exactly. I'm kind of hoping that that's why the Red Fang thing of ours didn't pan out, because I'm hoping that they're the ones that refused, you know, that they went, we're not requiring that, because the venues here have this agreement with the venues in Phoenix. They're not owned by the same company, but they kind of made this like pledge thing where they're all gonna hold tight together and make everybody hold their show their Vax card or whatever bullshit they're doing. And they put out this email like promoting it. Like, look at what we're doing for your safety, which every single one of those places on there I've been to, I'm going, never again, any one of those.
I wonder if it was they gave government money, you know, when everything closed down, you know, all that money that got given out, sort of grants you don't have to pay back. Maybe there's contractual bounds for, you know, you have to toe the line.
Oh, they did for sure. They've paid them out when they were shut down. They paid all those businesses, especially those in those downtown areas that are kind of protected by the states, that because that's where all the art funding and all that stuff comes from. They paid out to all those places to be shut down.
Just to dignify the lie.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck
And
that.
that's how they kept him going. Now that we've got your loyalty, so we own you.
Is this your Aunt Jamiroquai? To dignify the lie, the future mate of virtual insanity?
Oh my
There is no
God.
floor.
That's
That's
great.
awesome.
Do you remember the time when it was a woman and not a pearl milling company? They changed the name of that just recently.
They changed Aunt Jemima.
There is no fork.
They erase Aunt Jemima. It's now a pearl milling company.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
So some representation turns into zero representation. People loved Aunt Jemima. I've talked to people who have really good memories and experiences. It sounds so weird because, like,
It's the
You know-
shape of the bottle, pattern recognition. You go and you reach for it off the shelf, and there it is. Like, you know, it's a lady shape, and you pour her sweet
I was
stuff all over
looking
your
at
pancake.
that, thinking of Aunt Jemima.
I think there's a pineapple underneath. I'm not gonna look right now. I mean, that's the level of insanity when we have memes, memeing memes. It's the virtual reality of the real. And wouldn't you just rather stay at home on a Friday night with your friends watching the movie you want to watch?
Keeping us isolated.
Well, we can
Or
talk
are
over
we?
the movie, right? If we go to a movie theater, then we have to shut up, turn our cell phones off, focus on the movie. But if we just hang out in a Telegram chat and just broadcast the movie and watch it together privately,
You know, that's really fun. Thank you guys. Anybody who's done that with me, like, it's really pretty fun
Mhm.
because we've torn out what Metropolis, Cabinet of Dr. Caligari, Faust. What was the other ones?
Nosferatu.
Nosferatu. That's right. And the occult symbolism in that stuff is crazy, off the charts, everywhere. Like the Golem was almost all tarot cards. Like you could almost go through it, and all of the Kabbalic. Is that a word? Kabbalic?
It is
Cabal.
now.
yeah,
Kabbalic
yeah.
symbology.
I have an
Mhm.
old Kabbalic book from Barnes and Noble upstairs I was going to bring down and show you. It's like, this stuff is everywhere.
And when did it get co-opted?
It's always been that way. From the beginning of the printing press, the idea of selling a
Yeah.
book.
You know, I got a theory about why. I've been thinking about why did the tarot deck have to come into play in the Avengers? And you know, like the Joseph Campbell thing, there are only so many archetypes, and those archetypes, you know, they come from the sky, which ties into the tarot. But I have a theory that, you know, let me just convey a little personal experience. So I mentioned the tarot to my aunt, and my aunt is a very a lifelong priestess of the Wiccan orders.
Hmm.
And she got a little uppity that I was even talking about tarot, and it seemed to ruffle her feathers. And she said something that I totally took to heart, and it took me a while to process it. She says, "That's personal. That's for the tarot is for you." And I know exactly what she meant about that, and I agree with her. But I can't help but see what I see in the fact that these archetypes are now being broadcast and, as you say, co-opted. And so, to some degree, I'm starting to think, what if giving the collective a one tarot reading fits all experience is collapsing individualism and putting us all into this into the collective experience, almost as though what should be personal, your relationship to the tarot should be just you get the reading, and it's between you and a person who you trust, or just yourself for that matter. But now it's a shared tarot reading, and we all signed on many people signed on when they went into the theater to have that experience. And so I believe it lends to collectivism in a major way, bringing the private into the public. And for that matter, I would like somebody who's better at tarot than me, because I'm way over my head. I want somebody to actually lay the cards out in the order that the movies were released and tell me what that tarot reading is conveying in the order that it's presented.
I'll do it. That'd be fun.
Yeah, I think you
Bring
can
it out there.
Yeah, I would love to do that with you, because it's pretty simple. You just put the cards down. It's strictly major arcana, but you put them out in the order that they were released, I would guess. And you could get some interesting revelations.
No, I like that you brought that up. When I went to watch Ghost in the Shell at the theater, I saw a preview for Eternals, and they put runes in their trailers. Very specifically. Of course, I know what they are. I was like, oh, that's everyone just jump into it. Like, no.
Yeah.
Chaos magic. No.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wrote it down somewhere. I mean, the ones that they chose obviously make sense for the theme of the movie. Like, I'm looking for my notes. I don't remember exactly. One of them was one that we discussed in Interverse a lot recently, Dagas, which is, it has to do with cycles of the day, but it's also considered a very destructive rune because so much can happen in that kind of cycle. It's a very powerful cycle. So if you watch the trailer, that's kind of the idea. Earth is in peril, of course.
Yeah.
So, and it's a major cycle enough to where these Eternals have to step in. And I think the other rune that they chose might have been the last one, but I don't recall. I have to figure out what I did with my notes. But yeah, it's that same thing. They're throwing all these things that are deeply personal out. And that's chaos magic, because they're not telling you what it is. They're not guiding you. They're not teaching you. It's just boom. And you can learn on your own, sure. But how many people are going to do that? How many people are just going to start drawing this stuff on them, wearing tarot shirts, not really knowing what they're doing, and they're putting that magic on themselves?
Right.
It's crazy.
I think about that with all of the Marvel. Mrs. Butterworth there is the other one.
Can you see Mrs. Butterworth's original syrup? You can kind of see her hands up there on her face. She kind of reminds me of the Black Madonna at this moment, but
Oh yeah, yeah.
Hmm.
She even got the golden crown.
mhm.
So I was thinking about that
I
chaos
thought you were
magic. was-
talking about the pop singer.
The artist formerly known as MDNA.
Bouncy.
Madam X.
Mhm.
X.
Oh.
Who is that?
Madonna.
Madonna.
Oh.
Mad.
Madge.
Donna.
Mad 1A.
Expiration.
Mm-hmm.
So Cheney, Madonna, force for good or bad or just chaos?
Bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think she's even past the point of being like an MK Ultra, like kitty programming monarch. I think she's actually a high priestess. I think some of the people that people assume are high priestess, like a Lady Gaga or Beyonce, they're the same as Britney Spears. Like certain of these celebrities that we hold on this very we give them a lot of power. We think they're A-list celebrities. They're kept in the biggest cages. The same as Britney. That's everything this should be showing us with that. Kanye is the same thing. Kanye West, there's no difference of him and Britney. So I think Lady Gaga, same thing. I don't think she runs her own life. I don't think Beyonce runs her own life. So Madonna's somebody I believe she's made it to the point of running her own life. So I think she's a high witch. I think she controls time somewhat, whatever the rituals may be. She's performed them all. And I don't think everyone can make it through being like, I think some of I think Madonna's had all the same stuff go on with her. I think she was handled like she was married to Sean Penn and passed through Hollywood. I think if you can make it through the certain levels of trauma that they give you, then you become that. Like, I don't think anything like Britney just didn't make it through the break. And so we got to see what happens on the other side of that. Like the Hannah Montana girl, or maybe whatever. Like when you see those other, like Drew Barrymore, she made it through hers, but we got to see it. We got to see the breakdown of what happened to Drew Barrymore when she was, losing it. But we also get to see these kitties, have their moments of like off. I don't know. But Madonna, definitely, she's evil high priestess doing ritual all the time. I think it's weird. Her kids, I think that whole thing's weird. The way her face looks now is weird. The way her body looks, she's like a Baphomet. I think she's walked us into like really demonizing stuff that probably should be held in a really high regard to us. So I think everything with the like a virgin, I think everything with the like a prayer, I think her name being Madonna is so like it makes me believe in the Madonna because she's doing to it the same way as Elon Musk is doing to Nikola Tesla.
Nice.
Those are the vintage bottles. They look like glass. Now they're all like plastic.
Interesting that you brought up Tesla. I was thinking about that last night. I was watching a thing on subways, the first subway that was put into Boston. And this guy's name that created the electric engine was named Stark or
Sterling?
Sterling? Was it Sterling? No.
That's a different kind of motor.
Anyway, he made like one of the first brushless electric motors, and they were able to use that for the subway. But he got really screwed, just like Tesla, with Edison. Buried his stuff, took his name off all of the engines that he had created, and bought the company over him because this guy used to work under Edison, and he got screwed too. In the end, even when he started on his own and making a big success of himself, Edison had to come in and buy that company over to bury him again.
Well, even look at the names because everything in science is bullshit again. But even just look at the name of Tesla's energy is direct current, and Edison's is alternating. Like even in the name of it, like you would want the direct one. Thank you very much. Like the alternating current seems loosey. Like it
Yeah.
seems like it's we're gonna give you something and take something. Like, what are you gonna give me? Like, what's going on here? I even think the word power, it's a very telling word of electricity. Power, like your power company.
Your power is out.
Currency, current.
Mhm.
But you know what you should do? Go get Bitcoin and XRP and Ripple and go get a whole wallet built on. It's like currency inside a currency. Like that is tard times 2.
Yeah.
It's retard.
That's why I give out a free NFT pinned on my Twitter, Marcus86ED, and it's a gift from the Doge father, Elon Musk himself. He's going to deposit Dogecoin into your PayPal account as all these things merge and freeze together. And what do you guys think about Doge father Elon Musk and Grimes no longer being an item?
All of the wives. She's a necromancer. He's a robot. He's dead and she's a necromancer. So
she has a song called We Appreciate Power.
Yeah, she's a legit necromancer. Like I'm not even kidding when I say it.
No, I buy it.
I mean, how long can you really do that with the same person?
She has the alien scarring tattoo on her back with white ink. She has a strange obsession with the novel Dune and the Dune universe.
Really?
Yes. She did a whole soundtrack for that movie. One of her earliest albums was
the Dune soundtrack?
Dune inspired something. Yeah.
Really?
She's quite an interesting figure. And the latest meme is her in some, costume, goes to a library, and I think it's the Communist Manifesto or something, and she's standing at street corners so paparazzis can take pictures of her. And please, someone with Photoshop skills, take that meme and then just have her holding a first edition Dune book. That would be much better for me.
And isn't she really into the I'm gonna try it. Shirangami? Is that the Japanese suicide? Yes. That.
What are you talking about again?
Grimes.
Oh, Grimes.
Yeah.
What's this Japanese suicide thing? Isn't something
from Death Note?
Say
the demon, the demon from Death Note. Yeah, Shinigami.
Yeah, say what that is. I think that's real, and I think that's what she works in.
Okay, so yeah, the Shinigami is kind of a possessing spirit that kind of follows you around, and it's kind of like a djinn, I think, that you can have it do deeds for you or something to that effect of granting wishes or
and
because I think in Death Note he has a book and he writes who's gonna die in that book, and the Shinigami, the demon, carries that out somehow in these weird ways.
That's basically a malignant fetch spell. That's totally, that translates in many cultures, but yeah, that's crazy. I didn't know she was into that. That's crazy.
So something that you made me think of, I don't know how big gamers you guys are, but the next edition of Diablo has Lilith for the villain. So instead of going for the devil and
Mm.
all of, the sins, you could say Belial, the Lord of Lies, things like that, they're going after Lilith, the dark feminine. They build up a lot in our culture. So that's an interesting, all of a sudden, we're going to attack that.
Yeah.
Isn't there a better way to
Mm.
integrate that energy? Because attacking it kind of feeds it, because that's part of that energy.
Is that like a
Lilith.
Diablo 3 or a Diablo 4?
Or
A fourth one? Yeah, wasn't there a walkout at Blizzard's corporate headquarters somewhere in California-ish
I
for
think
some
so.
frat culture, saying it was too frat-like, and people
Probably,
just
yeah.
walked out.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's interesting.
And now
Good.
they're attacking Lilith in the Diablo game. Hmm. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it is kind of where, like they like to put things on pedestals and then kick the pedestal down, put things, it's the Columbus Day of it all.
Mhm.
It's
Yeah.
like they make a whole generation worship a dude and then they call you racist the second you try to say, well, Christopher Columbus discovered America at a dinner party one day because you think you're the kid that paid attention in school and they're like racist. And you're like, you have a
Since
whole
when?
like you have to have a
Sucker.
shadow work session. You're like, why do I even think that about Columbus? Did I not pay attention? Am I a racist? Oh my gosh. And then you're like, no, there's Columbus Day on a calendar. I really did learn that once. That wasn't a different timeline. Like that was this lifetime. They taught me Columbus was a hero this lifetime. In fact, they named a whole bunch of towns in our country after the dude. And they knowingly lied about it to our face in our history that they knew he didn't discover America right when they were teaching it to our face.
That's right.
Like,
Ashton
what?
Kutcher just pops up, you've been punked.
You know,
That'd be a great end to this COVID thing. Oh, sorry. To the Rona.
you know, the World's Fair has refused to even consider coming to America ever since we stopped celebrating Columbus Day and started giving it putting new intention on top of that holiday. The World's Fair has turned its back on its opportunities here, which is awesome. they can just stay out. But you know, I think those guys, the people who do the World's Fair, are also the same circles that organize the Olympics, things like that.
What's the word fair mean in like Latin?
Well, it's I think of fire. I think of fire, fear. Alan will get it for us. Fair.
I know.
Oh,
I have
it's
this.
white. It's white.
It's white. Mhm.
It's pale.
Yeah, that's what. So it's like really like a
Nice.
world white, like a world pale, like it's something. There,
Yeah.
it's everything. They're always doing something. They're always up to a whole lot.
Yeah.
It's always more. It's always different than you think.
It is. It's always different than you think. Like whatever, but it's always something.
Yeah.
Always something. But the Queen's Gambit is the number one move, I think, in this whole game theory of a world we're living in right now. Like the Gabby Petito of it all. We know it has nothing to do with her. That's the Queen's Gambit. You move your queen to the middle of the board and everyone pays attention to it and why that's going on. You move your other chess pieces around the outside and take over. You move your pawn back and forth and keep knighting it and queening it and kinging it. And now it's moving all over the board. Your pawn just took over the whole game because they were so worried about killing or protecting from your queen in the middle of the board. It's and that's kind of how I see like Donald Trump. That's how I see
Yes.
Britney Spears. That's how I see all these kind of like key chess pieces where they're like, everybody follow over here. And why everybody's looking over here, there is something going on in the back end. And I know for a fact we're winning in the back end because look how sloppy this shit is. Like this
Yeah.
is so desperate and
Yeah.
so sloppy. It's not what I've researched for 20 years, what the New World Order's plan was of taking us over. Most of it we've just willingly submitted to. There hasn't really been, I mean, what? There was a couple of statues pulled down and some BLM riots, but in the grand scheme of everything, I mean, there's a lot of people that are getting vaccinated. I think that's the most detrimental part of this whole thing. But in the grand scheme of things, their numbers, we know whatever numbers they're showing us are not the real numbers of people getting vaccine. There's so many of us that are saying no. So yeah, they look so silly. They just look silly at this point. They have to show us booster after booster after booster. They have to make songs about it. You know,
Yeah, it
the
just
late
seems
night talk
pathetic.
show hosts have to sing, get vaccinated. It's so embarrassing. So I just
So
got to think
embarrassing.
they have no that another like the art of war, because this is another really great thing we do is that we like to read a book called The Art of War, um, that's written by the country that's beating us at war. And we're like, this has everything you need to know. Oh shit, our enemy wrote it. We've been studying this. No, but it's like the look strongest when you're weak and weakest when you're strong. I think if you really think of everything that they look like, the portrayal is that they're seemingly strong, but are there UN rolling down our streets right now? If you lost your job, from the real reason you lost your job from your hospital is because your doctor has been sitting in his office FaceTiming his patients. He doesn't need you anymore. If you're a nurse or somebody, the same reason your movie theater didn't shut down because of coronavirus. Your movie theater shut down because you've been watching the movie in your living room.
Yeah.
It's
Yes.
your mall didn't shut down because of coronavirus. Your mall shut down because you've been shopping on your couch. So it's like everything's a big lie. It's not really because of plagues happening. So I just, so what? You got fired from your job. If you got fired from your job for not getting a vaccine, I say shame on you for not walking away from your job for them trying to force you to wear a mask, because you probably did that for the last year and a half, covering your full freedom of speech, just putting a hijab on. You don't even practice that religion. Or you know what? You're a man and don't practice that religion. And you just put a hijab on and you just let your government tell you when to drive and what you shouldn't work for that. I just don't understand how you can continue to work for a Nazi regime hospital and now go pick up a different job somewhere else. I just stop with this nonsense. There's no, oh, well, we just have to, it's all of us, we're in this together. No, some people are supporting the enemy. They're shoving poison into people every day because we called them heroes. That's why I really think they push this whole Marvel DC shit. Like everyone's a hero, 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 hero. So then when you put on your cape, it was going to be real hard to take it off. Nurses, police officers, teachers, doctors. You're not heroes. You were lied to. All part of this system, and you're not a hero. Take your cape off and put on your armor. Like that's what I keep saying over and over again. There's no heroes in this war. There's no heroes. If you've called yourself a hero or allowed yourself to have a little first responder discount, no, you went to work and your job isn't even the most dangerous when you look up dangerous jobs. You're not, what are you, ice fishing? Like, get over yourself. I'm just so over it. I just am so over being like, oh, poor them with their masks and their lost jobs and their no. Most of the country sat on unemployment the whole time while they've had one city in their whole state shut their whole state down. If you're Illinois, you let Chicago dictate your state. If you're New York, you let New York City. If you're California, you let Los Angeles. And so it's just, if you're Oregon, you let Portland. If you're Washington, you let Seattle. So there's a couple of states now that have these little dictatorships that we know are evil forever. Now those couple of states
They're
we're
like
going to try to let
fiefdoms.
dictate the country. Not in Florida. We're not. Good try, Miami. Good
Mhm.
try. Like there's a couple of states in the country that are not having it. Good try. Like Montana's like, good luck. good luck with the cities you've implanted. You know, like I don't know. I just am kind of over the placating I'm over the compassion for the dumbs. And I mean the people, not the deep
Mhm.
underground military bases. Because they have children. They're injuring their children. Like, I don't have children, but at what point do I just let you slap your kid in a Walmart over and over again, or do I interject? Like, so do I just let you go 4th booster shot, 6th booster shot, 10th mask, 12th year without hanging out with their friends? At what point are we allowed to say enough's enough? We're not the same as them. They don't get the reins of society anymore. We'll take it from here. Sorry, I'm a little upset at 4:24 a.m.
Yeah, is anyone upset about a
I hope
McDonald's
my neighbors
closing?
hear this. No, I'm just kidding.
Is anyone upset about Subway sandwich artists not having an opportunity to practice their art because there was so many Subway stores selling these yoga mat flatbread sandwiches that were all poison and artificial ingredients that nobody felt good after eating any of this poisoned food. And they were trying to automate a lot of that process where you just, touch screen or order from your phone. The problem is people just didn't want that food. They can order fresh food in a box delivered to their door now. There's all these new options. So do we need sandwich artists at Subway, McDonald's, Arby's, Wendy's?
Yeah, literally everywhere is hiring right now. All the retail stores, everything. And it has been like that for a long time. It's not just like, oh, it's the season, kids are going back to school. It's not even anything normal like that. It's been like this. And I've talked to people who are convinced that everyone just wants to stay on welfare. And I'm like, I really don't think that's it. Because I know that it's not that much this year. So either people are figuring out what they'd rather be doing, or it is partially all these other conveniences. They have all these other options. I don't have to leave my house. I can order something online. Shop my closet. There's all kinds of stuff. Why would I go do that? Why would I go do that? And all those places end up being really toxic anyway. Nobody wants to work there anyway. So there's going to be this collapse, but
there's tons of mom and pop businesses out there. The idea that
Yeah.
all the businesses that everyone just thought of were all these corporate crap businesses that fuck them anyway. Screw, they're the same as
Yeah.
Walmart and Amazon. The idea that there isn't like a good mom and pop business of whatever dream you want or whatever not dream, learn a skill, learn something new. Everybody, like, do you know how to really build a shed or run electricity to a lamp? Or I don't know, build a cabinet, learn stick welding. There's like tons of skills out there, and there's tons of businesses. Do you know how many people I train on a regular basis that don't know how to mop? The simplest skill, like swab a deck, bitch. Swab a deck. Like
you play the
so many-
simulator.
Yes, I just feel like there's so many skills that we were just lied to. Computers medicine, computers medicine, computers medicine. You know why? Because you were all going to be sick and trapped in your houses. That's why they lied to us and told us that. Like
Yeah.
everything's a lie. So like screw any place that Bill Gates is making the meat for, you don't want to work for that place. Any place that already like TJ Maxx and Walmart are just gonna be eaten up by Amazon. Like but there's all these tiny businesses. The ants can always beat the bigger thing. You just have to and stop thinking with the mindset of that like clean like soup and salad, like where everything's red and yellow and clean. Like no, go back to the place of like that you're like this looks like it would be scary. This is what the TV show tells me a crime happens at. This is trashy. No, is there a flag hanging out front? Maybe it's like we have this whole cookie cutter idea of what safe is, but that's also what's always watching you. That's the big brother mindset, this clean cookie cutter. No, so what if there's stickers all over the wall and postings all over the wall and political views that don't agree with yours? Be uncomfortable. So what? Like, you don't have to wear a mask. You don't have to get a vaccine. That sounds like freedom to me these days.
No.
Awesome. That's fun.
Sorry, that was hot, but I just,
love it.
it's
I
like,
dig it. I
it's
dig
just-
it.
this is like, there's just so much other stuff to do out there. And unemployment is like, it is competing to shut down. And if it's not unemployment, Amazon is in your town and they are pushing the politics of your town to up the minimum wage to such a place that the small businesses in your town can't compete with
Mhm.
the Amazon.
That's right.
And then you, as an American, might have the freedom to not mask or vax, but you as an employee for Amazon not only has to mask and vax, you have to wear a tracker on your wrist 24/7 a day, and you have to drive a truck with a tracker, and you have to have a vibrator on your wrist if you're going too far to the left or too far to the right of that package. But that's what they want. They want one whole, they tried to take over our postal service.
Mhm.
Like, that is a legitimate real thing they tried to do, and they planned it all out before the whole collapse. They knew it was coming.
At what point will it become corporate employee policy for all employees to arrive at work with a catheter installed so that they don't stop their biological rhythm to release themselves, because that takes too much time?
But they don't abide by a country or a state. They're bigger than every country and every state in the world.
Mhm.
Everybody always worried about Walmart being that thing, but Walmart's just the internment camp that's going to keep you.
The Martin Law.
They are actually there's a bunch of FEMA camp stuff associated with Walmart.
Big time. Do you guys remember the UPS? The guy that got that UPS shootout happened maybe a year and a half ago, where it was the guy's first day on the job,
Mm-hmm.
and a bunch of whatever UPS jackers, they jumped in his truck, tied him up, put him in the front, and got in a high-speed chase. And then the police came and they just shot the whole thing up. That was, you know, whatever that was. It had all the ingredients of sacrifice. It was his first day. He was the virgin. And 5 different departments shooting from 5 different angles. There's your pentagram that he was in the center of. And this is kind of this is very interesting. A week before it happened, there was bad press going out about specifically UPS and United States Postal trucks clogging up traffic in cities from people getting so many deliveries. But there was one company that did not get mentioned in the bad press from all the delivery trucks. Amazon was absent from that article. And so we get a news article that there's too many delivery trucks, but they don't mention Amazon. And then we get a UPS sacrifice a week later. And now Amazon takes over all the delivery potential. And like you said, that always happens too.
That's a corporate coup.
It's a corporate coup. That's what happens in all resets. The same thing happened when the United States was founded. There was the yellow fever, allegedly. All of this, everything I'm saying is alleged. You know, it's what they tell us. But the yellow fever was coming up from Haiti, and only the Haitian immigrants were viable for for doing delivery because they believed that they were immune to the yellow fever. And so even in that reset, we had a co-opting of whatever delivery service was in play. It got shuffled, reappropriated, so to say. So I think that's interesting that the mail system, having the mail system completely redirected, goes hand in hand with these resets and these big lies and plague, alleged plague.
That shootout you mentioned, did that happen on December 5th, 2019 in Miramar, Florida?
Yeah,
That
I think it
sounds-
was in Florida. Yeah.
That sounds
What's that
right.
word Miramar telling us?
Hmm.
C is Mar.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mar is C.
Mhm.
Mer is also C.
Mercy. Mercy, that's one of the pillars of the temple. Mercy and severity.
Oh, right.
It's a mirror of the sea.
December 5th is awfully close to Pearl Harbor, because that was like the 7th.
Wow. And
Maybe I was thinking of Myanmar. There was a viral video of tanks invading Myanmar when someone was doing like yoga, like some fitness influencer was doing some yoga exercise on a live
yeah.
TikTok stream or something, as the invasion trucks were rolling in behind her and she's just dancing away. That was in Myanmar.
so Florida is in my astrocartography work.
Mhm.
Thank you, Rachel. Florida is the death card, and it's also the hangman. And the hangman he's bound. He's tied up, just like the UPS driver was. It's amazing how often that astrocartography plays into the stories.
Mm.
Yeah,
God,
I've
that's
heard some
fascinating.
stories about that.
Cheney, have you seen it? So if you don't know, Gabriel is Slick Dissonant on YouTube. He's got a whole setup of the map of the United States and each of the states having a representative tarot card, correct?
Some of them have two.
And
Yeah.
how did you determine who's you just pulled on that each
No.
state?
Nope, it's so the Mason-Dixon line is the equinox, and essentially I've grafted all of the tarot cards to their stations in the sky on the zodiac. And so when you basically use the Mason-Dixon line as your equinox, and your solstice line is the Mississippi River. And when you do that, you find that the yod at the Mississippi River, that Y juncture is the X marks the spot. And then you put the tarot cards out in their stations of the sky, their corresponding stations. And the next thing you know, all of the football teams and all their mascots make absolute perfect sense with tarot vision. And then the next thing you know, all the headlines make absolutely perfect sense. And this is strictly with the major arcana, the 22 cards of the major arcana. And I was calling this research the Tarot Tories because it was all organic. It was just inspiration coming to me. But Rachel, she put it down last week. She told me that this is a thing. This has been a thing. This is called astrocartography. And it's been in use for many, many years. And it is clearly central to the propaganda that we're handed. And it does, it comes through all the time. When we start talking about these stories, Marcus just dropped the fact that happened in Florida. And if I had to, like, before he said that, if somebody had made me guess where would be the best place in the territories, it would have been Florida.
There's
what
some more
you're doing
humor
is so
involved in this
unique.
story. Kind of a sick level of humor. Miramar says to be founded by an AL mailman. And there's a oopsie shootout happening in this bedroom community.
Oh,
Of course, miramur in Latin is a first person plural indicative of a mirror, from mirus, meaning remarkable or astonishing. Like, I am astonished at, marvel at, admire, I'm amazed at, wonder at. It's an astonishing sea, a remarkable sea, founded by A.L. Mailman.
whoa.
Hmm.
Even Marvel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a
Jack
mirror,
Russell.
a reflection of our, I don't know, going postal, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
Mailman. God, that's so fucking. They've become a parody of themselves. Christ. Stuff is embarrassing. It's like if my kid was pulling this off, I'd be like, dude, you could fucking do better. Like, what the fuck?
It's very sophomoric level writing.
Like, be creative when you're coding. Like, mailman. Fuck you. Such bullshit. Oh, hilarious. That's why I love we can call bullshit on all this stuff, because we don't know anything. It's such bullshit. Oh my God.
I think I'm going to watch Postman again with Kevin Costner.
Watch The Postman Always Ring Twice. Any version of it. Lana Turner has a good version of it.
Well, guys, I need to go wake my wife up to give her antibiotic. So I'm going to say goodnight. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a little bibliomancy.
All right.
Get up.
This is again from Lindsay's book, All Beginnings. All endings are beginnings. The abyss forever behind you. Together we exist as nodes in a network that is ever expanding. Not a single one of us lacks a role to play. Your energy can diminish, darken, and lack, and you sink into the muck of the anti-net of illness. And there you are part of a building. What can only be built in such a space? Destruction. Or your energy can grow, brighten, and surge. You can uplift into the clear air of all that is good, true, and beautiful to help construct the pure grid of life-affirming wellness. And it all happens by the simplicity of your thoughts, words, and actions. Your choice is all that stands between the abyss and the heavens. No other power like it exists. You are everything that matters, and I cannot wait until 100 million points of light become a glorious matrix of illumination where no darkness can dare penetrate again. Choose goodness and truth so many times that the abyss lays forever behind you. The thing is always heavy. I love that.
Thank you, Lindsay.
Perfect.
So
Mhm.
with that, I'll say good night, guys. Thank you. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so
Jamie.
much.
It's
Yeah.
really fun to have you. And Rachel and Jim and Alan and Gabriel. I appreciate you guys doing this. This is a very cool thing. Keeps my juices going. I love it.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Gordy.
Great
Say
show.
hi, say hi to the owls for us.
You know, I will. I actually do that. I really do that every freaking morning. I go
Yeah.
out and say good morning and I say thank you. And it's kind of a ritual thing we have with each other now. And they're like, bro, you know, like it's kind of but it's an acknowledgement, you know, they acknowledge that you're there. They're like, uh-huh. Yeah. I'll film it tomorrow. Actually, I'll do that first thing in the
All right.
morning.
All right,
they-
nice.
I'll walk up and I go, good morning, I love you. And they go, uh-huh. It's fun. So,
Sweet Gordy.
okay. Good night, guys. Thank you again.
Good night, brother.
Love you all.
Night.
Good night, everybody.
Nice to meet you guys.
Sweat.
Great to meet you, Cheney.
Sweat. Crack spider.
Come again.
Sweat. Sweat. Crack spider. Sweat. Crack spider. What structure was not affected? Bug spider. Crack spider. Sweat. Crack spider. What structure was not affected? And raised over 100 young. The mate got a restraining order, and now the spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider built a web, found the mate, and raised over. The